Alright, what is up, everybody? Hopefully the audio balancing isn't too bad. Hopefully one isn't drowning out the other. But welcome to the first, I'm not sure if I'm going to do another one of these, but a modern versus retro tournament. And basically, we're going to explain this quite a few times probably, but this is actually going to be a VOD. Basically, I'm just live streaming, This is going to be a video, actually. This is literally, I'm just live streaming the, results, like how this tournament's gonna go. I'm live streaming this so I can use the VOD for, a video idea I have. And we'll talk about that more later. This will be, basically, can the best decks of old keep up with the modern powerhouse, or just random modern decks? But this is basically this like really huge 24 team or 24 deck tournament, and we're gonna be going through and playing through each one of these games. Obviously I can't play it on PokemonTCG Live because for multiple stupid reasons I can't. Good to see you, Red, by the way. You are the first one here, but in general, this is because of PokemonTCG Live's incredibly stupid inability to play expanded matchups, and also the fact that like half these cards don't even exist, which is incredibly stupid in its own right. And I could definitely sit here and complain about PokemonTCG Live all day. We're basically going to be playing these all out on the Limitless tournament or tabletop simulator, and we're playing them against myself. So it's going to be a little weird at first, and definitely I'm going to have to get used to how it works. But basically this entire thing is a tournament where I took the best decks of old, gave them random seeding, and then took 12 random decks from the modern era, literally just ripped right off of Limitless CCG. And they are the ones that are going to be the modern decks. I did have a little bit of a restriction on, like, well, I can't play, like, Pult Noir or any of, like, the broken brain dead slop meta decks like Lucario, stuff like that. Red, you got first, or you did your first Limitless tournament, and you got fourth in bragging rights. Dude, nice work. Congratulations. Okay, so basically how this tournament's going to play out is I only have currently, because the problem is that I'm doing this on Limitless tournament, on the Limitless, here we go. We're doing it on the Limitless playtest feature, which is the only way I can get this to work without having to set all of this up IRL, which I currently do not have the time, the space, or the budget for. And yeah, so basically this is how it's gonna work, is that we're gonna have, this actually will be our first matchup. It will be Mewtwo and Mew at its prime against Team Rocket's Honchkrow. And this is one of the best and most successful Team Rocket's Mewtwo and Mew decks against a completely random Team Rocket's Honchkrow deck I pulled off of Limitless. So basically how this works is we're going to use the playtest feature on Limitless CCG. If we just click both of these, I'm going to have to play against myself. So there is going to be a little bit of a, like, there's less of a mystery on, like, oh, who's got what in their hand. You're going to be able to see both of them. This entire tournament is decided essentially just by how they do on here, and it does mean that we get to kind of see everything, which is a little bit unfortunate, and some decks are not going to perform as well as others. Just kind of going through these lists and all that, the power creep is insane. Some of these decks might not be able to keep up, or they might have unfavorable matchups, but everything has been randomly decided. Every team every deck has been given a random seed. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to just run this tournament as these decks facing off against each other. I'll bring up the tournament view, or the bracket again real quick. Red, you tested a Pult Noir deck Yeah, I mean, Polt is basically, like... And that's one of the reasons why it's actually banned in this tournament. I banned Polt for that reason specifically, is because it's so good right now. So some certain decks got banned just because they were way too oppressive for this. But yeah, bringing it to LA seems like a really good idea. Polt is kind of unstoppable. And you know what? If right now I only have the decks for the left half of the tournament. And that's kind of, there's a reason why I don't have a stream overlay or anything this time, especially not for chat. And that's just because I'm going to be using this as a VOD. So I only currently, because I have to manually build all the decks in Limitless CCG, which takes forever, by the way. I will just say this is an abysmal process to try and do. I have to manually input all of these decks, so we're only going to do probably the left half of the tournament today. We might do a bit of TCG live, or we might do a bit of a meta discussion afterwards, but for now, the idea is we're just going to run the entire left side of this tournament until we get to the finals. That is the goal for this video, or for this VOD. If we get further or if we don't reach it, that's fine. I just want to get some footage, and I kind of want to show you guys exactly what the next video is going to look like, because this is the bigger project that I've been working on for a few months. And also, I might have a few moments where I kind of start using more of a presenter voice. Basically, I'll start kind of talking as I would in a normal YouTube video, or just as more of like an exciting... So if, like, my tone kind of changes, where I sound like I'm suddenly like talking like I would in a video with more high octane or whatever. That's what I mean, by the way. So yeah. Red, you lost in top 4 to Mega Lucario. Dude, Mega Lucario, okay, we're gonna come back to this, because this is a discussion I want to have. Why does this format feel even more like a slop fest than the last one? I mean, there's literally a meta deck called Slop Box in the format right now. Okay, we're side tangent aside, we're not going to go there yet, but basically this tournament is going to run. We're doing the left half of the tournament today. I might do the right half on another stream, or I might just do it on my own. We're just going to experiment with this. Also want to show you guys kind of how this all works, and also it would be nice to not have to play like 7 billion games just on my own. I'd like to at least have like you guys watch along with me as we see what happens and kind of react to this. Yeah, Slopbox is full of, it's literally just everything in this format feels like slop. It feels like everyone's playing beat stick dum-dum stuff, and every deck just feels worse. And if you don't play the slop, you lose to the slop. Okay, we're going to run this tournament. We are actually going to start this tournament. So we are starting with Mewtwo and Mew against Team Rocket's Honchkrow. That'll be the first match. We're just going to make our way down this right here. We're making our way down this. Then we'll go to this first round. Then we'll go to second round, quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. We're going to see how long this takes, because this could be a pretty long stream, or it could not. These games could go very quickly. This is a best of 1, by the way. I'm not playing best of 3. That would be ridiculous. So in that case, we are going to actually start the tournament here, and we are going to go to Limitless Tabletop Simulator, and this will be the game. So this is Mewtwo and Mew, and this is Team Rocket's Honchkrow. So here's what we're going to do. For the sake of the tournament, there are a few different rules here. Team Rocket's the team on the left half will always be heads for the starting coin flip, and the team on the right will always be tails. So with that being said, heads, tails. So we're gonna flip the coin here. It's heads. Okay, so that means that Team Rocket's, oh my gosh, I'm gonna mix this up, because I mean Team Rocket's Mewtwo is literally sitting right in front of me on my desk, physically. So I think Mewtwo and Mew, I actually haven't done a ton of research on some of these retro decks. I have played actually almost all the retro decks, by the way, before, but I don't exactly remember which one goes first in this situation. So I think that Mewtwo and Mew wants to go first. Here, give me... Since we haven't actually started the game, The game hasn't started yet. We're just going to take a look at the lists real quick. We do know that Mewtwo Mew is going to go first. This looks like a going second kind of deck. I mean, you can use supporters going second, and you can use welder going second. Okay, Mewtwo Mew is going to go second then, because that's what it looks like it wants to do. Okay, you guys ready to start this tournament? Let's see how it goes. All right. Now, here's the rules, though. When we click New Game, we're going to see the prize cards appear. We're just going to quickly hide them, and we're going to shuffle them. So that way... Yeah, okay, we're going to start. So, New Game, New Game. Oh, perfect. It already hides prize cards. Okay. So, here's the deal. I can see both sides. I'm playing both sides. So, this is going to get a little bit, like... We're just going to have to run with it, all right? Okay, this is actually not too bad of a hand for Mewtwo and Mew. And this is this is actually a really, really bad hand for, Team Rocket's Mewtwo. So they're obviously going to have to place Articuno into the active. Let's see if I can make the card sizes a little bit bigger. Just that way you guys can see. Okay, that should be good. And Team Rocket's Mewtwo Mew is going to put that into the active. Okay, let's start the tournament. Alright, Rocket's Mewtwo is going first. So that means that Articuno is their active starting Pokemon. We're going to draw a card here. And I can't see what it is. Okay, so Team Rocket's energy. So, Team Rocket's Articuno is completely useless, basically, in this matchup. Unless there's, like, some sort of basic or whatever. Alright. Because they're going first, they're going to use a Roto Stick, which allows them to view the top, I believe, the top 4? Top 4 cards, okay. Uh-oh. Help! Help! Team Rockets, the stick is in the way. Okay, hold on. I think I might have to have a technical buffer or something, because this is going to be a bit of an issue. Okay, there we go. I might just have to do that. That shouldn't be a common occurrence. My apologies. I just forgot what it does. Okay, view the top 4 cards. Here's what we're going to do. They did find... it's Archer, not Proton. So, they could be in a bit of trouble here, Chad. I think, actually, this could actually spell disaster for them, and the game has barely started at all. They only have evolutions in their hand. Ariana, I believe, is look at the top 8 cards of your deck. Let me just double check with the physical card that I actually have in front of me. That's Petrol. Ariana, draw until you have 5 cards in your hand, draw until you have 8. So literally, by grabbing something here, they would be putting themselves at a disadvantage. So they're actually just going to shuffle all of them back. So, in that case, they literally cannot do much of anything. They could attach a Rocket's energy, but I don't think that's a good idea. Honestly, I think they're just going to pass. They have nothing. They really needed the Proton turn 1, which means that Mewtwo's going to draw a card here. It's a Stealthy Hood. Prevent all effects of your opponent's abilities and remove any such effects. Okay. Sorry, a lot of these cards I'm going to have to read, and I might have to lean into, like, towards my monitor a bit. But here's, okay, we've got it all. This is how it's going to go. Jirachi's in the active spot, which is actually really good. I honestly don't even know if, I don't even know if, like, you want to do anything before it, because this hand isn't that great. Because Guzman Hollow wouldn't actually do very much right now. I honestly think we just Dead Age change. So I think we just go here, we discard all, and we're going to... Hold on. We could have probably played the Stealthy Hood, but no, otherwise that would be kind of a waste. Let's draw 6 cards from Dead Age change. Okay, there's a Cherish Ball, which means you can get the Mewtwo and Mew. There's a Welder, but there's no Fire Energies. Yeah, what's up, Jim? This is a very, this is an experiment here. This is not the most optimal in the world, but we're running with it. Okay, so I think we Cherish Ball here. We look in the deck. We can get any GX that we want, right? So, I mean, we could get Mewtwo and Mew. And then we could try and go for Giant Hearth, right? I think that's the plan here. We're trying to aim for Giant Hearth or for Viridian Forest. So that way they can Welder. Yeah, we're going to grab you. And we're going to go to hand. And we're going to close and shuffle this. We also want to find a way to get rid of Magcargo. Oh, I guess we didn't even need to do that. Here. Now, here's a rule, is that because I don't fully remember what everything does, decks are allowed a little bit of a correction if it's all a sequential order. If I misplay or something, I promise it's not on purpose, by the way. But they are allowed to take back certain actions to be able to improve the quality of the... Okay. I should probably actually use this half of the screen to understand exactly what these cards do. Here, give me a second. Espeon and Deoxys. I'm just gonna read what these guys do. Okay, Psychic Club and Cross Division. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, Cross Division GX. That actually could be like almost like a game-ending. Oh, it doesn't work because of Articuno. Articuno actually does stop Espeon and Deoxys. Okay, interesting. Solgaleo GX. What do we got for Solgaleo? What do you do? What does he even do? Okay, Turbo Strike 120 and attach 2 basic energy cards in your discard pile to one of your bench Pokemon. Okay, okay. Interesting. Okay. All they would need is a Switch and a Skateboard, but they can only grab one. So, okay, here's what we're going to do. Mewtwo and Mew is allowed to grab a GX and then to grab one regular GX and then one tag team card because they would have grabbed Mewtwo and Mew off the tag call. It is a perfection deck, yes. This is basically modern. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting concept. So stick with me here, folks. This is gonna be a very weird experimental run here. So definitely, if this is not your cup of tea, I definitely get this. This is really weird. Okay, what is even the tag team card that we want to grab here? I mean, we could get, I think it's Mallow and Lana. It's just a free switch out. That's pretty good. I mean, because right now, let's close and shuffle. Okay, we're putting you down because obviously you need to be down. Solgaleo is actually going to be really good. Now, there's no attack this turn. Jirachi is going to use Stellar Wish. To, I believe, I think it looks at the top 5. It does look at the top 5. Okay, view top 5 cards. There's the Giant Hearth. That's exactly what they were looking for. We're just gonna add that to the hand, and we're gonna shuffle the rest back. Okay, Giant Hearth. Man, this is like really, this is like when I started learning how to play the game. This is bringing me back, man. Okay, discard a card from your hand and search up for 2 fire energy cards. So really they need Magcargo GX. I'm just seeing if Magcargo is actually more beneficial. Discard any amount of energy, basic energy, and does 50 damage for each one. Okay, so it's pretty underwhelming. But that's like a late game, like, attacker, per se. So, we're gonna put down the Giant Hearth. Because they can't use Welder and Mallow and Lana in the same turn. Hello, Giant Hearth. There we go. Okay. Giant Hearth is down. We're going to discard the Solgaleo, and we're going to search for 2 Fire Energy cards. You have an idea for a live stream? Regional watch party. I would be down for that if it works in my schedule. Like, because my personal schedule is kind of a mess. We need to shuffle. There we go. I would be down to do a regional watch party. Because then you guys can hear kind of my insights on how games go. Because sometimes, I won't lie, sometimes if you guys were to like sit down and listen to me watch live streams just on my own, I would be losing my mind because people are sometimes really not smart when they play. Or there's like a play that I see where it's like, oh my gosh, just please make the play, and then they don't. Okay, so we're going to use Welder. So there is a possibility, because I remember that Welder draws 3 cards, right? I'm pretty sure Welder draws 3 cards. Let's just make sure. Yeah, jeez, dude, I forgot how broken this card is. Okay, they're going to draw 1, 2, 3. If they get a switch, they win the game. Okay, they drew 3, and none of them were a switch. Unfortunate. I mean, it literally keeps... That play would have ended Team Rocket Articuno's, like, tournament hopes right there. And then, like, it's insane how quickly this deck can accelerate. Okay, now there's no psychic... This has a psychic weakness, so there's no need for weakness guard energy. Rainbow energy, honestly, is going to be better because you don't... And we're going to damage, because I remember Rainbow energy puts 10 damage. And because of this, Jirachi is now asleep, so over the course of the turn, we're going to have to make sure that Jirachi either wakes up or stays asleep. So with all of that being done, there's no need to use Reset Stamp. I think, honestly, they're just going to pass over. Flip a coin. Okay, Jirachi is still asleep. All right, Articuno is going to... Or Honchkrow is going to draw a card here. Honchkrow drew a Porygon. Okay, so they're in the game. They are in the game. They actually could also choose to discard a card from their hand with Giant Hearth to try and... Because they have 6 cards in their hand. They can attach the Team Rocket's energy to the Porygon, but that's not who they want, really, right? Like, there's no need for the Porygon at this current point in time. So, honestly, I think that they might just discard the Porygon 2 to get themselves down to 5 cards in their hand. Then they place down the Team Rocket's factory. Goes to 4. They can draw 4. I think that's the best course of action for them. Okay, so they're going to use Giant Hearth. They're going to search through their deck. Oh no, no Fire Energy cards. Okay, close and shuffle. Because they're nearly doomed next turn. They saw the Mallow and Lana, and there's nothing they can do about it. So, literally, next turn, they're going to start getting cooked if they don't do something. So, they do this. They're going to go Team Rocket's Factory up here, which means that the Giant Hearth gets discarded. And with all that being done, I believe I can now use Team Rocket's Ariana, which does not have any prerequisites. Yes, okay. And since the only Pokemon in play are Team Rocket's Pokemon, Team Rocket's Ariana will draw them 5 cards, actually. Draw 5 cards. And... Okay, this is a little concerning, actually. This is really concerning, actually. They don't have anything. Oh, no. They don't have, like, any basics. Okay, they're going to draw 2 more. They have 10 cards in their hand, and they just drew into a Murkrow. It only took that long to draw into a Murkrow. Okay, so they're in the game. They are in, but that was scary. And honestly, I don't really think that they want to use these other cards just yet. They're probably going to want to hold the hand, because they literally can't do anything else yet. So with that being said... They're going to pass the turnover because they literally are waiting on... Okay, Jirachi did not wake up over the turn, so it is now here. They're going to draw a card. It's a Fire Energy, which is not necessarily too useful. So they could use Jirachi here, use the Stellar Wish, try and get... I think because it's just they want to set up another... Mewtwo and Mew. So Stellar Wish, view the top 5 cards of the deck. Great Catcher doesn't do anything here. A Cherish Ball actually would be quite nice. Because it could get their Dedenne, or it could just grab the Switch without having to use a Mallow and Lana, which honestly I might just grab the Switch for the sole purpose of leaving Mallow and Lana for later. So I think we'll do this. We will shuffle back, and now that Jirachi is still asleep, we're going to switch out Jirachi to the bench, and we're going to put Mewtwo and Mew into the active spot. Now, the question is, though, do they really have anything else they can do here? Because this actually could turn into a real big trap. Let's see. What does Reset Stand do? Your opponent shuffles their hand and draws into their deck and draws a card for each of the remaining prize cards. Oh my gosh. They might just rip the Reset Stamp here. Because I forgot. This just negates the amount of hands. Shuffle all into deck. Draw 6. Yeah, 8 turns into 6. And, oh, suddenly, Honchkrow does not have the greatest of hands. They can take a knockout, actually, next turn, though, I believe, on the Dedenne. Alright, discard. They can currently use Reshiram and Charizard's attack and Solgaleo's attack. Okay, Solgaleo. GX. I'm going to have to do a lot of looking up for this tournament, by the way. Solgaleo has Turbo Strike and Prominence GX, which heals all damage from all your Pokemon. Okay, that's not very useful. I mean, maybe in a later turn that can be useful, but, like, not really. I don't actually... Never mind. This is actually not that amazing. So, in that case, they're going to probably just use Turbo Strike, and they can attach up to 2, which they don't have any. So, in that case... Oh, this is the Lost Zone. Huh, okay, interesting. Yep, they're going to just go ahead and use Perfection to copy Turbo Strike, and they're going to knock out the Team Rocket's Articuno, and they're going to add this Cherish Ball to their hand as the prize card. Okay, 5-6. Now, this is where Honchkrow really needs to start cooking. I'm going to draw a card here. They drew a card, right? Okay, they did draw a card. It's tough to tell when these screens are so small. Okay, they drew into a Miracle Headset. I mean, that's not terrible. Petrol... Oh, no, they're not even close to knocking this thing out. They could Giovanni. Well, no, they could also just put out the Porygon if they're going to Giovanni the Dedenne, but do they even have a knockout in that case? I guess they kind of have to bank on the fact that they're going to get it. Because they could discard the... That would be kind of a waste of the Miracle Headset, but I think that's the only play that they have, really. Okay, so here's what they're gonna put up the Porygon instead, and they're going to use Team Rocket's Giovanni, and they're going to get the Dedenne into the active spot, and they're gonna move the Murkrow to the active spot. So in this case, this kind of sucks, because, like, they have to discard stuff, and they might have to waste the Miracle Headset. Because Honchkrow discards all of them. Team Rocket's Honchkrow. Discard any number of supporter cards you have in your hand and put them... Yeah, okay, so... It's kind of... Yeah, this is a little bit bizarre. How do I play this out? Do I just Ultra Ball away? Because I could actually let Team Rocket's Factory first. Putting them up to 8 cards. Okay, so it might just be Ultra Ball away 2 Petrols. Miracle Headset seems like a waste. Ultra Ball away the Ignition Energy. Or Team Rocket's Energy. Oh my gosh, this is the problem here, chat. Like, this is really weird. I don't exactly know how to play this out. I think it has to be Ultra Ball away probably the Petrol and the Petrol, and then they just have to use the Miracle Headset. But they could also, you know, I think it's Petrol and a Roto Stick. Because that way... no, I think it's 2 Petrol, because then they have to... they can use the Roto Stick and get more, potentially. And at the very worst, they can just Miracle Headset. So in this case, they go and grab the Honchkrow. They put the Honchkrow in the hand. Close and shuffle. They evolve into Honchkrow. So here we go. The game's actually kind of starting a little bit here. And right now, it does 60 damage for each. So they still need 3, which is nice because it's not 50 multiplier. So in that case, with all that being said, they're going to go ahead and use Roto Stick and see, they're going to view the top. Roto Stick is a... it's the top 4 cards of the deck. View the top 4 cards of the deck. And you see why this is going to take quite a long time. And why I'm only doing 1/2 the bracket right now. Because this is going to take forever. So in this case, they didn't get any. So they're going to shuffle it all back. Which means now they have to waste the Miracle Headset. And they don't get the knockout. Basically, they just completely threw. They needed to get rid of the Team Rocket's factory. They got rid of 2 Petrels. That's my bad, Chad. I'm not trying to sabotage here, but like, oh my gosh, they just got super unlucky. So the Miracle Headset would only allow them to do 120. So in that case, it's not very worth it, and they probably should retreat here. Discard all energy, and just put up the Porygon. That sucks, man. So in this case, they're just going to do this, and they're going to go ahead and pass. That was an awful turn. Draw. So I don't think Boss's Orders exists in this format. So in theory, they're a little bit safe right now. So the problem, though, is that there's not really much to do. They could use Mallow and Lana to switch back into the active spots. And just keep up the pressure. Honestly, I don't dislike that. They can also attach, I think a water, or no, let's just attach the weakness guard. There's no reason not to. So with all that being put on there, they're going to go ahead and use Mallow and Law. No, still it doesn't feel right, but whatever, we're committing to it. I think Mewtwo is ahead by so much to where they really don't need to do much of anything. And plus, they have attacks that just kind of knock stuff out. So, also, I don't really need this hand, per se. This is not a good hand by any means. So they could just go ahead, get a Dedenne to hand, and then they could just discard it all. Close and shuffle. Boom. Boom. They're going to discard their hand. And they're going to draw into 6 new cards. A Dedenne change. They do get a Giant Hearth, which means that they can get rid of the Team Rocket's factory. They can discard the Charizard GX with the Giant Hearth, and they can go ahead and grab 2. Close and shuffle. Fire Energies, which means that next turn they'll be able to start powering up a new Pokemon. And in this case also, they can go ahead and use Charizard GX. Charizard GX, which has the Flamethrower attack for exactly 140, which is 10 more than needed to knock out the Honchkrow. They're going to go ahead and use... oh, wait, hold on. Because they did discard energies, they can go ahead and get another Mewtwo and Mew, and they're going to put that to the bench. They're just going to bench it. So, close and shuffle. And they're going to go ahead and use Turbo Strike to be able to get 2 energy cards to hand and to hand. Uh-oh. Might not be able to scroll up. Attach. Oh, cool. I didn't know you could do that. But this is what I was intending to do. So, with all of that, this poor little Porygon is dead. And Honchkrow is on its last legs here. They've got to have this huge comeback turn. They're going to draw a card. It's another Honchkrow. They really can't keep just getting Honchkrows, dude. Okay, they're going to place down Team Rocket's Factory again. That's an immediate must. They need something huge here to get them back into this game. They're going to use Miracle Headset, and they're going to grab Ariana to hand. And they're also going to go ahead and grab Team Rocket's Petrol to hand. Which I don't know if I can actually scroll all the way up for. I don't know why it does that. Wait, hold on. Hold on, I can just drag it to hand. Never mind, we're good. Okay. They need to use Ariana here to draw 5 cards. Drawing 5. Okay. And, okay. Archer, Night Stretcher, yeah, not exactly ideal here, chat. I mean, they can Pokepad for a Murkrow to bench. They're gonna just bench it right away. Close and shuffle. They can also Night Stretcher for the Porygon. Nope, that we are not searching through the deck. Close and shuffle. Whoops, that's my bad. They're going to put this on the bench too. Okay, with all of that, now... Sorry, I know this is a bit chaotic. This is a really weird idea. This is all very confusing. Yeah, this is this stream's gonna be all over the place here, chat. So if you want to stick with me, I really do appreciate it. But this is going to be quite bizarre on how this works. So with all of that, they still can draw 2 more cards with Team Rocket's Factory, which hopefully it gives them Pheasantipity. Pheasantipity can draw 1, 2, 3 more cards, which brings them up to 10. Suddenly, Honchkrow might actually get the knockout here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 6. Wow. Honchkrow is back in the game. Oh my gosh. Honchkrow legitimately could make their way back into this game. They'll need to discard 5. And they're guaranteed to be knocked out again next turn anyways. Unless Charizard... No, Charizard has 4. Which means that they'd need Welder. Which means that they might not get a return KO. Oh, wait. Mewtwo did not take their prize card. Glad I caught that. Okay. That is really broken, per se. Okay. So, there's going to be 4-3 in favor of Honchkrow after this play here. But it's just, what do they want to discard? I think they want to keep the Archer, because then they can shuffle their hand back into their deck. Okay, that's the plan. That is the plan. So what they're going to do, they're going to have to discard 5 to be able to get the knockout here. Right? Yeah, math is math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They just discarded 3 Team Rocket's Giovannis, by the way. I'll just point that out. And I think that's all of them, actually. No, there's one more, I think. And with that, it's gone. It's dead. The bird has slain one of the most powerful tag teams in the history of the Pokemon trading card game in one hit. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3 prize cards. And just like that, Honchkrow is back, baby. Honchkrow really pulled its way back into this game. Alright, Jirachi's in the active spot. They're going to draw a card to start the turn. And it's Mega Lopunny and Jigglypuff. Hello, what do you do? What does Mega Lopunny do? Jumping Balloon. This attack does 60 more damage for each of your opponent's Pokemon GX and EX in play. It doesn't do anything in this matchup. Puffy Smashers. If this Pokemon has at least 4 extra energy, your opponent does 200, which is not 210. Oh my gosh. Again, this was not intended for power creep format, which is where the retro decks are going to have an issue, is they're not going to be able to deal damage to certain things, and they're not going to be able to meet certain criteria. But the modern decks sometimes won't be able to interact with the retros, so this is a little bit of an interesting idea. Okay, Giant Hearth here. Rescue board, or escape board here. There needs to be an attachment, but I do believe that they're looking for a welder rather than... Okay, and also the factory is gone. So they're going to view the top 5 cards of the deck. And they do... Great Catcher doesn't do anything. But they do find a welder. That's exactly what they needed to stay in this game. Shuffle the rest back, and now Jirachi's asleep, but it doesn't matter because of rescue board. So they're going to go ahead and use this welder to put 2 on, and they're going to draw 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there's another Mewtwo and Mew. The problem is that if this one goes down, the game ends. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to put another one, to start setting up another one, because there's not really a need for much more bench space, per se. Like, if they don't get one shot, then they all need to retreat, and then just set up a new one. I think... Oh, hold on, where did this one go? Where did it go? It just disappeared. Uh-oh. I think it got lost to the void. That might be a little bit of an issue. Whatever. We're going to run with it. I have so many energy on it anyways. Okay. With that, they didn't actually get what they wanted. Did it go to the discard pile? No, it didn't. Okay, it's still there somewhere. Okay. With all that, then, Mewtwo and Mew is now in the active spot. It can now use Charizard's attack. And... I would want to attach it to the Mewtwo and Mew, but I can't see the Mewtwo and Mew. What if I put this in the discard? Okay, it doesn't work like that. It's a hand. Or it's a bench, actually, because it's on the bench. Okay, well, that's a problem. I can't see the Mewtwo and Mew on the bench. Did it just, like, join the Shadow Realm or something? I actually don't know where the other one went. I'm not joking. Like, it's just gone. Okay. Well, that's amazing. Okay. Well, we're just gonna run with it here. Technical difficulties. Well, Mega Lopunny and Jigglypuff is pretty worthless. But they also do have a 7-card hand. Would it be... Bench the one in the discard pile. I was thinking that too. I guess there's not really a way to correct that game state, per se. Watch. It better not get sent to the Shadow Realm again. Okay, this one did not get sent to the Shadow Realm for whatever reason. So in that case, they're going to attach their energy here. And since they do have one more bench slot, they could use Marshadow, which I believe... There were a few Marshadows that were good. Marshadow has the resetting whole discard any stadium. It is not the let loose Marshadow. That is huge. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a... Okay. Well, in that case, that is not very good for Mewtwo and Mew. They cannot reset the hand. Marnie did not exist yet at this point. So they can't use Marnie to shut down Team Rocket's Honchkrow. And honestly, Honchkrow might just be able to win the game next turn. They might just be able to win based off of this. And with that, I'm just going to make sure that Perfection, Mewtwo, and Mew... We're just going to look at Mewtwo and Mew Tag Team GX. Has at least one extra energy. Heal all damage from all your Pokemon. Okay, well, 200 is not going to knock out any of this, which is actually really bad. The only thing would be Flare Strike to knock out the Pheasantipity. That's insane. Okay, well, they're just going to use Charizard GX's attack from the discard. They're going to take another prize card, and suddenly, Honchkrow looks pretty poised to win this game. in complete honesty here, they just need to one-shot this Mewtwo, and they will advance to the next round of the tournament. Okay. With that, they are going to draw a card. They have 8 cards in the hand, and it's a Proton. So honestly, I don't even think that they want to get rid of this hand. They're going to attach the Rocket's energy, and they're going to evolve into a Honchkrow. They're going for game this turn. Wait, do they already have it? They already have it. That is insane. Look at that. Look at the turnaround, the absolute turnaround. 1, 2, 3 more cards just for fun based off Flip the Script. They don't need to do anything else. They already have a one-hit KO, and they just won. They went from having absolutely nothing to start the game to beating one of the best decks in the history of the Pokemon trading card game. And this is only round 1, folks. They're just going to go ahead and use Rocket Feathers, Rocket Feathers, knock out the Mewtwo and Mew, and they're going to take their last 3 prize cards. So the winner here is Team Rocket's Honchkrow. Unbelievable. That was 2 attacks to win, and Mewtwo and Mew just could not capitalize off of their huge lead. That's insane, man. That is crazy. They could not pull it together. And this is going to be an issue for some of these like lower power creep guys, is that they're not going to be able to withstand some of these huge attacks. And they give up big prize cards because back then that was the power creep level. So Honchkrow is advancing. And honestly, this is a little bit concerning for some of these other retro decks because they might not be able to keep up with Honchkrow. Honchkrow could actually make a really, really deep run here, guys. Okay, with all of that, we now turn our attention over to the bracket. Rocket Bird, yep, Rocket Bird got the win there. Also, don't mind a quick preview of the thumbnail. And also, there we go. Okay, with that, we are going to, not do that. That's really annoying. We are going to Control C and Control V, and suddenly they will be facing off against a much easier matchup in the form of Zoroark Lycanroc, but that will be a matchup for later. Zekrom? What do you mean Zekrom? Oh, you mean like... Oh, yeah. Pikachu and Zekrom, right here. Pikarom is in this tournament. That's what you're going to see later. Also, don't mind some of these elements for other like streams and stuff, and so that way you guys can't really see. You'll be able to see some of like the construction stuff on like how I make thumbnails and whatever on the side, but that's all you're gonna see, honestly. Okay, so with all of that, we move on to our next round, which is going to be ADPZ versus Mega Clefairy. Uh-oh, it is lagging. Yeah, I see that. Sorry, I don't know why the stream is lagging. Interesting. Okay. Hopefully it's not lagging anymore. ADPZ will be going up against Mega Clefairy, Mega Diancie. And honestly, I think that Mega Clefairy is pretty cooked here. Okay, we're going back to these decks as Honchkrow is moving on, and Mewtwo does not get to show off how good it really was. Also, by the way, I'd like to point out that the $24 deck, the budget deck, beat the $521 deck. Just would like to point that out. Alright, my decks. Next up, Mega Clefairy, Diancie, and ADPZ. ADPZ will be on this side. Mega Clefairy, Diancie will be on this one. Yep. A destructive power. That is actually one of the most accurate statements I've ever heard. Now, this is a completely random deck off of Limitless TCG, so this is going to be very weird. I've never played this deck before in my life. And you know what? I'm actually going to duplicate this tab. I should have my decks. Give me a second here, folks. I should have probably done this from the beginning. I can just keep the list off to the side. Why did I I do this before? I really should have just kept all the lists off to the side. My decks. Yeah, don't mind it. Lag again? Jeez. Okay, I will just say sorry about the lag, if there's any lag. The university Wi-Fi has been absolute garbage lately. Like, literally, we had a network outage yesterday for the university as a whole. So if that happens, blame the university, not me. Okay, so we needed ADPZ as the other one. Okay, so this is going to be either an absolute beatdown, or it's going to be one of those games where it just kind of takes forever to get started, and then it goes. Okay, we are going to start the game. Play test. ADPZ. Mega Clefable. Tails. It's Tails. Mega Clefable will get to choose if it wants to go first or second. Now, if I'm remembering correctly, ADPZ cannot attack on the first turn. They can use Intrepid Sword, but they also want to be able to start by getting their Altered Creation GX ready, while also powering up with Intrepid Sword. University of Pika. No, that's not my. That's not me. I don't own the university, so no, we're not playing the blame game on me. You can blame my university, Minnesota State University, Moorhead. Blame them. Okay, so ADPZ is going to want to go first. However, Mega Clefairy Diancie will not allow that. They're going to go first because they also get benefits from going first, because they get to charge up their Pokemon first, and also potentially could get more cards drawn with Mega. So the problem though here is the Megas can be 4 prize cards if they get knocked out, and they could legitimately just get wiped off the face of the earth by these Zacians. Alright, let's start this game. New game for both of them. Boom and boom. 0 and 1 mulligans. Okay, they're gonna just take 1 mulligan card. And they're gonna put down the field. Oh gosh, ADPZ is in trouble here. Not really, actually. Okay. Lysander Labs, what do you do? Pokemon tools have no effect. Well, unfortunately, that only is a downside for ADPZ because there are not really any good tool cards in this current format. A destructive power versus Moon Fairy. That's basically how it's going to go. Now, if Clefable was actually a fairy type, they'd have a much better chance of winning against ADPZ here. Now, against it, you have to be really careful. I think they actually are just going to legitimately place up Monkey Dory, because Clefairy is a liability, a very big liability to start, and I think they would want to stockpile first before just going to town. Alright, here we go. Clefable going first. They're going to draw their first card of the tournament, and honestly, it's not looking amazing. They could go for a regular Clefairy here with the Ultra Ball. Prevent all effects of your opponent's Pokemon abilities done to this Pokemon, and you can 1, 2, 3, 4 times 4, 160. That is actually enough to one-shot, so it might actually be beneficial to go after that. And also, Monkey Dory is kind of just fodder in this game. So they're just going to go ahead and put this Clefairy on the bench. And they didn't draw any of the telepathic energy. Oh, and it's discard from hand. Okay, that's why there's so many in this deck. There's no way to naturally... Okay, that's a little bit concerning, I'm not gonna lie. Whatever, we're running with it. Let's see here. It's 3 times, right? For Lily's Clefairy. 20 times. So 20 plus 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. They might honestly just rely on Clefairy, Lily's Clefairy for chip damage for now. And they also have Lily's Determination for next turn. The most cinematic deck names for each deck in this matchup. A Destructive Power 0 versus Celestial Fairy. I mean, yeah, that's basically the best way to put it. Except that this Destructive Power, it currently only has a freaking Dedenne in their hand. And Shrine of Punishment is completely worthless. It doesn't do anything except hurt. It only hurts ADPZ in this matchup. Alright, they're going to draw a card. Is it anything good? Like a Quick Ball. It's an Oranguru, which has the Primate Wisdom. I don't really think that there's much in this hand. 4 energies getting discarded, though. How many does ADPZ run? 9. Okay, so they should be fine. And is there any way to recover these energies? There is not. Uh-oh. Do they want to run with a Primate Wisdom to preserve an energy card? Or are they going to get rid of all of them? Which means that there's still technically be 5 left. Almost Destructive Power. Yeah, I mean, when you start with a Fion and an Oranguru, it's not exactly the Destructive Power you're looking for. I think that they do run Primate Wisdom. Put this at the... Hold on. Draw 1 card. And it's another energy. They just wasted it. And they just put 1 back. Alright. Dead change. Discard all. And they're going to draw into 6 new cards with their Dead change. And oh no. Uh-oh. Oh no. Guys, I don't think it's looking good for the most powerful deck in existence. How did they not draw into a single useful Pokemon? They have 4 Quick Ball in their deck. Oh my gosh. They could be cooked. Do they even attach an energy in this situation? I don't think so. In that case, they just have to pass. Oh my god. This is terrible for... The retro decks are just... is not their day. Okay, drawing a card. They're going to attach to the Clefairy because they don't really need to worry about that. And then they can just Lily's Determination, shuffle into deck. And they're going to draw 8 cards. Oh my gosh. Dude. This actually legitimately could be just the end. There's also Diancie, but they don't really need to use Diancie right now. They can now just retreat for free, go into Clefairy, and because there's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they knock out the Fion for free. Chat, it just may be Jover. They're going to take a prize card here. They literally don't need to do anything else at the moment, and they currently have so much set up. This is going to be an uphill battle. Alright, they're going to draw a card. Is it something useful? It's a unit energy. That is not useful in the slightest. They could reset stamp, but they might want to wait to use the reset stamp. The problem, though, is that Clefairy can just run away with this entire thing. Okay. They're going to go ahead and they're going to draw with Primate Wisdom 1 card, and it's a custom catcher, which literally can't be used. Dude, this might actually just be the end of the tournament for the most powerful deck. Oh my gosh. Mega Kangaskhan is Mega Slop. I mean, you're not wrong. Right now, it is like kind of been like the slot box enabler. Oh my gosh. This could just spell the end of the tournament here. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 2. Okay. So right now, Lily's Clefairy doesn't get the job done. This is unbelievable. I cannot believe what's going on right now. They're going to draw into it again, which means they're going to have to Primate Wisdom again, which means they're literally living off top deck forever. They can't do anything. They're going to have to pass. They're going to draw a card here. They do have a Wondrous Patch. Oh no. Wait, this could actually just spell doom here. They could Hilda, get the energy, and set up for... Hold on, what does Diancie do? does 120 for each. Yeah, that's the game plan. That is the game plan. Just put up the Diancie. They're gonna Hilda here. Searching out the Clefable. Oh wow, Clefable could actually have copied Altered Creation. Which is not super useful. To hand for the Mega Clefable, and to hand, and we're gonna close and shuffle. Now they can use the Wondrous Patch. Let's go ahead and view this. We're gonna put this into the hand as well. We're gonna close this because the Wondrous Patch attaches here. We're gonna attach here as well. We're gonna evolve into this because we used the Wondrous Patch. And now you're going to retreat into the Mega Diancie, and they're going to go ahead and discard all energy, and that's going to take out the Dedenne. They're going to draw into you and draw into you. Oh my gosh. Pokemon Company International is the creator of Slop. Yeah, we are basically just consumers of Slop. This is like the way that the format is currently going. It is just a Slop format. It was poorly designed. Okay. Work has to be done here. Draw a card. We already know that that card is not something useful. It's a research! It's a research! Wait, how? Oh, I see. Because it didn't get put at the bottom. What was the card that I was going to put there? The unit energy, right? Okay, so the unit energy is back on top of the deck. Whoops. Because they're going to use Primate Wisdom. It's a research. This will be a very costly research, but it's the only option that they have left to even stay in the game. They're going to use Reset Stamp, and they're going to shuffle all this back into the deck, and they're going to go ahead and draw only 3 cards, which actually does kind of shut them down quite a bit. I mean, a little bit. Not actually that much. Custom Catcher can't be played. They're just going to have to research. Discard all, and they're going to draw 7 new cards. ADP is 3 prize cards down. They finally can get something going. They can finally start to play the game. It took way too long for them to get here, guys. But they actually can start playing. And they have to use a switch in order to get here, because the Oranguru has 2 retreat cost. This is genuinely one of the worst games I think I've ever had to witness. Could they quick per se? Could they quick ball? Because the Zacian is really going to get them their prize cards here. The Zacian is going to be their way to victory here. I think they keep the Custom Catcher. Because they can Custom Catcher the Clefairy or the Diancie and one-shot it. But do they use... And the Guzman Hala is really useful for later as well. Because it's... Well, not really, actually. It just searched out a special energy. I think, actually, they're going to do this. They're going to quick ball the Guzman Hala. They're going to grab the Zacian. Well, do they want the Dedenne, though? No, I think the Dedenne is too much of a liability at this point. They're just going to bench the Zacian and guarantee that they get it. They're going to Metal Saucer, attach to the Zacian with the Metal Saucer. They're going to go ahead and use... no, hold on. We're going to look at the top 5 cards of the deck. Another Reset Stamp, and a Marnie, and a Research. I think they want to go for the Research here, because that way they can get way more cards, and they're going to shuffle all the rest of them back. Custom Catcher. What does Custom Catcher do? Draw until you have 3. They could have Custom Catcher here. I mean, why not? Well, no, they need a Custom Catcher in order to actually get it into the active spot. So, no, they're going to save the Custom Catcher. They're going to attach the unit energy, actually. Does it provide... Oh, no, it only provides water, grass, and... Okay, hold on. Show all. Yeah, no, that's not useful. They're going to end the turn with Intrepid Sword. 1, 2, 3 cards with Intrepid Sword. They do get a Metal Saucer for next turn, so... There is a world... Okay, and they're going to see... And, no, Jirachi is still asleep, which I don't think Jirachi's going to live this next turn anyways. Okay, this is really, really weird. I'm not sure how this is going to go. We're going to draw a card, and it's a Mystery Garden, which actually could be pretty useful to draw up some cards here. Place down the Mystery Garden, which I think is discard a card, Psychic Energy, and you get to draw as many as you have Psychic Pokemon in play, which is really good here. They're going to go ahead and do that, and they're going to draw 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. They did get a boss's orders. They got a boss's orders. How much does Clefairy do right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 again is just not enough to take a knockout. So it's only doing 120 damage. So they can't get the knockout, but they could pressure the Zacian. The problem is they leave the Zacian with an opportunity. And what would this be? 3 counter? No, it's just 2 custom catchers. So in a world, there is a world. This is weird. Okay. Anyways, they also did draw into a Telepathic, which would also boost their damage output, and they could grab something like a Kangas? No, it has to be a Psychic-type Pokemon, I believe, with Telepathic, right? Up to 2 basic Psychic-type Pokemon and put them onto your bench. What would they even want to grab, though? There's not really anything good to grab. They could also just use 0-6 just as a haters card, but they're already going to discard most of this hand anyways. I think it's better just to take the guaranteed knockout and just use a 0-6. It's better to use 0-6 here. So Telepathic can go, because this can one-shot. This can one-shot. So Telepathic, search the deck. They could also just grab like the Frillish or whatever, just to be a nuisance. I mean, no, it's bad to grab that. Close and shuffle. 0-6 Machinations. Well, they don't know, obviously. They only see 6 in hand, and this is going to turn into 3. This is going to bring it to 3 cards. So they're just going to go ahead and discard 1 and 2. And the Vitality Band doesn't really do much in this matchup, I don't think. Well, no, it does, right? Because ADP only does 108, or does 150. Never mind, it was never going to... Wow, oh my gosh. Yeah, they're just going to get rid of Vitality Band too. Then they're going to retreat this guy for free. They're going to put up the Clefairy. And they're just going to go ahead and use Full Moon Rondo. Oh my gosh. You see Enamorous? Yeah, Enamorous lost Zone Box. That was certainly a time. And Enamorous even saw playing Gardevoir for a little bit, but it was never really that popular. Okay, that's another prize card. This is not good. I don't think that ADPZ can even win this. Down so much. They're going to draw a card here. Oh, wait, hold on. No, they have to put up the Oranguru. That's my bad, guys. They have to put up Oranguru in order for this to work. And they do have 4 Switch in the deck. Okay, so they're going to Metal Saucer, and they're going to attach the energy. They're going to attach it to the Zacian. Now, they're going to go ahead and use Primate Wisdom to draw a card. It's a switch! Oh my gosh, wait, they're actually cooking here. Switch, boom, and obviously the custom catcher has to be on the top of the deck. They're going to research. They're going to draw 7 new cards. They did not get the custom catcher. They don't get it, which means that they actually win next turn. Is there a way that they can stop it? Is there a way they can prevent? They really needed to get rid of the Diancie this turn. They could Dede change, actually. Hold on, now that I think about it, they could Dede change. So they could do this. They've already attached energy for turn. They can... Shrine of... I mean, but Shrine of Punishment is so bad. It only actively helps them. Because it does damage to GX, right? It does, like, 10 damage. 1 damage counter on each Pokemon GX and EX, which obviously doesn't affect these EXs. Yeah, ADP only does 130 now. I mean, it does 180 if you use Altered Creation, but this is not a game where it's able to do that. But that doesn't even knock out Clefairy or Latias, which is crazy to think about. So I think they use Metal Saucer. Obviously, that means that they're going to go and nab another one of these. They're going to attach to this Zacian. They might, I don't know, but it fuels the Clefairy, and they really can't keep fueling Clefairy. They have to place down a Shrine of Punishment, though. That is like a must. They have to. And then they can go ahead and Quick Ball away the Absol. Oh no, but Dedenne is gone, and there's only one other custom catcher. They prized 2 of the custom catchers. They went through so much of their deck to get here, and they just come up short. That's unbelievable. There is still a chance, guys. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. They have to use Custom Catcher to draw into another one. And Brave Blade prevents them from using another Brave Blade next turn. Unbelievable, guys. ADP, the strongest one, considered one of the Titans, is about to lose to some random deck. Oh my gosh, dude. This is not a good look for the retro decks at all. Oh my gosh. This is unbelievable. Are there going to be any retro decks that actually can make it through? Because this is insane. They literally are just going to have to go ahead and use Brave Blade here just to knock it out and only take 2 prize cards. Oh, they're the custom catchers. That is true. Yeah, the damage only, the triple energy attachment is nothing to scoff at. But yeah, the 3 prizes are in the active spot. Yeah, it doesn't work with the current pace of the game. So, I mean, you do get your Brave Blade off, but now it is literally just they go ahead and they draw, and because they didn't get another reset stamp, sure they have gone for a reset stamp. Will I allow... You know what? I'm going to allow for it. I'm going to allow them to use a custom catcher to draw 1 card, which is in... Okay, never mind. I tried to give him a scapegoat. I gave a way out. They're going to damage 10 damage. It doesn't matter, though. All they need to do is use Lana's Aid to go ahead and look at the discard pile. They're going to attach this to here, and then they're just going to Garland Ray, and that's the game. Random Mega Clefairy deck is moving on, folks. Against arguably one of the best decks in the entire game. Unbelievable. Dude. What is this? What is this tournament, bro? It's going up against Pikarom next. Dude, okay. What a crazy timeline. Alright, the next matchup is going to be... Raging Bolt versus Mega Exeggutor Zygarde. Okay, so this matchup... Yeah, so there are a couple... There are a couple Modern v Modern matchups in here, so I'll try and speedrun those because they're not that fun, but they are important to actually get to the next one, because Modern versus Modern had to happen for some of these, so we're just going to go ahead and speedrun these. They're not going to be very interesting, and they're not going to be very long, so, because these, mainly, the time that has to be spent is because I've never played them before, or they're like decks where I have to remember what they do. So let's go ahead and get Raging Bolt, and let's go ahead and get Exeggutor Mega Zygarde. So playtest. Celestial Faria wins against the destructive power, the meta menace that plagued the Pokemon TCG and nearly ruined the competitive landscape of the game before COVID had to stop it. And it loses to some random deck on Limitless TCG. Insane, people. You had no idea how, like, insane that is. Oh my gosh. Okay. Heads, tails, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Raging Bolt won. And Raging Bolt, this build of Raging Bolt was also completely random. Everything that's on here, by the way, for the modern decks, they're all completely randomly chosen lists, so they're not the lists that I personally would run. They're just some random list that somebody else made. And I actually could play this entire deck right now in person. I just am missing one ends plan, but it's $86. Oh my gosh. Okay. If Bolt has a good start, it go turbo again. Yeah, but if it doesn't, then Mega Exeggutor just wipes the board. Okay. New game. New game. So Bolt wants to go second, I believe. Oh, and this is Turbo Bolt, by the way. This is not Bolt Owls. So second for Bolt and first for Mega Zygarde. All right. And they're starting with the Meowth. Yeah, this game they're probably just cooked here, guys. They probably want to go second, actually, now that I think about it, but it doesn't matter. Wait, no, they get to choose. They're going second. Yeah, no, they're forcing Bolt to go first. And honestly, Bolt does not have a very good hand. All right. How much does... you do 180, I believe? Yes. So the Meowth actually legit could die next turn to, but because Bolt is going first, it doesn't really matter. So the leaves doesn't actually really matter either. Okay, so Bolt's going first. Yes, if it were knocked out, it would start first anyways, but because Exeggutor chose for Raging Bolt to go first, because they need to be able to set up and stuff. Okay, drawing a card, and let's have this modern slop game begin. Yes, this one also plays Mega Lopunny for whatever reason, which actually could make a little bit of a difference. Obviously, not going to commit too much to resources here. I think the best play here is to Ultra Ball away the Area 0 and the leaves to go and get... did I mention that there are 2 Mega Kangaskhan in the deck as well? This deck is probably the epitome of slop. It plays all your favorite slop cards. Okay, Ogre Pop, the boss, and yeah, no, that's literally the turn. They're going to just go ahead and pass. They're going to draw a card for over here. What did they get? An energy card. That's not necessarily too useful. They're going to go ahead and, yeah, this is one of those, like, really, really weird lists. So I'm going to have to read what these do. Yeah, no, I don't think that this is going to really set up the way that people hope. Ultra Ball, a way of fighting, and a water. I guess I should have used Pokegear first. They only play one Meowth, and that's the only Meowth in their deck. Oh my gosh, dude. Do they just go ahead and get the Zygarde and be like, you're gonna just... Nah, they're gonna get an Execute to bench. This could be an easy game for Bolt. Gotta leave stream. Hey, appreciate you stopping by the way. I know this is a really weird stream. This is definitely not one that I'm like... What do you do? What is the, But I do appreciate you, sticking around for a little red. If you come back, then it'll be good to see you when you come back. Ooh, exit. They should have probably gone first then, right? Because then they could have used Precocious Evolution, and they actually could have set themselves up for success. But no, stopping Bolt from turboing turn 1 was probably the best option, too. Because they could do this, and they could legitimately stop. Okay, Pokegear, it's got to bail them out. View the top 7 cards of the deck thanks to Pokegear. They do find a Lily's Determination. They're going to add that to the hand. They're going to shuffle everything else back. They're going to use Lily's Determination, shuffle onto deck, and they're going to go ahead and draw 8 cards. Boom! Oh my gosh. What is this? What is this? Oh no. Lily's is good, but not when you get this. What is this slop, bro? There's nothing good in this hand. Oh my goodness. This list is so chopped. Uh-oh. Alright, they're going to use Precocious Evolution. So actually, they're in business next turn. But Okay, close and shuffle. They get to evolve with the execute, which does basically put them out of range. And they could actually get to work with Crispin next turn, but like, oh my gosh, that was one of the worst Lily's determinations I've ever seen. All right, now it's back over to Raging Bolt. You're gonna draw a card. It's a Cyrano. Okay, now Raging Bolt doesn't exactly get a knockout this turn. And they kind of know it, but they're kind of screwed. Like, isn't Raging Bolt just kind of screwed in this case? Because, like, they're going to get wiped out. Is it better to just do the damage now and then, like, try and pull something together next turn? Because they could go for the Lopunny with Cyrano and then just hope that they get an energy with Fez. Dude, this actually just turned into a very weird situation. Okay, Crispin going to get the to hand and to hand. This actually could turn around very interestingly. Put it both on the Raging Bolt. They do stretch themselves. Go for a Roar. I mean, that is kind of a play, but what this does right here is it sets up Raging Bolt to be able to just go in with Lopunny next turn and take a knockout, depending on how things pan out. Because they can use Cyrano, and they can Cyrano for Latias, for Fezandipity, and even for, like, and for Mega Lopunny. So that they could go for a knockout on the Exeggutor. Otherwise, they're playing too slow, and Exeggutor will just destroy them, because it has the swinging Sphene attack. So that's why I'm doing this, by the way. It's a little bit weird. I know, I'm playing this really weirdly. I mean, this entire thing is really weird. So anyways, they're just going to go ahead, and they're going to discard all the energy, and they're going to go ahead and discard all the energy here, too, because neither of them are guaranteed to live this next turn. So we're going to set the damage to 210. So this guarantees that the Exeggutor, well, not guarantees, it does mean that Exeggutor is at low HP, and they need to start setting up something new. They're forced to use Crispin on this next turn. They're going to draw a card. They need it to be a basic search. Oh my gosh, I was about to say, they need Buddy Buddy Poffin. They got themselves Buddy Buddy Poffin. So what they can do here is they actually can keep themselves alive to bench and do I want to even try using Excadrill EX at all? Nope. It's a trash card. It's really bad. I don't know why this deck runs it. It doesn't do anything useful. Well, they're going to take what they can get here. Close and shuffle. They're going to go ahead and use Crispin. And they're going to put these into the hand. Dude, the Zygarde would be insane here, but it's just not going to be able to show up. So they're going to attach where they need the fighting and they need a water. So boom, that's set up. And now they're going to go ahead and use a Swinging Sphene, because there's literally nothing else to do in this situation. They're just going to go ahead and use Swinging Sphene, and they're going to flip a coin. It is heads. They knock out the Raging Bolt. It's gone, and they take 2 prize cards. So Lily's is really good, and why is there 2 Excadrill EX in this deck? Oh, there's just the 1, and we drew into it. Why? Oh, we don't need Excadrill. It's so garbage. It's literally only in here for, like, what, Mega Kangaskhan? But, like, that's even still really stupid. Okay, anyways, they took 2 prize cards, which means that they are now in the damage lead. The Ogerpon has to go up, so they need to get 2 energies. They're going to draw a card. It's a Latias. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that gets rid of one of the things that Raging Bolt needs to go for here. They only need an energy card and the Mega Lopunny. Okay, so they're going to Cyrano here. They're going to get themselves Mega Lopunny, evolve the Baniri. They're going to get you to the hand, and they're going to get, what's their last one? Because they really don't want to place down a Mega Kangaskhan in this situation. Would it just be, a Meowth for next turn? I'm wondering if it's a Meowth for next turn. Because they're basically, yeah, I think it's a Meowth for next turn. They place down the Fez. They're going to draw 3. They got the energy card, which is what they desperately needed. So they knock out this Exeggutor, and then they can just start attacking any Exeggutors that are left. Oh, welcome back, Red. Things are happening here, and they're really bizarre. Like, this is such a weird game. Okay, it's going to retreat into the Lopunny, and they're going to go ahead and use Gale Thrust to knock out the Exeggutor, and they're going to get themselves 2 prize cards. So the Exeggute goes up. They're going to draw a card. And really, they need something to get them back into the game. And they drew into Secret Box, so they are back in the game. Why does this deck not run Pheasantipity? What? Okay, but I mean, what does this do? This gets them Ultra Ball, it gets them Crispin, it gets them, seriously, what is this deck? Yeah, unless the Execute can evolve, in which case it'll be harder to KO. And then what? They have to... I guess it's not the end of the world, but, like, they still don't get another Pokemon to attach to and attack with. I think that's honestly their best play, though. Okay, so they're going to use Secret Box here. And they're going to have to Secret Box, probably away the Terragon is probably completely worthless. An Energy Search, the Terragon, and the Excadrill, which are all completely useless cards in this matchup. They're going to go ahead and get the Exeggutor to add to the hand. Oh, they actually get a Power Glass, which is huge. That's huge. Well, they need to get, what, an Ultra Ball for that? Yeah, Ultra Ball to hand as well, and they're going to get a Crispin. Okay, so in order to even get the Exeggutor, they're going to have to Ultra Ball. And honestly, I think they need to Ultra Ball away the Hex, or the Core Memory, and the... probably an energy card, because they can just energy retrieval. Oh, no, not the water. Not the water. Because otherwise they're wasting an energy retrieval. To hand. To hand. They're going to get rid of the... Oh, did it get added to the hand again? It did. Okay. And they're going to just put the grass in there. Weirdness of weird. It is really weird. What does it even do? Excadrill EX has Piercing Drill and Rock Tumble. Piercing Drill does 60 for 2 fighting energy and does 60 to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon that has any damage counters on it. And Rock Tumble does 200 and isn't affected by resistance. So in other words, absolute garbage. I have no idea why this random deck builder put it in there. It's very confusing. Anyways, so in this case... they can attack this turn, right? Yeah, they can attack this turn. They're going to have to use Crispin to go and get this and this to hand, which means that they no longer have access to Crispin. Crispin is now a useless card, and they're going to go here, they're going to go here, they're going to put the Exeggutor in play, they're going to attach a Power Glass. Useless Slop. Yes, exactly. It is useless Slop. And they can Tropical Frenzy, but they can't Tropical Frenzy onto anything very useful to your Pokemon in any way you like. That is big. Do they have any sort of retrieval for Pokemon, though? Because right now, they're not going to have another Exeggutor to attach to. Wait. Oh, no. I'm just realizing they don't have any other Pokemon in play other than this Execute, which won't have an Exeggutor to evolve into. So if this thing goes down, which it very well could, actually, on this next turn. I'm not even joking. Oh my gosh, this is really bad. What the heck is going on? This is such a stupid tournament. Okay, well, they're going to go ahead and energy retrieval, I think, to get another fighting to hand and a grass to hand or a water to hand. I think a grass. Wait, why would they grab that? They could just Tropical Frenzy again. No, we want to put that in the discard pile, and they want this to hand. And they're just going to go ahead and use Tropical Frenzy, and they're just going to load up this Execute. And it has 150, so set damage 150. So, I mean, the Execute is ready. It's just, can they pull it off? And do they want to use the Swinging Fiend? Okay, here, boom, attach this to this because of Power Glass. Super, super weird. What the heck is going on? Alright, your turn. Draw a card. So they need another Raging Bolt, and they have multiple Meowths in their hand, which they don't exactly need. They could Meowth for what? There's only one Cyrano in the deck. They could Meowth for Crispin, I think. They need Meowth for Crispin. They Ultra Ball. They get that. They go ahead and they attach energies, and they just try and go for a knockout. Because Meowth has 170, so they can't just boss Lopunny KO. And they threw away the Iron Leaves, so they can't exactly just use... They can't Gust. I think they go for a Raging Bolt turn here, because otherwise they're not getting in their damage. Because, yeah, no, they either set up a 2-shot, but then they risk losing the whole game. They need to try and go for a big play this turn. So I think it's Ultra Ball away, the Latios, and Meowth? Area 0 is pretty useful if it gets bumped. It gets the Meowths out, but yeah, true. But honestly, Exeggutor doesn't really care about if it's a Meowth or not, because it can just use Swinging Fiend and knock out anything it wants, per se. Will the Execute be executed? Good pun. Very good. No. The Execute is not even a primary focus right now. There is no reason to go after the Execute. I think it's just getting rid of a Meowth. And they go for a Raging Bolt to hand, close and shuffle. They put down the Raging Bolt. Wait, why the Meowth? They could have gotten rid of the Area 0. No, because they might need the... I guess it should have been that. They put down the Meowth. They could put down the Area 0. They're going to go ahead and get the Crispin out. To hand, and to hand, close and shuffle, right? Because that's the right energy. No, okay, it's not. We're just going to pretend that didn't happen, fellas. To hand, and then they're going to close and shuffle this. Boom. Because it used the Crispin to get this onto you. They're going to use Teal Dance to draw another card. Rock Scouting. Okay, so now they have 4, but the problem is that the Lopunny has to retreat. 4 times 7 is 280, so they wouldn't have gotten the knockout anyways, which means when they retreat here, discard all energy, they have to retreat this guy, and this is actually just helping Exeggutor. Wait, no, they can't do this. Because otherwise now it's a 50-50. So they can't do this yet. They can only use Gale Thrust. Is that right? You know what? I'm going to say that's a misplay. Because because they forgot. And you know what? Just to make things more interesting, because I did kind of go through a motion without really thinking too hard about it, I'm going to punish them for it and say that, guess what? You're stuck with the Lopunny in the active spot. Because obviously they don't know that... Yeah, I guess yeah, absolutely. That's I'm going under the mentality against Exeggutor specifically, but yeah, Gale Thrust only does 60 damage. So, that's not very good. Because I did misplay. I did actually attach it to the Raging Bolt, and I did already make a mistake in this turn. So, I'm just going to make that be what happens, and they're going to have to live with that mistake, which is not very good for Raging Bolt. They didn't even use Pheasantivity, by the way. I just realized. But oh well, it's already next turn. Oh, oopsie. And no, I'm not throwing for Raging Bolt. I legitimately just forgot. That's my bad. Yes, Lopunny is going to get destroyed on this next turn. So they're going to draw a card. It's a boss. Now, do they want the 3 prize cards? Or do they want to guarantee that that Raging Bolt legitimately cannot attack next turn, or at least get a 50-50 chance at making sure that Raging Bolt does not get to knock them out next turn? Wait, hold on. How much does Lopunny do? 230? I believe it's 230. It does. It would be 10 damage short. So the question is, do they go for the 50-50? Because right now, their deck... Let's use Energy Search just to see what's left in the deck. They could get an energy, but they wouldn't attach to anything. Oh, they do have another Exeggutor. Never mind. They don't really need to care. We'll just grab this, I guess, to hand. They don't really need to care that much. They have another Exeggutor. I just realized that. You know what? With that, they're going to shuffle their hand into their deck. And they're going to draw into 6 new cards. They didn't get it, but they do have a Petrol to get to Ultra Ball next turn. Uh-oh. They could Fighting Gong, but that would just, no, that's a liability, if anything. I think they just go ahead and use Tropical Frenzy, right? I mean, there's no Pokemon really to attach to. So yeah, they're just going to go ahead and use Tropical Frenzy, and they're not going to attach any energies because they really don't need to. Because they could Swinging Sphere and try and knock it out, but yeah, now they're just going to go ahead and, oh wait, no, it only does 150. Oh wait, oh no. Oh no, I just forgot that Lopunny has 330 HP. Oh my gosh, everyone's misplaying, and everyone is just me. Okay, so they're going to have to use Swinging Sphere here, guys. And that means that there is a chance that they could miss. The heads needs to be... It needs to be a tails. It needs to be a tails. It's a tails! Oh my gosh. They kill the Raging Bolt, setting Raging Bolt back a turn. They get 2 more... Why are there so many Petrols in this? Dude, you need more setup. There's no way. That's insane, though. That's so funny. And that basically just means that Raging Bolt is going to get cooked by Exeggutor. It didn't even matter, by the way. I will just say that the damage didn't even matter at all. I mean, it would have. It would have allowed for an actual knockout. 160 plus 160. No, yep. It would have mattered. That's insane. It doesn't really matter, though, because they can just set up another Exeggutor, and that would be game anyways. But in this case... Uh-oh. You can never have too many Petrols. No, you can. You can have way too many Petrols in your hand, and you have no need to use them. But, like, okay, whatever. Anyways, they're going to draw their card. The Deck Builder. Yeah, you know what? The Deck Builder was like, Petrol. Man, I love Petrol. We need to put more Petrols in here than Crispin or, like, any sort of basic search. Like Brock Scouting or whatever. Like, we don't need basic search. We need Petrol. We need so many Petrols. Okay, it's a Mega Kangaskhan. That is not useful in the slightest in this situation because it literally won't be able to knock it out. They don't have any more. They're going to have to Area 0 here. They're going to draw 3 more cards. Okay, Glass Trumpet. So, but they can't. They need an energy switch, don't they? They would need an energy switch, and they don't have it. And even if they boss solved, well, guess what? Exeggutor is just gonna switch back into the Exeggutor. What? Dude, this is the stupidest... Okay, but they still have a chance. Okay, they draw another card. And it's another Kangaskhan. The epitome of slop. It's all slop. Okay, they're gonna Ultra Ball away you. And you, I think, because Brock Scouting is basically pointless. Oh, no, bro. Oh, they do have a Crispin. There is a way. So much petrol. They could call it an oil spill. Ha! That's a good one, actually. Good. You guys are clicking today. Nice. Very good. There is so much petrol. That's an European thing, right? They call it petrol in at least the UK, right? Because in the United States of America, we call it gasoline. Okay, so there actually legitimately is a way that they can still say in this game. To hand. Close for now, because they're just going to go right back into the deck. Boom. Uh-oh. No, wait, no, no, wait, no, I messed it up. I messed it up. I messed it up. Oh, no. I guess it doesn't really matter, though. Wait! Where did the teal mask go? Okay, there it is. 1, 2. I just need to place you down on that bench. Boom. Okay, we got it. Petroleum. Yes. Yep. That's what it is. It's petrol for short for petroleum, which is what they call it in the UK. Because, like, they can Meowth here for Crispin. Oh, no, they actually get the knockout, right? They get an attack off to hand, but it doesn't matter. Because Petrol just searches out Ultra Ball if there's an Ultra Ball left. So that's, what, 1 and 2. And then Glass Trumpet can go ahead and go for, attached to, I don't know, a Meowth can have it for Pete's sake here. And they're going to attach this to you. Then they're going to discard all. Oh, not discard all. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. View all. To hand. Yep. See, there are lots of buttons I can mess up with, guys. It's actually really annoying. No! Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's fix this board state. You go here. Why are you so painful? You go on the bench too. You're not overtaking anything. You are just trying to exist on the board. It doesn't really matter. That's the problem. It is a guaranteed win for Exeggutor. I don't know why I'm doing all this work just to set up the game board again. Here, boom. Good enough. We're going to call it good there. Obviously, they don't know that because they don't know if there's another Exeggutor for Raging Bolt side, but we're going to just figure it out. We're going to see how it goes. Yes, we should check in on the Wingles. The Wingles are part of the Dawn Trainer. They're the mascots of the Dawn Trainer soap brand. Yeah, he was trying to say. Yeah, he was trying to hoard some of those petrol because of the gas prices, thanks to our amazingly and super smart president. I'm exaggerating, by the way, or not exaggerating. I'm being sarcastic here. I am ashamed to be an American, in complete honesty, because our president is an idiot. I could say much stronger words, but also I have to remember I am a pokemontcg channel, and good demographic is of you guys is youth, so I'd rather not be swearing on my channel. Guaranteed win from Exeggutor. It is, yes. Rapid fire combo is the only thing that can save, or quote unquote save. They need to hit what, 1 heads? They need to hit 1 heads, and they didn't even get it. It's why, dude? Oh my gosh, they didn't even get the knockout. Well, in that case, they're gonna draw a card. And they're just gonna go ahead and use Swing Fiend. Oh, it doesn't matter? That's crazy. You know what? Just for fun, we're gonna figure it out. It's a heads. They just knock out the Kangaskhan. And look at that. The fun and ingenuitive decks are actually the ones that are winning this tournament. That's crazy, guys. All right, with that, the more fun and entertaining deck moves on, and the slop deck stays in the bin. All right, the last matchup for the first round of the tournament is going to be Ethan's Typhlosion and Dragapult Monkey Dory. I know, boring matchup. This is even more boring because neither of them are even that fun. Back to Deck Builder. All right, let's set up the next round here. Give me 1 second while I get it all going. Let's see, how much are we going here? Okay, we've been streaming for about 1 hour 45 minutes, I think, if I am not mistaken. Let me double check on the stream stats. I do appreciate you guys all sticking around, by the way. This is a very experimental stream. This is definitely one that had plenty of possibilities to go wrong, but I think it's going okay so far. So thank you guys so far for sticking around. I'm hoping that you guys are enjoying it. And yes, we've been live for an hour and 46 minutes so far. Global warming is becoming a rapid problem. The Frostlass factories are producing greenhouse damage counters at an alarming rate. That is genius. Tell your friend that, Absolute Cinema, PKIP approved. It's pretty neat. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. This is a very unique idea. I don't think I've seen anyone else ever do this before. But I've been trying to plan this out for, like, basically ever since rotation. I was like, I really want to do this, but I want to wait until post-row. And I literally have been so busy to where this is the first full free day that I've had since I came up with the idea a few weeks ago. So I decided what better way to spend the free day than to stream with you guys. Okay, so next up is going to be Ethan's Typhlosion, and Dragapult Munkidori. Everyone's favorite slop matchup. Okay, my decks. We are going to need Dragapult Munkidori here, and we're going to go here, and we're going to need Ethan's Typhlosion here. Okay, let's just get this one out of the way, because I really don't want to have to sit here and play this slop for too long. Alright, heads, tails, heads, tails. Okay, Ethan's Typhlosion won the coin flip. They're going to go second because... Well, do they want to go first, is the question. I think... Because there's not really a benefit to going... Well, no, because they could use Ethan's Adventure. For them, they could use Lily's Determination, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah, no, they're going to go... They're going to go second here. So, new game, new game. 0-0 mulligans. Sweet. Seriously, what is with these horrendous hands for both sides? Alright, Maractus goes into the active spot, and don't tell me they're starting Shaman? Oh no, do they have energy to retreat? No, they don't! Why? You should make a short with news reporter Dragapult and have it talk about that. Honestly, that does sound like a really fun parody. You know what? I'll keep that idea in the back pocket. If I have time to make a short like that, that sounds like fun. Because my brother is a Minecraft and Rocket League YouTuber, and he makes tons of shorts, and they get tons of views. He always is asking me, why don't you do shorts? And I say, because if I do PTCGL shorts, like I do sometimes, but if I do them all the time, I just don't like doing that. I want quality shorts, and sometimes I just can't find ideas for like quality animations or animatics or whatever. But Red, I will keep that idea in mind. If I have time with all the other projects and whatever that I'm working on right now, and I am able to make it, then yeah. Yeah, starting with Shaman's bad. Ultimately, the issue comes from that kind of system is that there's always some randomness involved. Best of 3 would have more accurate results, but it'd be very time-consuming. Yes, that is the issue with this tournament format, is that I just don't have the time to do best of 3. We're only going to get through half of the tournament today, by the way. Like, there's still another entire half that we have to do, and that would take probably another, like, 2.5 to 3 hours to do, and I really am not... I don't have the mental capacity to do this for 6 hours. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go through, I think we're just going to play through the entire left side of the bracket today. And then maybe we'll stream the other half, or maybe I'll just play the other half on my own and record that. But for the time being, this is what we're running with. So, yeah, let's just kind of get to the game here. Now, you're going first, Dragapult, which is not ideal. I'm going to draw a card. And of course it's a Dreepy. Of course they got a Dreepy, guys. And I think they want to save the Pokepad, right? Because they can... Lily's Determination here. Rose's Encouragement. Ah, I see. Okay, interesting. I mean, this Maractus isn't leaving the active spot anytime soon without the Latias EX in the deck. So I think it's better to just attach the energy here. We save the Pokepad because we could go get another Dreepy, but we probably want to save it for Dracloak for next turn, and we don't know where the top deck is going to be. So yeah, we're just going to leave it there. They're going to pass. They're going to draw a card. They need like lilies. I manifested it into existence. They got their lilies. They can also place down Battle Cage. There's not really a downside because I think it plays like 3 Battle Cage or whatever, which is insane. They do play 3 Battle Cage. They could just go ahead and Battle Cage just for the fun of it so they can't draw into it later. They'll go ahead and they'll use Pokepad to get themselves... I think they just want to guarantee themselves a Cyndaquil. Yeah, just guarantee themselves a Cyndaquil. They're going to go ahead and bench it, and then they're going to Lilies. A life-saving Lilies. Shuffle all into the deck, and then they're going to draw themselves 8 new cards. You might make your own TCG channel, so you'll keep that idea as well. Hey, definitely. If you make it your own TCG channel, I will stand by and let you make that as something for yourself. I will not take that idea then. You definitely should make your own channel, by the way. I will be one of the first subscribers. Okay, they actually are cooking here now. I think there is a world where they can just go ahead and be like, yeah, we can discard an energy, but geez, man, they really got set up here. So they could go for a Victini here. They probably want to just set up some Cyndaquils, right? Like, let's go Cyndaquil to bench, Cyndaquil to bench. And then they can go a Victini to bench, and then a... Oh, do they have Tatsu? They do have Tatsu to bench as well. 4 more bench Pokemon, and look at that. They are really set up here. They can retreat. Discard all energy, and they're going to retreat into the Tatsugiri. They're going to look at the top 6 cards of their deck, I believe. And yep. View the top 6 cards of the deck. And another Ethan's Adventure to hand. Shuffle the rest back. So yeah. Cool. Very good starting turn here for Ethan's Typhlosion. They actually could legitimately just destroy... Oh, but they fell for the classic blunder. I just realized that they just played this all out, even though there's a Maragdus in the active spot. So this Tatsugiri might just allow both sides to gear up for a little while. Okay, well, that's what we're going to run with. On to Dragapult's turn. They're going to draw a card, and it's an Ultra Ball. And unfortunately, there's no rare candy for Dragapult in this current hand. There is a Petrol, but there's no way to retreat. So in this case, I think it's best to just slowly set up. They're going to go to hand. And I think, honestly, close and shuffle. They don't want to place down Clefairy in this matchup. So Dracloak here, but they will place down the Meowth, because Clefairy is an attacker. Oh, wait, no, don't attach here. Show all. Yeah, they don't want to attach this because they want to attach it here because the Tatsu, they can punish the Tatsugiri. So in this case, they can go ahead and use Last Ditch Catch. They can go ahead and get their own Lily's Determination. Or they could, because they have an Ultra Ball in hand too, they can go for a Dawn instead. I think a Dawn is way better here. Close and shuffle. They'll go ahead and use Dawn. They'll get to hand, and to hand is just another Dragapult line. And then, I don't know, Dracloak. Now, here's the thing. I did grab an extra card, which is the Dreepy. I think it's best, actually, to put the Dreepy back. Why did I even put the fire energy on? I just am making more work for myself later. Whatever. That's a misplay. We'll just count it as a misplay. I'm sorry. Look, when I'm trying to play 2 games at once and I have such a small window, it's easier for me to make mistakes here. So, we're going to shuffle this. So, yes, this is a bit of an issue. Recon Directive. Look at the top 2 cards of the deck. Yes. Dawn or Lily's Determination. I think that Lily's is probably going to be better here. I don't know why I attached the Psychic Energy to hand to bottom of the deck. And then they're going to go ahead and use Corner to deal 20 damage. Wow, insane gameplay here, fellas. Alright, they're going to draw a card. So now, they're kind of stuck. So Kalava, going to go ahead and use... Probably go ahead and use, Friends of the Journey, or Bonded by the Journey, to go ahead and get another Ethan's Adventure to hand. Close and shuffle. Then they can use Ethan's Adventure to go ahead and get, I think it's 3 in a combination of Ethan's Pokemon and basic Fire Energy cards. So, to hand, to hand, to hand. Close and shuffle. Now, they're kind of stuck in this weird little stalemate here. We go here, we can rare candy into Typhlosion. I can attach the energy to Typhlosion. And they're not going to attach the Brave Bengal, though. Then they can go ahead and use Attract Customers to view the top... No, not view all. Whoops, that is genuine mistake here. View top 6 cards. And not a single supporter card. Shuffle back. Amazing. Well, we're stuck in a stalemate here, folks. Alright, they're going to pass. Going to draw a card. Is it unfair stamp? Okay. Do they use Recon here? I think they use Recon and they evolve. View top 2. They're going to take the Watchtower. No, that's more detrimental to them, right? Because, oh no, they already used the Meowth and there's no way to reuse the Meowth. Okay, well... let's put this into the hand, and then this goes to the bottom of the deck. The issue, though, is that Pult doesn't really exactly have everything it needs yet. It still needs an energy, so the battle cage is gone. That does not really matter. This is surprisingly... Hey, thank you, Arter. Pult is kind of set up nicely, but, like, I mean, Typhlosion is just, like, itching. It's just, like, let me in, coach, please. It's surprisingly fun. I'm glad that it's fun to watch, by the way. I don't know, like, this just feels like a modern, like, slop matchup to me, but I'm glad that you guys are enjoying this. I guarantee we're going to get back into more retro once this matchup is over. We'll still have another retro matchup guaranteed for each of the second round whatever. Yeah, okay. Anyway, sorry. I'm trying to also focus, so I'm not like... Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna... No, not the unfair stamp. We want the whole thing. Shuffle all into the deck, and then they're going to draw themselves 8 cards in this amazing stalemate. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Not a single Fire Energy. This is so bad, bro. Okay, they're gonna Ultra Ball away this and probably... they could probably get rid of a boss. But how many bosses do they play? 3? Oh no, they want boss for later. Or they don't want to get rid of the lilies. I guess they could get rid of a boss. Because after this, it's just going to be Typhlosion Fest anyways. Where's the other Ultra Ball? Like, what are they even going to grab off the other Ultra Ball? Pheasantipity? But they literally, this game is controlled by Dragapult. But that would be 3 Ultra Balls down, right? No, they don't. Yeah, it would only be 2 out of the 3, but that means that they don't get another one later. I think it's a boss, guys. I think it's a boss. Are all the fire prized? Well, we attached one of them, and there's 3 total in the deck. No, there's only 1 more fire in the deck, and currently it is, it was sitting in the middle of the deck. It was chilling there. We're just gonna put the Dreepy onto the bench, and then we're gonna close and shuffle, and we're gonna attach another Psychic to this Dreepy as well, and then we're gonna go ahead and damage you some more with, Corner. Yeah, I did play a supporter. So I can't play... I was just thinking for next turn how many bosses I want to have. I Ultra Balled the boss, so I'm not bossing anything. The Tatsugiri's been in the active spot for a little bit there. Alright, next up, they're going to draw a card. And it's another Battle Cage. Again, this does not matter. This is just, fodder, really. Like, there's no need to play the Battle Cage. Okay, Ethan's Adventure again. Just set up as many Ethan's Adventures as possible. Bonded by the Journey. I believe this is the last one by using this Bonded by the Journey. it is the last Ethan's adventure, so now they can go ahead and use another Ethan's adventure. They can go ahead and get to hand, to hand, and to hand. Wow, amazing gameplay, guys. 9 in the hand, Typhlosion, attach the energy here. And then, is there really anything left to do? I guess attract customers, view the top. Blech. Top 6. Yes, Dragapult. Dragapult's doing Dragapult things. Oh my gosh, what are you talking about? Okay, well, this Tatsugiri has just been a huge liability so far. In that case, there's nothing left to do. They need these Ultra Balls. Ethan needs Ultra Balls to discard the rest of the Ethans. And currently, this is just a stalemate. Okay, anyways, next it's going to be you. You're going to draw a card. It's another Dragapult. We're going to evolve into Dracloak. And it's the best option here to Lilies first and then Dragapult is going to win, probably. I mean, this is a very weird matchup. There definitely is a world where both can win, but yeah, Dragapult is more set up and more favored to win this. I think they just Lilies. They just go ahead and shuffle all into deck, and they're going to go ahead and draw into 8 cards. And there's the Fire Energy. Okay, so yeah, I think Dragapult kind of just controls this game at this point. But they don't want to place down anything else. I think they want to save that last bench spot for a Monkey Dory that doesn't exist yet. But they still need one more turn to meaningfully, because they don't want to just attack the Tatsugiri. They can get the Tatsugiri down to 1. Yeah, Slopholt. That's what it is. It's Slopholt. A surprising lack of Dusknoir or Monkey. Yeah, well, actually, this is not... I banned Dusknoir from Dragapult. There is Greninja Dusknoir that exists in this tournament, but I banned Dragapult Dusknoir, which is why it's Dragapult Monkey Dory, because it's a little bit more fair. And also because Greninja is not as self-sufficient or intentionally slow and stally like as this. I don't even know that's not even a word, but it's not like stall or whatever. Okay. With all that, they're just going to go ahead and corner again. Putting this poor little Tatsugiri at 10 HP. They're going to draw a card. And it's a Boss's Orders, which they cannot use. They're just going to use another Ethan's Adventure because they literally have nothing better to do. Right? Let me look at this list again. Oh, no, they don't. I mean, they would literally just be putting themselves in a detrimental position. If they did, they can just go ahead and grab you to hand, you to hand, and you to hand. There's literally nothing else to do. Close and shuffle. Boom. Wow, isn't this so much fun, guys? There's 3 Ethan Typhlosions ready to go, and none of them can do anything. Then, they're going to go ahead and view the top 6 cards of the deck. Again, they do actually get a Lilies this time, and they're going to put it into the hand. They're going to shuffle everything else back. Was ADP allowed, but Dusknoir is considered a war crime? Yes, ADP was allowed because the rest of the deck, the rest of the core deck, is slower and does less damage in a modern setting. Dusknoir was banned because it basically can just wipe a lot of the lower HP stuff from the retro formats, whereas ADP was allowed, and actually, ADP lost round 1. ADP is gone from this tournament. It lost to a random Psychic-type box deck. Which is just... I mean, it definitely drew poorly, but it just got, like, the floor wiped with it. It's insane. Greninja, Terra Greninja. Yeah, Terra Greninja, we're not using the other EX. And we're not using any other Greninjas. I think it's just pure Terra Greninja. That's the only one that's allowed because it functions more like a normal Stage 2 deck, whereas Dragapult is way more oppressive. So if that's the case, Tatsugiri did its ability, is now Dragapult's turn. We're gonna draw a card. What's this card, you might ask? It's another Dragapult. Oh my gosh. Okay. they can go ahead and use Recon Directive before making a decision. Or they could Petrol for, let me Recon Directive first. Let's go ahead and view the top 2 cards of the deck. And it's another Dracloak or a Budew. Neither of them are that good right now. I think we just get the Budew because, like, I don't know, there's not really any to hand. And you go to the bottom of the deck. Is Mega Lucario in this? No. Mega Lucario is banned because it does way too much damage. It literally can one-shot any of the tag teams. So Mega Lucario is one of the few decks that was completely banned from this tournament because it would literally just run away with the entire thing. But just nuking every single one of the retro decks. Like VMAXs and tag teams wouldn't stand a chance against it. So it was banned for that reason. Yeah, Mega Car Crash. Yeah, no, it can stay in a car crash somewhere else, not here though. Okay. So, I think it's finally time for them to actually start playing the game. Isn't that amazing? We're on what turn? Like 8 trillion. And finally, this Maractus is going to retreat to the bench, and Dragapult is going to boss his orders of one of the many Ethan's Typhlosions. And because it can one-shot the Tatsugiri, it can focus on putting the rest onto probably spreading it between the Victini and the Shaman to be able to set up another nuke next turn. I think it's probably better to put out the Victini now that I think about it, because that's an easier knockout for next turn. It crashes the other Pokemon's cards by destroying them. Yep. Is Regidrago allowed pre-Twilight Masquerade? It was allowed, but post-Twilight Masquerade, Regidrago was admitted into the tournament, as well as Prime Lugia V-Star. So they're in here. They're on the other side of the bracket. I'll show you guys the bracket again once we once this round is over. I'll show each deck. But yes, Lugia V-Star is on the right side of the bracket alongside Regidrago V-Star. So yes, they are admitted into the tournament because nowadays their power level is very high, but they can still lose to a lot of the decks in the current format just because of how turbo and aggressive this format has become. And we've already seen some other turbo decks get obliterated off the face of the earth. So, I mean, there is still plenty of tournament left too. So, and the goal is hopefully a retro deck can win the tournament. I just want to see how far they get. This is just a slot matchup. I just have to do this because this matchup has to happen in order for the tournament to advance. But yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. But yes, Luigi is in here. Luigi V-Star. Are there any Lost Zone decks in there? Yes, Lost Zone Box is in here. Lost Zone Box, I believe, is the only Lost Zone deck that made it into the tournament. But it is like prime Lost Zone toolbox. So it should have some favorable matchups in here if it gets far enough. I think actually it does have a basically free matchup. We'll look at the bracket again in a second here. Let's finish this slot first. So here, Dragapult's just gonna go ahead and knock you out. Boom. They're gonna knock out the Tatsugiri. Boom. They're gonna put, what is it? They can only put 5. 5 on the Victini. Boom. Nuke everything. And with that, they get to take a 1. They get to take a 2 prize cards. So, how big of a mansion would Luigi V-Star have? I think he'd have the biggest mansion of them all. I think Luigi V-Star would have a little bit of a worse time in a Dusknoir Pit format. And like kind of like going against Dragapult Dusknoir would be kind of crazy. If you were talking about ghosts per se, but Luigi V-Star is the most dominant deck of all time. So I think he'd have a pretty big mansion. Okay, so that's gone. Dragapult is up 2 prize cards. Typhlosion can finally play the game, but it might just be a little too late. if that makes sense. You'd love to see the Lost Zone box. It is the only deck that you have. Yeah, we can take a look at that. Potentially, I might have the list. If I don't have the list, then I can look it up, because it is easier to look up the retro deck than the modern decks. So in the meantime, Typhlosion has work to do. And now I think they're kind of regretting not grabbing... I mean, they're just probably going to use another Ethan's Adventure. I'm going to draw a card here. And what is their card? It is a rare candy, which is not that helpful. I'm wondering if they go and they get a knockout here against this Dragapult. Because right now, Dragapult is in such a high lead. Such a big lead to where I don't exactly even know if it's going to be... They can put the Brave Bangle on. They can Ethan's Adventure first. And they're going to get the last Ethan's Pokemon out of the deck. Hand, and that's it. They're literally running out of cards. Close and shuffle. They have 18 cards left in the deck, and that's mainly because of Ethan's Adventure, just searching all of them out. So here, they're going to place down another Cyndaquil. They're going to put on Brave Bangle here. And let's see here. How much does Ethan's Typhlosion do? 40 plus 60 more. So basic maths here. I believe there are 4 Ethan's Adventures in the discard pile, which means that it is 4 times 6 to 40 to 80, 310. 310. Oh no! He doesn't get the knockout. It's what? Oh my gosh, this tournament, bro. Typhlosion could have had a chance to do something here, but no, it's all getting thrown away, bro. Oh my gosh. You're pretty sure you don't have any retro deck, real deck IRL, except for the decks sold in stores and all the, but it's a deck with only 1 V or E. Oh yeah, those are. Yeah, that's fine though. That's fine. If you play online, there's no shade to that. I have a lot of these decks actually built IRL, or I have the pieces of a lot of these decks, or I played them at one point, and it's like it was really nostalgic to play ADP and Mewtwo and Mew, because those are kind of like 2 of the first decks I ever experienced when I started playing. You have only Mega Dragonite EX built, but you're trying to build Enzork, Slotpult, and Mega Car Crash. I mean, yeah. Enzork is good right now. Slotpult is obviously the best deck in the format for a reason, and Mega Lucario is tier 1 as well. So those are all easy. They should actually be pretty affordable decks to build now. They have reprinted them quite a lot, so you should be good there. You're most of them, yeah, that's totally fine. But just buying them to collect cards. I mean, everyone has to start their collection somewhere. I started my collection from 3rd grade, actually. Yeah, it was 3rd grade. A friend gave me a Rhyhorn, actually. I still have the Rhyhorn in my binder. And eventually we just started battling each other. And somehow, I don't know how, but like I started winning battles, and we didn't understand back then that prize cards didn't mean like you take your opponent's cards, that you just take prize cards, but we didn't understand the game back then. So I would actually just take their cards. Like, we'd take each other's cards, and eventually I just started winning so much, partially because I kind of understood how, like, what the strategy was in order to beat people, and eventually, yeah, that was, yeah. You have some of the special championship decks. You forgot you had 3 of the 2022. Yeah, there you go. Arceus, Palkia, and Mew. Hey, my boy Mew. I love Mew VMAX. The other 2 are meh. They're both in all 3 of them are actually in the tournament, by the way. They're all on the right side of the tournament. Pretty good value for being, yeah, barely more expensive than the regular decks. I agree. Very good for retro. If you wanted to play retro again. Okay, let's do the math here one more time, because I actually legitimately think... Wait, did they get the knockout? Let's do the math again. 240... Right? Hold on. 60 more damage, 240, 280, 310. Unbelievable. Typhlosion misses it by 10 damage. That is the sad reality of this tournament here, fellas. It looks like Dragapult's just going to have an easy breeze through the rest of this tournament. I'm not even lying. This is probably... Wait, hold on. Wait, Victini. Victini gets the knockout. Unbelievable. Victini saves Typhlosion and keeps them in the tournament. I forgot about Victini. Only problem is that they're not tournament legal. That is correct. The Specials World Championship cards are not tournament legal, but I think that a lot of places are willing to make exceptions for retro tournaments in hindsight. Yeah, the cards for collecting are pretty great. Yeah, exactly. Unless you're doing expanded, you're not going to use them anyways. Yeah, they're only really used for retro tournaments, and no one plays expanded anymore, really. You have 9 proxy decks from the Brilliant Stars and Surging Sparks format. Yeah, I hate Bloodoo and Dragapult. You and me both. I've made entire videos ranting on how much I hate those cards. Yep, buying for collecting is totally... I always support that. In the meantime, chat, Typhlosion is back. They are back in this game. They might actually pull off an upset here. We'll see. They're going to lose Victini, though, so... Because I think Dragapult really does have a clear shot here. Bumdew burns your hopes and dreams. Yep, that's how Badoo goes. Okay. Dracloak is in the active spot. They're going to draw a card. Did it draw a card? I actually don't know if it drew a card. It did not draw a card. I'm looking back at my footage. It did not draw a card. 12 in hand. There finally is a Monkey Dory. I don't really actually even think Monkey Dory is even going to matter too much. So yeah, they're not even going to place down Monkey Dory here. They need to set up a new Dragapult. They're going to attach an energy. They still have Recon Directive, and they have a Dreepy. So they're going to place down the Dreepy, and they're going to place down, because I think this list runs Unfair Stamp. Wait a second. Did it just replace Latias? Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Every time, guys. Yes, it did replace Latias. Hold on. Right-click to bench. Okay, I can just do this from now on. Cool. So, Dragapult has a full bench. If Pult can't set up into Dreepy into Pult, it is going to be very difficult. Yes, I agree. There is a way that this still works out in favor of Dragapult here, though. And they could just Petrol for Unfair Stamp and kind of basically make it much more difficult for them to find another Brave Bangle and a Victini, though. Slot Pult might be cooked. We'll see. We'll see. I think that, honestly, Slot Pult still is fine. Alright, let's look at the top 2 cards of the deck. It's a Pokepad and a Lily's Clefairy. Well, neither of them are very good if we're just going to Unfair Stamp. I should have probably waited until afterwards, but we wouldn't have guaranteed the Dragapult. So, we're just going to shuffle both of them back because they're just going to get sent away anyways. Petrol, go ahead and get us our Slop A-Spec to hand. Close and shuffle. We should have actually probably burned the Buddy Buddies while we were at it, but whatever. Unfair Stamp. Shuffle all these into the deck, and they get 5 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you shuffle all your cards back into the deck, and you get 2. They got a Brave Bangle and an Ultra Ball. Dude. Jeez. But they don't have any way to draw. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Thing is winning, remember. Yep, I should have burned them off and thinned them. They do have the advantage. Unfair... Yep, exactly. Unfair Stamp could screw Pult over with a bad draw. Just a better guarantee a rare candy. Well, the problem here, though, is that there's no... This is bad for Typhlosion. Typhlosion's almost cooked here. They are going to need, like, Kieran on this next turn or another Victini to get another knockout. And even still, Dragapult could rare candy and... No, they couldn't Rosa's Encouragement. But... We'll see. This is interesting. This will be a very interesting way to end the game. For now, though, Pult really can't do much of anything else. They could use Pokepad. But they're not going to because you don't exactly know what you want yet. Alright, Phantom Dive kills this Typhlosion. They're going to kill the Victini. And now they have how many damage counters left? They have 4 damage counters left. They can put them on the Shaman. And this basically nearly guarantees a Dragapult victory if Typhlosion isn't able to get a knockout on this next turn. They basically have to pray that they can kill the Dragapult and that they don't get stalled out of the rest of the game. This is not good. Yes. You can draw a card by clicking the turn button on the top of the screen. Is there a turn button? Am I tweaking? Ardor, you're a lifesaver. You're a lifesaver. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize that. I forgot that was even a button there. Thank you. Well, we will be doing that going forward now. Boom. Oh my gosh, they top deck a Lily's Determination. Dude, Typhlosion could win this. They got exactly what they needed. Lily's Determination. Shuffle onto the deck. Draw 6 cards. Can they do it? Brave Bangle. Pokepad! They got the Pokepad! They got the Victini! Oh my gosh! Wait! Is this just over? Because they're tied on prize cards. Typhlosion, Polt can just Maractus in the active spot. I mean, that's a point, but, like, they need boss. And right now, I don't think Polt has boss. Polt does not have boss. Oh my gosh, they got the exact combo that they needed. They can attach to the... Well, no, they actually need to preserve this energy. They actually don't have any way to retreat. Anyways, I know it would just be, like, Maractus Soul anyways, but, jeez, dude, this is crazy. Like... Actually, they're going to place down the battle cage, by the way, in case there's any more nonsense that happens. They also probably should just place down the Brave Bangle here. And we're going to keep the energy. But here we go. Buddy Blast. Boom! There goes the Dragapult. Now, Polt could just go Rare Candy. Normally, could just go Rare Candy, Polt, Rose's Encouragement, charge up the Dreepy. But that's not a possibility at the moment. So instead, they're going to have to go Maractus and pray that they get a boss's orders. Okay, new turn. Oh, Monkey Dory. Useless here. Dracloak. Now the question is, do they thin? I think so. Thin. They're failing both Buddy Poffins, but they will use the Pokepad. And they're going to go and get a Dracloak, I think. To hand. So does that boss discard from way earlier in the game potentially set up a Typhlosion comeback? Close and shuffle. Uh-oh. They literally need to draw exactly to bench. We'll just do the to bench shortcut. Alright, well... They do get 4 cards. Flip the script. They also do need... And they can't get the knockout this turn, so they need boss. Yeah, they need boss, and they also need energies, and they don't get the energy. Maybe it's intentional, and that Typhlosion can't get a boss themselves. Maybe Maractus just needs to slap this Typhlosion, and then next turn... Interesting. Okay, so there's a Dawn. Dawn does guarantee another Dragapult, I believe. I actually don't think so. But that might be the only choice. They can Watchtower, by the way. They should probably Watchtower, now that I think about it. Boom, that's gone. Dracloak does still get a draw. Typhlosion does need a boss next turn if they want to win next turn, but also this doesn't guarantee that Polt gets an energy, because this list doesn't run Neo Upper. Alright, look at the top 2 cards. They do find the Dragapult, but they probably should have waited. Because now they don't guarantee an energy, but no, this is exactly what they want. This is exactly what they want. Because they can put this to the hand, put this at the bottom of the deck. This works, because Maractus, if Typhlosion doesn't get a boss, which is already the way that they win, then if Maractus goes down, Pult can just use Rose's encouragement to attach 2 energies and win the game that way. Okay, so what they're going to do is they're going to corner. And they're going to do 20 damage. And now it's Typhlosion's turn. They need a top deck boss's orders to advance in the tournament. They top deck Lily's Determination. Literally in almost any other situation, that would be better. But I think Typhlosion just loses here, folks. I don't think there's a world where it can win. And that's so unfortunate. Yep, I think that's it, guys. And there's not really much else that they can do. Obviously, they don't know. They don't know. And there's no way to, like, stop it either. There's no way to stop it. So instead, yeah, they just have to get the knockout and pray that there's no way. And then I think it's Exploding Needles is 6 damage counters, as I thought. Perfect. 6 damage counters, and they're going to take a prize card. Unfortunately, that does mean that they lose. Obviously, it doesn't. If they don't attack, it could be fine. But also, you have to remember, this is running under the guise that they don't know this list, and they don't know that Rose's encouragement is in here. Yeah, normally the Typhlosion wouldn't take the knockout, but again, this is basically like, even though I'm playing both sides, it's pretending as if there's no knowledge on what's in the hand for the other player and no knowledge of what the other person's deck is. So they have no way of knowing that Rose's encouragement is in this deck. A lot of Pult lists don't run Rose's encouragement at the moment, so they have no way of knowing that. So normally, yes, you guys are correct. Do not take the knockout and hope to try and draw a boss next turn. They got Secret Box out the prizes, but it doesn't really matter because they don't know that there's a Rose's encouragement in hand. So unfortunately, this does mean that Slop Pult is going to be moving on because they're going to do this. They're going to slap down the Rose's encouragement. They're going to attach this to here, and they're going to attach this to, oh my gosh, if I could... There we go. I don't know what I was doing wrong. I think I attached a fire. Attach this as well. Boom. You're skeptical, but you accept this. Yeah, I know. Look, I don't want Slop Pult continuing. But I mean, this is basically I have to play in the best interest of both decks, and unfortunately, this is. If I were the Typhlosion player, I have no idea that Rose's encouragement is in their deck. And if I'm the Pult player, I'm not just going to give Typhlosion the win. So in this case, unfortunately, Slop Pult is going to win. And yeah, you forgot Rose's encouragement was a card. Then again, you play Alakazam. Yeah, but still, it's like Rose's encouragement is a newer card too. So a lot of people don't know it exists. And honestly, me personally as well, I didn't really even remember that it existed in the first place. So yeah, they're just going to go ahead and they're going to Phantom Dive. They're going to wipe away the other guys. And that's just going to be game. Unfortunately, this does mean that Slop Pult will be moving on. Oh, nope, that's Shift. Control C and Control V, and they will be going against... Oh, gosh, I feel so bad for Decidueye. Unless Decidueye gets lucky. Okay, we have round 2 set up. Here is the bracket, by the way, for any of you wondering. I don't remember if I can zoom in. Zoom in. I see. Control plus. Alright, this is the bracket here, folks. What does Shaman say? Not yes, exactly. Thank you, Jam. Okay, here's what we're gonna do here. I'm gonna take a quick break. I just need to get up and stretch my legs. In probably like 2 or so minutes. But in the meantime, you guys are more than welcome to look at this, and you are more than welcome to ask any questions about what the decks are, or like anything like that. It is Alakazam. Alakazam is in here. I will be right back. Give me just like 2 minutes, and I will return, and we will get to our... we will talk about the tournament overall, and then we'll get to the next round. Alright, fellas, I am back. Yes, unfortunately, there is no Chien-Pao. Chien-Pao is not successful enough to be able to make it into this. This is basically, like, the best decks in certain formats, or, like, the hyper, like, competitive decks in certain formats. And, unfortunately, a lot of decks did not make it in. Just they were not able to. But, like, a lot of the retro is on the left side of the bracket. Okay, let's catch up here. Alakazam is here, yes. Alakazam is likely to win against Abomasnow, mainly because Abomasnow also is going to be, like, milling itself, and yes, the prize card differential is really big here. Yes, they only do single target damage, they don't do spread. Real question, who's going to deck out first? That is a good question, actually, because both of them mill themselves out. What is it, Alolan Exeggutor, doing here? That card is trash. Well, it was able to actually win round one. Again, these are all completely random. These are all completely random decks. So any of the decks that aren't the retro decks are randomly selected from Limitless TCG. I literally did a random selection of all of these decks, and apparently Alolan Exeggutor made it in. It was it was from the other menu, and it was chosen from other, I think. That's how it worked. I don't exactly remember, but it was completely randomly chosen. Yeah, the mulligans from how many times they're gonna mulligan is going to be amazing for Alakazam. Which is a very unfavored matchup for it. I think that Mew has a chance to beat Alakazam, just because of how turbo Mew can be, because it is Fusion Mew. We'll have to see. That'll be another time. Right now, we're not doing the right side of the bracket, but you can see right here, Crustle is completely cooked. It's going to lose to Starmie, who has Shred. And then even if it made it past, it would get obliterated by Lugia. Starmie was probably going to lose to Lugia. So here's my kind of like my breakdown of who I think is going to win what. So obviously, now that we have an update on this, let me, there we go. Kinda, maybe. Okay. So here's what it looks like for the tournament right now. We have, moving on to round 2, it'll be Team Rocket's Honchkrow. Here, we'll zoom in a little bit. Let's zoom in. Sorry, my mouse's scroll wheel has been broken basically ever since I got it, so we're just gonna slowly scroll up here. Okay, next round of the tournament will be Zoroark Lycanroc, which is probably going to get obliterated. There's a lot of slides. Yeah, don't mind how many slides I have. This is my Photoshop tool, so don't pay any attention to that. It's called new thumbnails. Yeah, no, this turned into basically my Photoshop tool. So round 2, or the second round of the tournament, is going to have Zoroark GX, Lycanroc GX against Honchkrow. And considering the fact that Honchkrow was able to beat Mewtwo and Mew, I think that we can kind of tell where this is going to go. Will the finals go on the channel? Yes, this entire thing will become a video. This is just a VOD for the left half of the tournament. I don't know if I'll do the right half of the tournament as another stream later on, but eventually I will combine all of this as a big project and turn it into another video. So yes, you guys will be able to see the full tournament run as a video eventually. But for now, we're just doing this as just a live stream of the tournament itself. And only the left side, because I only have the left side decks prepared. And I also don't think I want to sit down for 6 hours straight trying to play this tournament out by myself. We're only past round 1, and I still have so many more matches to go. So just hang in here, folks. We're going to try and get through the entire left side of the bracket today. Okay, so we have Pikarom going against the Psychic Fairy Box, which is so weird that it beat ADP. It beat arguably one of the best decks in the entire game. So yeah, that's right. ADP is gone. It is dead. It is no longer a threat in this tournament. But we going against Pikarom, which is a bit more hyper accelerant. So it will have a bit more gas, hypothetically. Next up, Alolan Exeggutor Mega Zygarde will be going against Rapid Strike Urshifu with Inteleon. That'll be a very interesting matchup because Exeggutor won't exactly be able to prey that easily on Rapid Strike, but also Mega Zygarde have tons of HP, so that'll be an interesting matchup as well. I can't wait for that matchup either. That will be a very interesting one. And then finally, Slotpult will be going up against Decidueye with Vileplume. This deck was incredibly toxic back in the day, but now, unfortunately, it is going against a deck that kind of does the same thing that this deck did, but better. So we're going to see, does the old version beat the new version of kind of the same idea? And that's where we're going to start. We are starting all the way, though, at the top with Zoroark, or Zoroark, whatever. Where is it? Zoroark. Uh-oh. Did it not save to my computer? It did not save to my computer. Why? Okay. Well, fellas, you're gonna see what lengths I have to go to in order to make one of these decks. So we're going to go ahead and go into the deck builder. Hold on, can I just... Whatever. We're just going to do it on the hat. Back to deck. My decks. We're going to have to build it. It's even weirder considering the steel weakness of fairies against Zacian. Yeah, it was actually just able to... the Psychic Box is able to win because it was just faster, and ADP just, like, had nothing. It literally drew into nothing for the first half of the game. So here's what we're going to do, fellas. We have to build this deck completely from the ground up. So that means I'm going to have to... That's why it's taking, like... It takes so long is because I have to build each one of these decks individually into Limitless TCG. Because a lot of these are from ptcg Legends, which is like basically an archive of successful decks from the past. The problem, though, is I'm going to have to look through a lot of these decks that I have saved. Gustavo Wada. Okay, I'm just going to have to go find it real quick on ptcg Legends. I believe it was Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder. Oh, come on, computer. Don't do this to me now. Let's not be slow. Sorry, you guys can't see this because it's not here. There it is, Zoroark Lycanroc. And unfortunately, we don't have the best performing one, which is 16th place at LAIC 2019. Oh, that's in the... But honestly, we're going to go with the best in the Masters division. Okay, it looks like... This actually is a different list than what I originally looked at, but I think for the safety, or for the sake of the fairness of the tournament, this is a fair list to go off of. This is a lot more powerful. So we're going to allow it. We're going to allow a stronger build of this, because it is the same thing. So Zorua. So you guys are going to get to see how I've had to do this. I have to search up each individual card, so it takes a long time. Alright, which Zora is it? It is this one, right here. 4. And I'm also going with the exact arts. Zoro. Zoroark, right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, we've got the Zoroark line. We have to get Rockruff. Oh, wait, that's not very specific because there are a lot of rock Pokemon. Okay, let's see. Rockruff. There we are. This Rockruff. Why this one? What the... I guess it's never really attacking? But, like, ugh. Okay, Lycanroc. And we are going to find Lycanroc GX, not Dusk or Dawn. We are looking for Midnight. Okay, perfect. Now we need to get Tapu Lele, which is considered the best supporter direct search card ever to exist. And we get 2 of those. All right, we also need Slugma. So bizarre. We need a Slugma and a Magcargo in this deck for the smooth over. And it's this one. One of the weirder looking arts. I like it, but it looks bizarre. Magcargo. And we need the smooth over one. Search your deck for a card, put that card on top of it. Yeah, that's pretty darn good. All right, it also has the Sneasel, and this has a lot of one-ofs in it. It's this one. That reminds you, decks in all the decks that ptcgl, the Pokemon Company International used to make were actually themed back then. Yeah, no, they don't really do that anymore. They used to have, like, the Solgaleo. The first actual deck that I had was the Solgaleo Guardians Rising deck. Pre-built deck way back in, what, 2017? But they don't make those anymore. Now they just make actual, like, pre-built decks that are, like, use cards that are meta or, like, pretty close to meta. You do remember a deck kit that was Leafeon versus Metagross? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, they used to be more themed too, and nowadays they're just kind of like, yeah, they exist. Why is Tapu Lele better than Luminion? It can use a V-Star power, and it could technically shuffle itself back into the deck. It's because Tapu Lele, in its time, was also able to use Energy Drive. It was an attacker in itself, a legitimate attacker. And it wasn't only... And V-Star power didn't exist at the time. So yes, Luminion is technically better in the sense that it can search out another of any card in it. But Luminion is better in the vacuum of a V-centered format. Whereas Tapu Lele is best in general, way better than Meowth. Meowth is the worst of the three, because it has only 170 HP and it requires 3 energies to do 60 damage to return it to your hand. But Tapu Lele could use Energy Drive to do decent damage back in the day. Gonna post that deck in the Discord. Really, yeah, absolutely. Please do post that, because I would like to see what you're talking about. But Tapu Lele is just the best. It was the best for its time, and arguably is still the best to this day, because it still has a decent attack that is not necessarily too useful anymore. But Luminion, if you want to argue Luminion is the best, I'm not going to argue against that either. But Tapu Lele is considered the best one out of the 3 because of its significance and its relevance in its time. Now, you could obviously argue that Luminion was really good as well, but Luminion also was kind of crammed up against, like, Crobat, Eldegoss. I mean, not that those were even as popular or whatever, but there was other support that existed alongside Luminion, and also, back then, Tapu Lele was respected and didn't have a weakness, whereas Luminion was basically immediately bullied, and Tapu Lele you could use as an attacker that actually did something. Did meaningful damage back then. That's why I consider Tapu Lele the best. Sorry, a little bit of a side tangent there, but that is personally the reason why. Alolan, what the heck is this deck? Alolan Muck. We are going all the way back, fellas, to Alolan Muck. For whatever reason. Wow, we have to go really far back in time. Oh my goodness. Where is it? I should probably specified it a little bit better. There it is. What does this do? Each basic Pokemon in each player's hand and each player's discard pile has no abilities. Ah, so this is probably for, like, Ditto V-Star, or Ditto Prism Star. Speaking of Ditto Prism Star, that's the only way, ironically, that you can get this thing into play. Dude, if Zoroark is able to win here, it could actually, like, start running away with the tournament with how many, like... Oh, that's F12. We do not want F12. No. No thanks. We are good. But yeah, no, it could actually start running away with the tournament, because it does have some, like, modern meta counters that actually do stuff. Oh my gosh, guys, it's Lily. It's Lily, not Lily's Determination. Just regular Lily. Draw cards until you have 6 cards in your hand, and if it's your first turn, draw until you have 8 cards in your hand. This is just a nerfed version of Lily's Determination. Cynthia. Yeah, it's like power creep exists for the same character. It's crazy. But this deck does get access to Guzma, who is, and Guzma is considered really powerful. In retrospect. Kukui is not bad either. Professor Kukui actually is a very good card. I still think Kukui is a decent supporter. Like, obviously nowadays it'd probably be like draw 3 cards and do 30 damage, but it still would make a difference. Alright, Acerola has had a couple cards. Acerola, put one of your Pokemon that has any damage counter. Oh, so it's like a Turo or a Penny. And all cards attached to it in your hand. Wow, okay, so it's a buffed version. Ooh, yay, we get to play Judge, and that gives me an excuse to play my favorite Judge. Because this Judge kind of looks like me, not gonna lie. This artwork does... At least it's nice that they did keep the first Lily card in mind when they made the new one. Yeah, it is nice. They tend to do that a lot, where they use an older card of the same trainer, and they just improve upon it. As kind of like a nod to the original. I like just using the time relevant cards. So, guys, are we actually playing in, what year was this? 2018. Are we playing in 2018 or are we playing in 2025 here? Because we have 4 Ultra Ball, 4 Nest Ball, and we have Judge in this deck. Alright, Great Ball. There are 3 Great Ball. Man, back when Pokemon had decent search cards, man, instead of slop like we have now. I can't stop saying the word slop when I'm talking about the modern format. It's just the entire format right now feels like garbage. I thought it would be better because obviously it's a step away from the just a hot dog taco hamburger that was the Dragapult Gardevoir Goldango, but no, it just turned into slop, and it was just really, really bad. Same trainer, same Pokemon at the same time. Some Pokemon, yeah, they say their archetype, which is when I make my custom card videos, by the way, I do keep that in mind. I try and go with trends of previously made Pokemon for custom cards. Choice Band. But yeah, it was basically like this format came along and it made me think of like Megamind when it's like, thank you, Titan has freed us. Oh, I wouldn't say freed. More like under new management. That's kind of how I felt with this format when it existed, or when it like came to be. Now we're in a new format that feels honestly even worse than the other one, and we're just gonna have to sit there and, oh my gosh, this is gonna be so much fun, guys. Until they actually start printing decent search cards again. You hate Dragapult, but you're building a Dragapult Noctowl deck? Hey, look, at least all respect to you, because Dragapult Noctowl is something different than just the boring old mold of like Dragapult Dusknoir, Dragapult Munkidori. I personally like playing Dragapult with Blaziken. In fact, in PTCG Live, we're just gonna look at this real quick. I got to name the deck Chicken Jockey just because it plays the chicken, and I also made it even more fun by playing the single prize Blaziken. I've not needed to use it once, but I honestly might throw in a Rose's Encouragement in here now that I actually understand what it does, because it actually is very strong. And could allow me to use this single price chicken. Anyways, that's not the point here that we're trying to do here. So let's go back here. We're almost done. I promise. We are almost ready to start the next round. Fighting. Energy. Perfect. This is the time relevant one. And then the rest is all, let's see. We need double colorless. Oh man, how double colorless. How I miss you. You'd be way too broken in this kind of a format. Especially like all the Kangaskhan's and stuff running around, but... Oh, and unit energy. Wow. I didn't even remember that unit energy used to be this beneficial for anything. Okay. That's the list, everybody. Let's save this as Zoroark. Zoroark Lycanroc. Save that. Now we can play test it. If I were to refresh this page, it should show me Zoroark Lycanroc. Cool. Okay, now that that's saved to my computer, let's play the next round. And Zoroark Lycanroc will be going up against... Let me go back to my other... Don't mind this, sorry. There we go. Against Honchkrow, that's right. It didn't refresh. I gotta refresh this page too. Zoroark Lycanroc. Okay. I have both the lists ready to go. And it's gonna go against Team Rocket's Honchkrow. Alright. Here we go. Play test. Now we're going to use... Uh-oh. I think this one bugged out a little. Play test. Okay, we're just gonna exit out there, and we're gonna play test this way. There we go. Alright, heads or tails? Heads, tails, and it's tails. Okay, let's take a look. Honchkrow probably... It wants to go first because it can use Proton on the first turn. Like, Zoroark also kind of wants to go first because it can get the ball rolling quicker that way, but it doesn't really mind, I guess. Okay, if that's the case, let us start the game. New game, and new game. Uh-oh. We didn't see these guys. We didn't see them. I don't know why it decided to refresh. Shuffle. Okay, cool. Those we didn't see the prize cards. Okay, new game. So who is going to start in the active spot? Mewtwo will start in the active spot for you, and Zorua will start in the active spot for you. Honestly, this isn't too bad of a hand for either side. They both have something pretty decent. Okay. Turn 0. Turn 1 has begun for Honchkrow, and honestly, Honchkrow needs some help here. It does not have Proton. I don't want to use Pokepad until I know that they don't get Proton. If they don't. Okay, here, Roto Stick. View the top 4 cards. They do find the Proton, which means that... shuffle back. They do get their Proton, which means that they can set up properly. They're gonna go to bench, to bench, and to bench. Maybe the Articuno isn't bad. I mean, what effects of attacks does this guy have? Sneaky Slash. I guess not really that important. Everything is... So Articuno is not necessarily a very good card in this matchup. It's more just fodder. Let's put down another Mewtwo to bench. Because Honchkrow is just going to need to, like, rinse and repeat here. Yep, we're playing original Zoroark GX, not Hisuian Zoroark V-Star. And we're not playing Zoroark EX, or N Zoroark. With all that being done, and knowing that next turn there's a Honchkrow that can knock out this Zorua, which they can't evolve yet. They're just going to do this for Rocket's energy. And they're honestly, I think the rest is fine. And they're going to pass. Turn 1. Alright. Sneasel. Oh, wait a second. Sneasel could slow him down, but only if there was a switch option, which there is no way to switch in this, so that's kind of bad. If that's the case, though, I think the best option, it could be to Judge. It could honestly just be Judge to prevent them, but honestly, they just need to shuffle their hand into their deck and draw 6 cards. They could also use Lily here, but just is such an awkward hand. This is such an awkward hand. And I think they want to keep the Zora alive. It's wasting an energy card. I think they use Lily here and they draw 4. Let's see. Okay, they got an Ultra Ball and they got a Great Ball. I think they use the Great Ball first and they get to look at the top 7 cards of the deck. They're going to reveal a Pokemon they find there. View the top 7 cards. 7. Ooh, okay. Do they get another Zorua? I think so. To hand. Or, you know, it's a bench. They're going to bench it. Shuffle back. I think, honestly, they retreat and they discard all the energy and they go into Sneasel as, like, a sacrifice here. And with all of that being done here, I don't exactly know if there's any... Acerola is also kind of almost completely worthless in this matchup. Because it's only going to be going after, like, one-shots here. And I think Honchkrow is weak to electric types, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it is. So they can only use Zoroark. But what is Zoroark's attack? 20 damage for each of your Pokemon in play. Okay, so they need to get more Pokemon. They will get more in play next turn. But for now, this is the best that they can do. They can't use... They could have used Sneaky Slash, but unfortunately they didn't have any other way to retreat. So they're going to have to just sacrifice the Sneasel and call it good. Which is honestly fine, because the Sneasler wouldn't actually be able to do anything worthy of note anyways. Will I stream the other half tomorrow? I'm not exactly sure. I may stream the other half tomorrow. It might have to be at another time, because, I mean, you saw how long it took me to plug in one deck. Imagine that for 12. So it could happen tomorrow, but it might have to happen at another time, because I've been slowly working on this for the past, like, week or so. But yeah, for the time being, we're just gonna do the left half of the tournament for now, and then later we can explore when we're doing the other half. If it's tomorrow, you won't be able to watch it. Hey, that's all right. I don't think it'll be tomorrow, in all honesty, but it could happen tomorrow. We'll just... That's something for later anyways. For now, though, it is now Honchkrow's turn. And Honchkrow is getting set up. Oh my goodness. The attacks do 10 more damage to the opponent's active Pokemon. Okay, well that helps both sides. So Honchkrow is in the active spot now. Rocket's Factory in play. The issue, though, is that they don't really have a lot of supporters. They can take out this with 2. But, like... Rocket Crow, NASA Bird. Yep. You share the Leafeon... Perfect. I will take a look at that at some point. If not during the stream, then I'll just personally look at it after the stream is over. Pokepad for another Honchkrow. We'll put that in the hand. And then we're going to close and shuffle. We're going to evolve into another Honchkrow. We're going to Roto Stick. I opened that deck again. That's not what I wanted to do. Let's go ahead and look at the top. View the top 4 cards of the deck. And they do find a Giovanni. Shuffle back. Oh, but the issue is that they don't have another energy. They've missed... Oh, that's a bit of a misplay. So they can't really actually go after a Zorua. Instead, they're just going to Petrol, I think, for a Transceiver, probably. And then they're going to draw 2 more with Rocket's Factory. Oh, now they can, but they wouldn't have been able to otherwise. So they'll do this. And honestly, this looks pretty good for Honchkrow. I don't think they really need to do much else. Oh, I think the music cut out. Let's go ahead and put on some more music. There we go. Glad that wasn't too much of an issue. Yep, Battle of Gust and Switch supporters. Yep, it's Guzma versus Team Rocket's Giovanni. Who has more aura, though? That's the real question. You know what? I'm gonna make... That's a question I'm gonna ask in chat here. Engage with your audience. Let's start a poll. Which supporter I can't spell. There we go. Yes or no? No, that's not what we're looking for. Giovanni or Guzma? There we go. We've got a pull. Alright, unrelated. You wonder if the new Scarlet and Violet cards have made the WinCon Unknown cards even... Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially Unknown Hand. There's no way that, like, those would ever be allowed in any sort of a format anymore. Alright, who has more aura? I don't... Did it show up? Do you guys see it? It's like... I can't see it. Oh, there we go. I don't know why it's being all ridiculous. Giovanni with 3 votes. Giovanni with 3. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised. Okay, you can see it. I can't personally. I don't know why, but... Dude. Which has more aura? Giovanni has 100% more aura than Guzma. Even in TCG terms, that's kind of crazy. Not gonna lie, because Guzma is like... People consider Guzma to have the... to have more aura in the TCG. At least that's what I thought. But wow. I mean... Look, Giovanni does have... Yeah, Guzma's getting destroyed. Okay. Well, I think that Honchkrow kind of has everything that it needs for this turn. And it doesn't really need to use Proton or Archer, per se. So it's just going to go boom. Nuke this poor little Sneasel. Guzma has style, he's cooler, but Giovanni has more presence and is more imposing. You know what? That is completely fair. Guzma has aura, but I think Giovanni's like also he's like Gen 1 aura. He's been around for so long, he's just got that aura. So yeah, he's just that guy. That's completely fair. We'll leave it up for now in case anyone else votes, but that is completely valid. Okay. Turn 2 for Zoroark. Can they get something going? They got a Lycanroc. That is not what they're looking for. And honestly, Acerola is not really going to be too useful in this matchup. And also, if absolutely necessary, we can just POW pad for it back. So we just do this and this. We go get ourselves a Zoroark. We put this into our hand. Then we just go whoop. We go down to close and shuffle. We put down the Zoroark. And then we could Cynthia here, or we could Judge. I think we Cynthia. Well, first we put down double colorless. And we go ahead and use Cynthia. We shuffle all into the deck, and we're going to draw ourselves 6 cards, because that's what Cynthia does. Wow, okay, that's a lot of devoured fields that we don't need. We can put down the Rockruff. We can go Nest Ball for, I think, Ditto Prism Star. Oh, but Ditto Prism Star got prized. Oh, that sucks. Because he actually would have been really useful in this situation. Do I put down a Rockruff? Well, I don't actually think that Rockruff is... Yeah, no, he's not useful at all in this matchup. I think we put down the Slugma. Because that means that we can actually start getting that established. We can put down a Devoured Field as well. Then we can use Trade. Good old Trade. And we can draw 2 cards. 1, 2. Oh, and a Rescue Stretcher. And that only gets Pokemon back, right? It's not Night Stretcher. So, I mean, we could just use a Rescue Stretcher just to boost the damage. We can go ahead and put this into the hand. We close this. We can put that down. So how much is this doing right now? Let's just double check. Zoroark does 20 times each of your Pokemon in play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's still short. It's going to be short by 10 damage because it legitimately can't. Oh, no. Oh, that sucks, dude. It's 10 damage short of getting the knockout on Honchkrow. Yeah, I don't think that it's going to be able to win. Unknown Hand only needs 35 cards to win, and Alakazam is easily able to do that. Exactly, yep. It's 10 damage short, guys. Even with Devoured Field, it can't even get rid of a 1-prizer. That's power creep for you. Alright, damage to... Oh, let's just set it to 130. Because what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... No, it's 110, right? Because 5 plus a Devoured Field for an extra 10. Yeah, 110. 20 damage short. is one Pokemon away from getting a knockout, and honestly is in a very bad spot right now. It doesn't get to use Kukui, which is the issue here. Alright, turn 3 for Honchkrow. Honchkrow really could start getting something going here. Pokepad for another Honchkrow. I mean, there's literally no other Pokemon right now. I mean, the Porygon 2 will be useful later. Go here, we can Transceiver and get Ariana. Dude, this deck is so broken. It's so broken. And then we get to draw 7 cards. Oh my gosh, dude. There's just an army of Honchkrows. No. Yeah, I think that Zoroark is pretty cooked here. Oh, look. Hi, Porygon 2. Oh my gosh. Miracle Headset. Oh. And how much does it have? 210. So how many does it need? It needs 4. It literally only needs 4 to take out a GX, guys. Oh my goodness. This just feels disgusting. I mean, he still can draw 2 cards with Rocket's Factory. This is so gross. It didn't get it, but, like, it doesn't really care. Oh. What's up, Padre? Bruh? Yeah, this is a bruh moment. This entire thing is a bruh moment, because this Zoroark is just getting destroyed. Do we call GG already? I mean, we could call GG. I think the right play would be to call GG, but I want to be fair to every deck. I also just spent, like, 15 minutes setting up the Zoroark deck, so we're gonna play this whole game out, guys. We're... Miracle Headset, and that's gonna get you back to the hand. I think it's best to get Petrol and to get Ariana back with Miracle Headset, because that way we can go ahead, because at this point we don't really care about Giovanni. We just go 1, we can go 2, we can go 3, and we can go 4, because it didn't really matter which ones we got rid of, but this kills the Zoroark. Boom. Oh, wait, Honchkrow didn't even take the prize card earlier. Not that it really would have mattered. It kind of does matter, but honestly, who are we to judge right now? You know what? Just for the sake of this, I do know that Articuno was... Or this Team Rocket's energy is on top of the deck. We know that. This is a bra moment. Yeah, it's basically just GG's. They've already taken 3 prize cards. Zoroark hasn't even taken 1 yet. Yeah, okay. Draw a card. New turn. Choice Band. Chat, let's look at what Choice Band does. 30 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon GX or EX. Not to any Pokemon. Oh, it's a useless card. They literally have to... Oh yeah, this Devoured Field is gone. They have to place down another Devoured Field. And they have to use Lily here. And they only get to draw until they have 6. They get to draw 4. 3, 4. They didn't even get another Zoroark. They don't even have an energy to attack. Yeah. I think it's fair to just call GG's now. I wanted to play this whole thing out, but Zoroark literally can't set anything up for the entire rest of the game. Honchkrow is just too fast. It's too fast and it's too turbo. I think it's fair to say that Honchkrow wins this one. Zoroark forfeits because it literally can't do anything. And just like that, Honchkrow is in the quarterfinals. How? It has beaten... It beat Mewtwo and Mew. Tag team. It beat... I mean, it was probably destined to beat Zoroark, but, like, how is it this high up in the tournament already? I honestly think that that Honchkrow could make it pretty far. I think that it definitely will have some issues with some of these other decks once it gets further along, but, like, it is cruising. Well, on the bright side, you might be able to go to bed at 4 a.m. 4 a.m.? I mean, I don't exactly know if that's a good thing. I mean, I have gone to sleep at 4 a.m. a couple times this past week because I've been working on so much stuff, but... yeah, the NASA bird, the Rocket bird, is in the quarterfinals, guys. And look, I love doing tournaments and stuff and making statistics and all that for, like, competitive scenes. Yeah. Yes, Padre, I am just playing by myself, against myself. That is the only way that this tournament works, because I can't do it on TCG Live. I can't, and also I don't have the physical resources to do this. There isn't actually a way to play this, other than against myself, because on Pokemon TCG Live, half these cards are not available. Oh, time zones. That makes so much sense. I'm sorry. I don't know why I didn't even think of time zones. But yeah, I hope you need to go to bed there, Arthur. You don't need to stay up and watch the whole thing. Like, 4 a.m., going to bed at 4 a.m. is not healthy for you. And trust me, I know. Okay, the next matchup in the tournament, because I actually already have forgotten, is going to be the Psychic box against my GOAT Pikarom, one of my favorite decks of all time. Uh-oh. I did not mean to exit that. It is not worth that late. Yeah, I know. I've been working on my personal sleep schedule, so it's not as bad as 4 a.m. most of the time. Okay, next up we have this looks like a little lopsided, so we're gonna fix it. Still looks a little bit lopsided, so we're gonna fix it. There we go. We fixed it. Yeah, Rocket's bird is on its way up. Okay, so we have Pikarom. Where's Pikarom? I swear it didn't say Pikarom, did it? It didn't save Pikachu and Zekrom. Okay. It didn't save Pikarom. It is 2:30 right now for you. I mean, dude, if you need to go to bed, go to bed. You do not have to stay awake for this whole thing. Here, hold on. Let me see if I have a stream buffer real quick, because I'm just gonna see. We don't. Okay, that's nice. So yeah, you know what? I'm gonna just quickly check my Windows and see if I have it built. Nope. Alright, well, here's the plan here, fellas. We're gonna have to build a new deck again. New Pokemon deck. Let me find the one that I'm going off of, which I believe will be John Ang's deck from 2020. Now, in the thumbnail, it will say 2019, because Pikachu and Zekrom came out in 2019, but this will be the 2020 deck. Alright. My GOAT, Pikachu and Zekrom. The deck I started playing. Okay, actually, I have to specify here, because otherwise I will be searching through Pikachu cards for the rest of my days. Probably gonna dip soon too. At least tomorrow is Sunday, so yeah. Hey, that's all good. If you guys need to head out, yeah, that's fine. I'm not inclusive of the what? What does that even mean? I have no idea what that means. You're gonna have to explain that. Alright, Raichu and a Alolan Raichu is the next card. I should have probably specified. That's fine. We'll just scroll down. Oh, look, Raichu, Alolan Raichu. Honestly, guys, I'm gonna be honest. I am not a very big Raichu fan. I don't really like Raichu, because it's like, why would you evolve your Pikachu into Raichu, which is arguably just worse than Pikachu? I mean, literally, Pokédex descriptions for Raichu is that, like, it can just shock its own trainer. I mean, not that to say that Ash's Pikachu didn't shock Ash all the time, but that was more about, like, on purpose. Whereas Raichu is just, like, it literally can't control itself, which is kind of lame. And plus, I can see if you want to evolve it to a Alolan Raichu, because I like Alolan Raichu, but, like, the Megas are so weird, too. I'm not... Yes, dude, my GOAT, Tapu Koko V. I love this card, man. Not the second one, not the one that came out later. The first Tapu Koko V. I loved playing this card. Jirachi. Pikachu copy deck. Yes, I mean these decks are being copied from legitimate decks that used to run back in the day. These are from top tournament results. This one is John Eng's 15th place deck at OCIC 2020. Tapu Koko. Oh, I should have literally just kept it on Tapu Koko. Because we have one Tapu Koko Prism Star. We have Zapdos. That's right. If anyone remembers my single prize deck, this is the Zap Beast Zapdos. And Fiona. Don't mind my lack of spelling, guys. I promise I'm better at spelling most of the time. It's a little difficult when you have the microphone in front of the keyboard, though. Okay. Volkner. I think I started playing after Volkner was gone. But this is prime Pikarom, by the way. For an item card and electric energy. Oh, that is broken. Oh my gosh. Research. Oh yeah, so this has to be prime Pikarom because it has access to the Sword and Shield stuff while also still getting access to Lost Thunder stuff as well. And I'll be going against Mega Clefairy Diancie, so we're just gonna put that up here. Quick Ball. That's it? That's all the supporters in the deck is 4 Volkner and 3 Research? What? Seriously, I look back sometimes at these decks, at these old retro decks, and I'm like, how did these decks function? Alright. Electro Power, my beloved, I miss you. I actually own multiple staff Electro Powers, like the Professor Staff Electro Powers as special promos. I think I just traded for them one time from somebody, and I still have them to this day, but obviously I can't use them anymore because they're not allowed. 4 custom catchers, 4 energy switch. I like that. I am a sucker for energy switch. I love this card. And even though this meta is slop, it's mostly slop, it's fair to say that I still like being able to energy switch all my stuff. Oh, look, actually, switch is already here. What am I doing? Why am I typing it again? Good luck beating you. Okay, thank you. I will do my best. Thank you, sir. You're gonna have to catch something you understand. Yeah. That's completely fair. This is going to just be me beating myself multiple times. You have to think that that you have a Pokestop in deck. Then you will always top deck your support. You know what? Actually, that's right. If Pokestop was in this deck, I would be top decking and discarding all the supporters. That's a good point. Yeah, so I think if this deck played Pokestop, dude, this deck actually would legitimately, like, be drooling for Pokestop. Like, that would be insane. Electromagnetic Radar. Not the 8 trillion electrodes. 2, 3 Electromagnetic Radar. It does also get Reset Stamp, which is one of the most annoyingly broken cards in the history of the game. Oh, no, it also plays Great Catcher, which is a dead card. A lot of these decks are going to be running dead cards, because literally they didn't have... And unfortunately, the retro decks do kind of get impacted in that. Wasn't Stadium Nav like you flip 2 coins and you search? Yeah, it is. Okay. Rescue board. Okay. Thanks, Padre. Yeah. Thank you for saying that. My old man knows how to play me like a fiddle, guys. Able to... It got me figured out. Anyways, let's keep going. We need an escape board. That's not gonna cut it. Why did I think only... Escape board. Boom. That's an escape board. Thunder Mountain. Oh, man. Best stadium card, in my opinion, ever. I love Thunder Mountain. And then Lightning Energy, because apparently they call it Lightning in the trading card game, which makes no sense. And we're playing this one. Hooray. Deck. 60 cards. Ikaram. Save. My decks. Pikarom. Boo. Alright, fellas. Heads or tails? Heads and heads, tails. And it's heads. Pikachu and Zekrom has the power to choose. Who goes first? Doesn't Pikarom kind of want to go first here? Because, like, they get to set up first? I think so. Hide prizes. Good point. I will remember to hide the prizes once we start. Unless, like, it's a setting that remembered to save. I don't know if that's how it works, though. In that case, let's start the game. Oh, it does hide them. It did hide them. Okay, we're good. Pikarom's going first, though, because it does benefit from getting that first turn attachment. Okay. Well, it's kind of a shaky start for both sides. I mean, they do get a Meowth and a Clefairy, but, like, Pikarom actually could just nuke Clefairy out of existence next turn. So, let's see. Alright, turn 1 for Pikarom. It draws into a Tapu Koko, which does actually have Spike Draw, and you could use Custom Catcher, because there's 2 of them, actually. Hold on. Let me just see what Custom Catcher does. Let me get this up, and let me refresh the page so I can get my Pikarom, and so I can get Mega Clefairy Diancie up, so I can see what both do. Custom Catcher, and it's only a Gust. Okay, that's kind of unfortunate, but it is really good against Meowth, because you can just... Oh, wow, hold on. Meowth actually could be cooked on this next turn, bro. We'll see. Because you can Volkner for Stadium Nav, hope that it works, get Thunder Mountain, and then, boom. That could just nuke the Meowth out of existence. While also setting it up. Jeez, okay, this could be really good for them next turn. So right now it's just an attach pass. Turn 1. Alright, what does Clefairy get? They get Clefable, so they do get something for next turn. But what does Meowth even... What can it get? A Lily's Determination? I guess that has to be the play, because nothing else here is even that good. Like, this kind of just sucks for... This really does suck for Clefairy, because they can't do anything else. Yeah, they have to go searching through to find themselves a Lily's Determination, which I'm sure I passed a few, to hand, because they literally don't have anything else going on. If they had Cyrano, this would be pretty good too, but they're just going to go ahead and use Lily's Determination, because there's not really anything else that they can do with this hand. They're going to shuffle onto the deck, and they're going to draw themselves 8 new cards. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, they have Telepathic. Never mind. This is not as bad. Telepathic can get Lily's Clefairy EX, probably, because it's a cheap attacker. So probably Latios to bench, and Lily's Clefairy to bench. Would it be better to get the Smooch? What does the Smoochum do? Oh, well, it might actually be better to get the Smoochum. You know, let's go to bench for the Smoochum instead of close and shuffle. Instead of the Clefairy? Well, no, not the Smoochum. Because all it needs is, yeah. I think it's better to just get the attacker out, because otherwise they're not really actually meaningfully attaching to anything. And Pikarom can go kind of quick. So in that case, that is, I think, all that can be done for this turn. The rest of this hand can wait for next turn, because I don't exactly know if there's like a Monkey Dory that we go after. So I mean, we'll see. All right, Pikarom's turn. What do they get? they got their electromagnetic radar. Which I think is you have to discard 2 other cards in your hand, if I remember it correctly. Yes, and search your deck for up to any 2 combination of electric Pokemon GX and EX. I think that's like worst case scenario. And this gets me an electric energy card, right? Yeah, so I can discard one of them. So maybe we go for Stadium Nav. Okay, so we Volkner here, and Thunder Mountain is in the deck, but we have to get it if we have Stadium Nav, which there is Stadium Nav. To hand. And to hand. This could be a huge turn for Pikarom. They need 1 heads. Stadium Nav. Heads, tails, they still got it. Pikarom is about to put themselves in a major lead. To Stadium. Unbelievable, guys. Pikarom is... This is prime Pikarom, fellas. Tapu Koko can knock out Clefairy, right? Tapu Koko does 200 damage with Thunderous Bolt. Oh my gosh. And wait, hold on. What does Tag Bolt do? I think it's it does 200 to active and 150 to a benched. 170 to a bench. Holy, if they even use Meowth again. Pikachu and Zekrom can actually just completely, fully one-shot anything in the game. Like, or at least, they can one-shot the Clefairy and the Meowth. Literally, Pikarom could win in 2 turns. That's insane. It would need to full blitz onto itself, which I don't think is very a good idea. I mean, but where's the 240 damage coming from? It could come from the from Tapu, or from Mega Diancie. I don't know if I said Tapu anything. But look at this. Watch. Custom Catcher 1, Custom Catcher 2, Electro Power. And that Custom Catcher brings up the Meowth. And because of that, it can attack for 2 energy because of Thunder Mountain. And it can use Full Blitz to get the knockout on the Meowth. Search the deck for up to 3 electric energy cards and attach them to the Tapu Koko. Or 2 to the Tapu Koko and 1 to the Pikachu and Zekrom. Hand, hand, hand. Because they don't really need to worry about the counter Stadium at the moment. So 1 to you, and then 2 to you. Jeez. To hand, and to hand. Oh boy. Oh, that's the only thing that's holding this deck back just a tiny bit, is the fact that there's no Boltund. That's what I was thinking of. I'm like, there's something missing from this deck. It's Boltund. But I think I'd rather have the tools from Lost Thunder than have only Boltund. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I think I just realized. Wait, no, they're still missing. They still need energies. And they don't have it right now. And they still... Oh, ooh, okay. Clefairy EX is going into the active spot. They're going to draw a card. What's that card? It is a Hilda. Does that just get the knockout on the Pikarom? Bro, that's so stupid. Is this deck actually going to beat Pikarom? I'd be so sad, man. Let's see. Because this just could be a simple, like, Hilda for Mega Clefable. For some decks, it could be interesting to consider their tech cards. Yeah, that's true. Like, Damp Psyduck could be considered. I agree. I'm trying to play this as faithfully as the decks come for Retro. But if we do this again in the future, I might consider that to, like, make it more fair and so that there's not as many dead cards. Oh, I think that Clefable actually just comes back and gets a knockout here. 1, 2, 3, 4, times 4. Yeah, I think that Clefable just comes in and gets a knockout because it just gets an energy to hand and it gets the Clefable to hand. I think Clefable just gets a knockout and it has 320 HP. It did beat ADP, so yeah, I mean, but Pikarom was like in a much better position, but I don't think it really matters. Because yeah, it's just going to discard 4. Well, what would it even, like... Yeah, I don't think Pikarom can win this anymore, guys. Well, maybe, actually. There is a world. You know what? Let's not count out Pikarom yet. There is still a way it can win. There's still a way it can get back into this game. It just needs things to align properly. Ultra Ball away. Well, it can't Ultra Ball anything. It has to discard all 4 energies. And honestly, there's no need to be greedy right now because they already used that. So, retreat into the Clefable. And they're just going to go ahead and shooting moons. I only think they need to get rid of, what? 1, 2, 3? Right? Because, yeah, that's 240 exactly. That kills Pikarom. That's 3 prize cards. 1, 2, 3. Pikarom still has some comeback cards. So, let's see what happens. Oh, I just naturally drew a card, so yeah. Oops. No. No, you go back. You go back. That's the next turn draw. Because I just needed to up the turn counter. Okay, anyways. A custom catcher. Could help by taking out the Clefairy. They just would need the other one. Is it better to electromagnetic radar the quick ball? Let's see. What do they have? They actually could just fully swing back into the game. They could actually just go Raichu and Alolan Raichu. And then Lightning Ride. Oh. Okay. I think they actually have a game plan here. 16, 50. And they just need an Electro Power. They can do this. They just need a Raichu and a Alolan Raichu. It would come at the cost of... But, like, they actually could pull this off. I think they need to Electromagnetic Radar here. And that's kind of unfortunate. And do they trust they can get another energy off the Dedenne? I think so. Well, hold on, actually, because... Can they trust getting another energy, though? I think it's the Quick Ball, because they can't really use the Quick Ball. And they have more Quick Balls in the deck. They have plenty more. It needs to be Raichu, Alolan Raichu to hand, and it needs to be Dedenne to hand. Because they need a new hand. There's a little bit riding on this. Raichu, Alolan Raichu, attach the energy here. Energy switch. Off the Tapu Koko. Show all. Close this. Put this here. Let's see here. So now, Raichu, Alolan Raichu is ready to attack. The question is, what can they do with a new hand? Draw 6. There's an Electro Power. Because then they can use Lightning Ride GX, or they could start setting up for another... Wait, they can also just use Jirachi, right? They can go Jirachi, they can retreat into Jirachi, they can switch into... Okay, hold on. We're cooking here. They switch into Jirachi. I think they use this first. View the top 5 cards of the deck. Top 5. They do find a Research and a Reset Stamp. Dude, Reset Stamp actually would be broken here. Put it down to 3. Yeah, I think that's the best option here. The E-Switch is really nice too. But, like, we have Volkner for next turn. So, to hand for this, shuffle everything back. They Reset Stamp, make everything get shuffled back in, shuffle all into deck, and they only get 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. Which is actually not that good for them. Wow, Pikarom with a huge comeback here. And now they don't need to worry about this, because they can switch it into Raichu and Alolan Raichu, and they can use Tandem Shock. I think they also guarantee the Electro Power, because they don't know if there's going to be a Disruption card, per se. They don't know if there's a Disruption card. Which, honestly, there's only one in their deck entirely. So do they bag the Electro Power, or do they save it? I think they save it, right? They just use Tandem Shock, and it paralyzes the Mega Clefable. So this does 160. Oh, hold on. Set damage 160. So, okay. Okay. They're cooking here. Pikarom is cooking here. They really shut down this attempt, and now all of a sudden, this is not looking good. The question is, though... Okay, draw a card. Night Stretcher. It doesn't matter, though. They can't retreat. They can't do anything this turn. Uh-oh. I'm actually kind of thinking through it myself, and they legit could just almost lose here. Like, Clefairy could start to set something up here. Telepathic can get them... Monkey Dory and Mega Diancie to bench. Sorry, we're gonna bench both of these guys. But like, they can't Adrenaline Brain in the same turn. Oh no, they could have Ultra Balled and then entered, but oh, they still need to be able to attack, and they're always going to be behind. A Thunder Mountain Raichu doesn't need 3 energies. It requires 3 to use normally, but because Thunder Mountain's in play, it reduces it by 1. So that's why I was able to attack. So Raichu is able to attack, by the way. It could use Lightning Ride GX, by the way. Or it could switch back into Tapu Koko. An energy could get attached to Tapu Koko, and so that way they don't need to waste an Electro Power. That might actually be a better play, because Tapu Koko can attack. Oh, but there's no free retreat. Unless, actually, no, they could go for Zeraora GX, which I think says if there's any electric... Yeah, so they could just go get their own, basically, their Latias. Yeah, no, that's actually perfect. Oh my gosh, Pikarom actually might legitimately come back and win this game. Oh my gosh. Okay, here's the play. So, obviously, they have to pass. They can't do anything. They can't do anything. And honestly, there's no point in wasting resources, so their best bet here is to just pass. And now also, because they notice that the Clefairy is getting powered up, they don't want to set that all up. Is it time to set down another Pikarom, though? That's the question. And also, do they want to attack with Tapu Koko, or do they want to bag Tapu Koko, so that way they can knock out the Clefairy? Because their Clefairy is going to be the only attacker next turn, unless they get a Wondrous Patch. And there's no guarantee of them getting a Wondrous Patch. So you know what? New turn. Another Volkner. Not exactly as useful, but Volkner does get the... do we get an energy switch? Let's see. There's plenty of switches in the deck. What do they grab? Well, obviously they need the electric energy to hand. They're also starting to run out of those too. They have Tapu Koko Prism Star as well, so maybe it's a Quick Ball as well to hand. I think that's correct. Because that way they can start setting up a Tapu Koko Prism Star, they can get down that. I think this is correct. Because then the next turn they can Volkner again. They attach a Tapu Koko. They can Quick Ball away the Electromagnetic Radar. Wait, hold on. Show all. I'm wondering if they try and set up another Pikachu and Zekrom? Because that way they can just end the game with the GX attack. You do... Oh, wait a second. Interesting. Or do they commit fully to Raichu, Alolan Raichu? I think because Tapu Koko will only need one more, this is better. Because then they can use Lightning Ride GX to do 250 plus an Electro Power. And if Diancie isn't able to knock him out, which it won't be able to, it'll only be able to do 240, it can just win with Lightning Ride Electro Power. Oh my gosh. Guys, I think that this game might actually be already just done. I mean, they can Quick Ball for Tapu Koko Prism or for Zeraora. They should have probably just saved it, but close and shuffle. I don't think we're placing down the Zeraora, though. There's no need to. Oh my gosh. I think Pikarom just had the biggest comeback of this entire tournament. Other than Rocket's Honchkrow, which was kind of ridiculous. Anyways, Psychic, never mind. Okay, here. Well, they need to use Lightning Ride, though. That's the problem. That's why, okay, here, hold on. Because I did actually have this game plan in mind earlier. So here, they do need to place down Zeraora GX in order to retreat into Tapu Koko. Okay, that's why I did what I did. And here, Tapu Koko... Okay, here Tapu Koko can just go ahead and use Thunderous Bolt, knock out the Clefairy, because we want to save the GX attack. Yeah, otherwise the GX attack doesn't do enough right now. Unless we use the Electro Power. Is that correct? Because we're just leaving the Tapu Koko, and this means that we have to get another energy attached. The Thunder Mountain can't get taken out, and we need another Electro Power. Oh my gosh, I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Because Raichu, Alolan Raichu can just use Lightning Ride GX and switch it with a bench Pokemon, which would be Jirachi. Nope. That's the plan. That's what we need to do. We use Electro Power. We Lightning Ride GX into Jirachi. Because they're going to go after that. They have to. We switch it. And this way, we say we don't need any of our Pokemon with any liabilities in play. We take 3 prize cards to 3. We have Volkner for Electro Power. We have Switch for anything that gets trapped, if so. This goes down, and they're going to go Clefairy. They're going to draw a card, which, don't mind this, by the way. I missed one. Oh my gosh. Because there's the Diancie. Let's see, what does Diancie do? 120 for each. Yeah, 240. Would have been able to knock out Raichu, Alolan Raichu. Would only have been able to knock out Tapu Koko. But this guarantees... Wait, it's 3 custom catchers down, though, right? Does it even matter? It doesn't even matter. Pikarom wins. By default. There's no way, unless there is only one way, and that's if a judge sticks. A judge here needs to stick. Night Stretcher. But they can't use that in the same turn. They literally are getting trapped here. They can't one-shot the Raichu, Alolan Raichu. There's no way to one-shot it. If they grab back the Meowth, that's only another target. And if they try and stall, it's only a 1 prize card difference. All they would need is an Electro Power to win. I guess their best bet here is to Night Stretcher for Meowth. Yeah, Night Stretcher for Meowth. Close. Wondrous Patch to hand. Close here. Let's see here. We can Energy Search to get a Psychic Energy to hand. Because this needs to be a knockout this turn, and it needs to be with Diancie to keep them in the game. But other than that, it's just spam Electro Power, right? And they kind of wasted an opportunity there because they need to do 2... They need 3 electro power to take out the Diancie? No, they need 4, which is literally impossible. But they can paralyze the Diancie. Okay, I'm thinking way too far ahead. Anyways, this is what's going to happen. Attached to the Diancie, they go ahead and they bench this guy. They search out boss's orders to hand. Close and shuffle. They use boss to bring up the Tapu Koko. They put up the Diancie. This is why getting rid of the custom catcher earlier was kind of a big deal. They switch into Diancie, and they go ahead and... Because they literally have, like, nothing else in their hand. They're literally on life support. This is insane. What they're going to do is they're just going to go ahead and Garland, right? And they also have to discard 2 energies to kill the Tapu Koko to go down to 1 prize card remaining. So they got the Judge. Okay, so the Judge wasn't even in the deck. And now they go Jirachi because they can just switch out. New turn. Another Quick Ball. So they already used their GX attack, but they can just go ahead and use Tandem Shock while they also set up a new Pikachu and Zekrom to help get the knockout. Unbelievable, dude. I think Pikarom wins, like, almost by default. There's no way for them to get back into this game. Because Raichu alone, Raichu paralyzes. There's no way to switch out. There's no way to switch or scoop. Okay. We're going to play this out as if this was still a game that, like, because there... I think there could be a world. I'm not sure. Okay. Volkner. Because that's, like, one of the only 2 supporters left. I think we get an Electro Power to hand. And we get an Energy to hand. Close and shuffle. There's a lot of electric energies in here. We can use Stellar Wish to view the top 5. Another Volkner, which might actually be helpful here. Or is it just guaranteeing an Electro Power? I think it's a Volkner. I mean, because they don't know that there's a Judge in their hand. But no, it's better to do the damage now and guarantee it for later. Well, now we're going to do this. Yeah, we're going to get Electro Power to hand because it's better to guarantee the damage now when you know you have the Electro Powers. So Electro Power 1, Electro Power 2. Then they can Quick Ball away the Custom Catcher. But they're burning so many cards. They gotta be careful. Quick Ball and Energy. They bench the Pikachu and Zekrom. They attach an Energy. They can switch into you. And now they do 190, right? Yeah, 190. Because of the diamond coat. 190. Unless lucky, Judge, but nope, still a W. Yep, correct. That is very correct. That's 190. And it's paralyzed. Dude, Raichu Alolan Raichu is saved. Oh my gosh. Wait, does Monkey Dory matter here? Does Monkey Dory save? I don't think so, right? I guess Judge and Pray. Shuffle all into deck. Shuffle all into deck. Draw 4. Okay, they got a Volkner. Don't think it matters too much. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, nope. Monkey Dory. Heal, heal, heal. Where do they put the damage? I mean, there's literally not really any good Pokemon to put it on. If this were like... I don't know. Damage, damage, damage. Because they literally legit can't do anything else. This is under wraps, bro. They just passed. They literally can't do anything. All right. A skateboard. Is that even... Okay. Volkner. Because 150, 180, 150 is still enough. Oh my gosh. Pikarom. Oh, wait. They don't have any more electro powers. Hold on. Let me see if this is actually a win. Hold on. They still get an item card. Is this still a win? Because, hold on, with no electro powers, 150, 120, no, 130. Wait, no, 120 plus 160 is 280. Yeah, no, they win. It doesn't matter what the item card is. You know what? Have a switch. A hand. Close and shuffle. That's it? Nope, that's it. Pikarom still wins. They got it, man. Because 150 minus 30 is 120. 280. That's enough. Pikarom wins. Unbelievable game. That was such a back and forth game. And this Thunder Mountain stuck the entire game, which actually would have made a huge difference if it didn't. It was the lifeblood for this game. Wow. Pikarom moving on to the quarterfinals to face off against Rocket Bird. Wow. Oh, well, hello, everyone. Okay, that's that match done. Man, I'm getting tired. We've been streaming for, what, nearly 4 hours at this point? Let's see. No, 3.5 hours. Wow. Crazy, guys. What a crazy tournament. That was a crazy round of the tournament. That was incredibly close. All right. Honestly, I was really hoping that Pikarom was going to win that thing. Obviously, I was going to play it the best to my ability for both sides, but I'm so glad Pikarom won. Finally, the first retro deck of the tournament to advance. Had those decks been in the same meta, there'd at least been a stadium in the fairy box, just a bump. Correct. That is correct. Whoa, okay. OBS is freaking out. Don't mind OBS Studio over here. Next matchup, fellas. We return to back to deck. My decks. And my decks. As you can see, I've been working on this project since April 3rd. Okay, we need to get Rapid Strike, and we need Exeggutor. Rapid Strike, Alolan Exeggutor. This is going to be a really weird matchup because I forgot how, like, bizarre Rapid Strike was with how many, like, weird one-ofs it has. But also we're going against, like, a really weird non-meta deck as well. So yeah, I'm surprised also that the Clefairy deck didn't have any stadium bump. I think it plays, like, 3 magical or, like Mystical Garden or whatever. It didn't draw a single one of them. That's insane. All right, here we go. Rapid Strike against Alolan Exeggutor Mega Zygarde. We're gonna play test these. Heads, tails. So heads, tails, heads, and tails. Okay. And I think that Rapid Strike wants to go first, but they don't get to choose. Yeah, Rapid Strike definitely wants to go first. Yeah, Exeggutor wants to go first because the Execute can use the Evolution attack on the first turn. Jam, it's 2 a.m. for you. You're going to dip? I can't believe that it's been so long since we started this, but appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, it's definitely been interesting so far, and I'm interested to see how the rest of the half of this tournament goes. Will appreciate you looking at the VOD, and I can't wait to make the video. So yeah, definitely thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate it, man. Okay, Here we go. New game for both sides. And Mega Zygarde Drillbur Ultra Ball. This is going to be expensive. And they are not going to be able to evolve turn 1. Meanwhile, Rapid Strike actually legitimately, they're going to be struggling too, but like, they can make it work because they're a V. They're a basic V. And they have Tower of Waters too. So like, is it even worth it to like try and set this up? Okay, you know what? This will be an interesting matchup. Here we go. Mega Zygarde versus Rapid Strike Urshifu V. What is the current matchup? All right, welcome, Red. It is Rapid Strike Urshifu versus the Exeggutor box from earlier. All right, turn 1 has begun. Should they have put up? No, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, they have Switch. Another... Guys, we are back to Petrol. We are back to only drawing into Petrol. So is it even worth it right now to even try to attempt to set up and execute? I guess so. Like, it just evolves. Okay, you know what? Because we can just Petrol next turn for a Switch. Yeah. We could Drillbur too, right? Because we can Drillbur into... But that doesn't even feel right. That just feels really wrong. Maybe Ultra Ball away the Drillbur and... Oh... We Ultra Ball away the Drillbur and the Energy Search or an Energy? I think we get rid of an Energy because we get Energy Retrieval. We can't get back the Energy Search. So Ultra Ball, you, and you... Yeah, we Ultra Ball these. Rapid Hyper Attacker versus Exeggutor. Yep, or Exeggutor in this case. We put you on the bench. You are very, very vulnerable to a singular boss's orders and a strafe KO. That's it. This Zygarde is just gonna sit here, bro. This Zygarde is gonna do absolutely nothing. Like, it does 200 damage and 30 less damage from attacks, but it doesn't matter. It can't even get set up properly right now. Okay. Well, that's turn 1. And I think an Energy Search might be in order here. Just so that way... Oh, that's bad, because they only get access to, to 1 Crispin. But, like, this thins a little bit. Alright, turn 1 for Rapid Strike. They get a Choice Belt, which is completely useless in this matchup. Oh, no. Again, in order to stay completely faithful... I had to make some cuts and sacrifices, or I had to make some sacrifices on not making some of these decks better. Okay, there's definitely, this needs to be a level ball to grab a Sobble. To hand. Close and shuffle. Sobble gets placed down, and do they have a fight? No, they have a Rapid Strike energy, which does the same thing here. And Strafe, I think is switch. You may switch. I don't think they're going to. They don't have any need to. Yeah, they're just gonna go ahead and use Strafe here for 30. That's it. Yeah, Strafe for 30. Damage, damage, damage. Wow, slowly chipping away at this health. And you know, is it worth it to switch? No, because there could be some, like, switch into Crispin sort of play. Because they don't know what their other hand is. So, it's safe to just assume this is what it is. But if that were the case, then they could still knock out anyways. But they only need 2 energy into them. Okay, never mind. Okay, from here, it is now Exeggutor's turn. Turn 2. They get a Lilies. Now, right now, they are guaranteed a switch with Petrol. They can also guarantee attach an energy here. I think that they just go ahead and they use the Petrol to get the guaranteed switch card to hand. Because they need to take a slower approach. They retreat into the Execute with the or they switch into Execute, and they use the evolution ability, and then they evolve the Execute into Exeggutor. So now Exeggutor is basically online next turn. Alright, turn 2. It's just another dark energy. That's not going to cut it. And next turn, Exeggutor actually can start using Swinging Sphere. What do you do? 150 damage, which is half the damage needed to KO. I think they just do this. And they just go ahead and 100 Furious Blows. Suddenly, this is flipping into Exeggutor's favor. Yep, 150. Draw, it's another fighting energy. They don't need that. They're going to shuffle all into deck, and they're going to draw 8 cards. They didn't whiff, I was about to say. Because now they can use Swinging Sphere and try and knock out this Urshifu immediately. Energy search. Go and get... Oh, my... Hold on. That's not it. I did something wrong here. We're gonna... There we go. Fixed it. Don't know what happened there. They need the last grass in the hand. Close and shuffle. They do this. I don't think this really matters or does anything, but I mean, they also know the Tower of Waters exists, so why would they do that? Anyways, they can now go ahead for a Swinging Sphere. I mean, the question though is, do they try and set up another Execute? I think so. This Drillbur is completely worthless, and the Terragon doesn't do anything useful either. To bench. They're going to set up another Execute while they're at it. Close and shuffle. Swinging Sphere! It's a heads! They knock out the Urshifu! And that's going to get them... That's going to net them 2 prize cards. And I think this honestly just means that, Urshifu is going to lose here. They had a promising start, and then all of a sudden, they just got it completely wiped away. Alright. New turn. Draw, and as a Clara... Ah, man, that's not exactly what they need here. Clara doesn't help retrieve Rapid Strike energy. I should have probably... They can do this, though. Search your deck. Keep calling for 3 Rapid Strike Pokemon to put onto the bench. And they just have to pray. Sobble. To bench. To bench. No, not to discard. Ah, I have to fix that. They are just drawing nothing. And it's crazy because they have so much, so much consistency. Alright, they need Exeggutor to get Tails here. Or not get a boss's orders. Well, no, they still would need to do a coin flip. So it's better just for Exeggutor to set up. So Exeggutor actually could start going for their evil plan here of attacking with Zygarde. Who requires... How much does Zygarde require? 5 energy to do Nullifying 0? You've already taken 2 prize cards. So, I mean, I don't know, man. Alright. Well, it's turn 4. And they draw into a Petrol. They can set up another Exeggutor. Honestly, at this point, I think this is almost kind of just GG's. There's almost no way for Urshifu to be able to get back into this game, guys. They really would need, a top deck of, Evolution Incense or something. They can attach this here. They can Crispin as well. To hand and to hand. And they literally just completely... can almost completely set up another one. They're going to go Swinging Sphere. They're going to go for the 50-50 on if they can get the Urshifu. And it's a heads. Okay, no, they don't get the knockout on the Urshifu. Which is kind of important here. Because now they can go up with another Sobble. They take another prize card. So right now they can actually set up with Tropical Frenzy. They can almost completely set up this Mega Zygarde to just wipe the floor the rest of the game with nullifying 0. Alright. Draw a card. It's another Dark Energy, dude. Oh my gosh. This is probably the worst thing I've ever seen. They need to use Clara here. I mean, there's not really even much of a... There's not really even much of a benefit to doing this. They're just placing down more Pokemon to get knocked out. There's nothing that they can do. They have to pass. Another card is drawn, and it's an Exeggutor. They could go just for another swinging swing. They win. Literally, Rapid Strike is going to lose. Don't mind Adobe Acrobat trying to be annoying. They literally could just win by just spamming the same attack over and over again. This guarantees the win. Almost. They could also just Pokegear, view the top. Oh, that's so disappointing for Rapid Strike. That's so disappointing. Petrol, I guess. Ah. I'm sorry, chat. I thought that would be more of an interesting game, but Rapid Strike just bricked really badly. And because of that, I think Exeggutor is just going to walk away with a free win here. Yeah, they're just going to go ahead and Swinging Speed again. It's heads. They just knock out another Sobble. But why would they place down another Urshifu? Actually, I shouldn't have placed this down. You know what? For the sake of Urshifu trying to get back into this game, we'll make it this way. And another prize card. It's an energy retrieval, which is not super useful. New turn. An Avery. Finally, some card draw. They're going to use it. It obviously doesn't do anything for a secondary effect. Draw, draw, draw. A Raihan. Of course, the Raihan after. And a Sonia. But the Raihan comes too late. And no way to get Inteleons or anything, bro. Oh my gosh, dude. This genuinely is awful. There's no way to stop another Swinging Fiend. If they actually would have gotten something, they could have started almost taking prize cards here. If they would have gotten an Evolution Incense, I think they would have been able to attack this turn. No, because they would need a Fighting Energy for Gale Thrust. Yeah, no, so they're basically cooked. They can try and stall with the coin flip for one more turn. They're going to try and stall with the coin flip for one more turn. They have to pass. Turn 6. Another Mega Zygarde. I think they just go for Swinging Fiend again. There's no downside to going for Swinging Fiend here. There's no downside. Petrol doesn't really accomplish much right now anyways. What would he even grab? Nothing useful, right? Like, you just get an Energy Search or a Fighting Gong. Yep, they're just going to go ahead and use Swinging Fiend. And it's a Tails! They knock out the Urshifu V, and that's game. Unfortunately, Rapid Strike, with all of its tricks, was not able to survive against this goofy deck. How are these goofy decks performing so well? What the heck is going on, guys? How? How did we have these goofy decks, these two goofy decks, do so well against some of the best decks in the history of the game? I hope that you guys can still see everything. Okay, reconnected. Okay, perfect. Okay, next matchup. I feel really bad. Rapid Strike really deserved better in that matchup, but it just did not work out for it. Oh. Okay. Back to deck, back to deck. My decks. Alright, Dragapult Monkey Dory versus Decidueye Vileplume. Now, they're both kind of hyper-refined. So we'll see. We will see how this... I'm very curious on how this goes. Alright, new game. Heads, tails. It's heads. And I believe this is Dragapult Monkey Dory here. So Dragapult Munkidori is going to want to go second, normally, regardless of the matchup. That's beneficial for Decidueye. But we're going to run with it. New game. Alright. Okay, starting with a Rowlet isn't bad. And a Forest of Giant Plants to start. Oh my, the Rowlet can turn into a Decidueye immediately. Meanwhile, they're going to start with a Munkidori. Alright, here we go. Turn 1. It's a level ball. Wait, level ball just gets Dartrix, right? Dude, unbelievable. Oh my gosh. Wait, to hand. This is disgusting. Close and shuffle. Dartrix is all the way over here. Boom. Because the Forest of Giant Plants. And then boom. There's Decidueye. Already into play on turn 1. And unfortunately, there is no way to just get the Vileplume in play right now. So they're going to Ultra Ball away these guys. Because they can't be grabbed at this point in time. Let me just double check what these guys do. Lugia EX. Aero Ball. 20 times attached to both, for both energy attached to both active Pokemon. Jolteon. Swift. And Flash Ray. Okay, not super useful. So I think we're just looking for an Oddish here, right? Yes, we were just looking for an Oddish. And that's going to go to the bench. We're just directly going to place it down, close and shuffle. And then Shaman EX, one of the most broken cards ever printed. Draws until there are 6 cards in hand. Here we go. Draw 6 cards, fellas. Yep, Slopholt against the original Slop, fellas. Another Rowlet. Trainer's Mail, which I think it says look at the top 4 cards and you reveal a trainer card except for Trainer's Mail and put it in your hand. I don't know if exactly they want to use it just yet. What do you do? 90 damage, right? Yeah, Razor Leaf for 90 is not good. But then again, this deck isn't really fully designed to attack. But I mean, there's no downside in putting this on here. Damage for 10. Okay. They're also going to go ahead and use Feather Arrow. Even though, yes, ironically, it is against Munkidori, who is normally really good at Adrenabraining it back. Moldy Slop versus Fresh Slop. I mean, yeah, back then they called this. This is just old version of what we are so used to now. And I think that's the turn. I don't think there's a need for Trainer's Mail at this point in time. Alright, draw a card. Turn 1. Latias is very helpful. Shaman doesn't really do anything in this matchup, so it can be just thrown away. They don't really have much going on at all. And the Fez... I mean, something could get knocked out. I think they have to go for Meowth here in order to get a Lilies to start over. Alright, they Meowth for Lily's Determination to hand. Alright, Lily's Determination. Shuffle all into deck and draw 8 cards. Uh-oh. No Dreepies. But they did get an energy, so they can just, Adrenabrain. Oh, man, dude, this is so slop. Oh, man. Yeah, there's no way the Decidueye is going to be able to knock this out unless it gets a double turbo energy.
This is the bad part. It's going against a deck that has Munkidori in it.
So that's unfortunate. Oh, Rocket's Watchtower also shuts down any more Shamans, too. That's kind of gross. And it shuts down the Forest of Giant Plants. Aw, man. Alright, well, that's gonna be it. Yeah, this is basically Slop counter. But the good news for this deck is that it kind of doesn't have anything to worry about on this side. All right, turn 2. Another trainer mail. Let's use it. Oh, no. I didn't mean to click the deck. That was my bad. View the top 4 cards of the deck. A Sycamore or a Forest of Giant Plants. I think we need the Sycamore. We use another trainer mail. View the top 4 cards of the deck. A level ball, okay. A level ball for a Gloom to hand. Oh yeah, because we can shut down items. We could actually shut down, like, Decidueye could just shut them down completely. Is Lugia EX even worth placing down? It has 170 HP. No, it's never worth it to place this guy down. It does 60 damage total if it goes against Munkidori. Yeah, no, we just kill all this. This is all bad. What does Regice do? Oh my gosh, it only prevents damage from basic Pokemon EX, from Pokemon EX, capital, not lowercase. So it's not Mimikyu. So we just discard all of this. We draw 7 new cards thanks to Sycamore. And oh my goodness. Revitalize. Oh, the only downside though is that there's no Forest of Giant Plants. Dude, that would have been disgusting. This is looking really good. Revitalizer, I think, is 2 grass Pokemon. Okay. Yep. Yeah, dude, if they would have gotten their Vileplume set up from Forest of Giant Plants, that legitimately would have ended the game. All right. Then they go ahead and they Quick Arrow, or Feather Arrow. And then they just go ahead and use Razor Leaf for the knockout. Because they can just attach double colorless energy and then just knock out the Munkidori. Wow, look at that. Alright, new turn. They need to get their Dragapult set up. They only drew into another Crispin. They have to place down the Pheasantipity. They have to draw 3 new cards. What do they get? Okay, so they can actually start playing the game now. Pokepad. Dreepy to hand. Or to bench, actually. We're just going to bench it immediately. And this would be a very expensive Dreepy, but they don't really have much of a choice. They need to keep the Watchtower so they can't keep getting forced to... Well, I guess they're going to lose that battle anyways. They have to pick which battles they want to fight here. Attach the energy to the Dreepy. Ultra Ball, what? The Watchtower and the Crispin, I think? And they go get another Dreepy to hand. And this goes to the bench. And yeah, they literally can't do anything else. So they're going to have to pass. Wow. Turn 3. I forgot they had Lysander. Gust exists. Oh no. Wait, they're definitely fighting the battle of this match. Yeah, dude. Oh my gosh. Decidueye is actually going to shut down Dragapult. The powerhouse deck of the format is getting shut down. They can Ultra Ball away what? Oh no, they can just Revitalize her. And they can get back the Vileplume and the Decidueye back to hand. Oh my gosh, they can just evolve Vileplume. Dude. They can even Ultra Ball away. I don't even think that they need to do that. They can just put 40 damage onto this Dreepy and start setting up to knock it out next turn. They now literally have shut down items. I guess they don't want to evolve into Vileplume yet. Return to hand. Yeah, no, because if they place down Vileplume, then neither player gets it. So instead, what they're going to do... Yeah, Sloppolt is getting slopped. Because they don't really get to use Ultra Ball after this. They're going to use the Ultra Ball while they still can. And they're going to go ahead and grab another Rowlet. And they're going to put it on the bench. Because they want to get the full value of their item cards before they shut everyone's down with irritating pollen. Then they're going to Lysander up the Dreepy with energy. Dude, the slop is getting slopped. And then, yeah, boom. They could also just use Hollow Hunt on a slower turn. All right, Latias goes back up, and that's another prize card. A Sycamore is insane. Dude, oh my gosh. All right, turn 3. Rosa's Encouragement, but they can't use Rare Candy. They have to evolve into a Dracloak, and they have to... I think they use... Flip the script first. They can no longer use Buddy Buddy Poffin to go get more, but they do get another Dreepy. They are still in this game just a tiny bit. They could Crispin, but the Dracloak could also just die next turn anyways. There is a very real possibility that happens. Alright. View the top 2 cards. Both of them are worthless. Both of them are completely worthless. They grab the Badoo, which is actually just gets killed by the Decidueye. So they can't even place down Badoo. And they're never going to be able to play items in this game. So what do? Do they Crispin here? They have to. To hand and to hand. But like, if this thing gets knocked out, then they have Rosa's Encouragement, but they never are going to be able to get a Dragapult into play. This is insane. They're literally just stalling. And they have to pass. Turn 4. Another Rainbow Energy for another Decidueye to start getting set up. And now they can just go ahead and use Sycamore. They don't care about only... And they are going to draw 7 cards. Okay, well, right now, Watchtower is preventing them from using... Never mind. Never mind. Watchtower is gone. Shaman can now be used. Not that it would actually do much at the moment. And also, Decidueye has to be careful. They can't keep dumping more and more stuff. But this shuts off the Watchtower. They can go ahead and damage this even more. Putting it at 10 HP. Oh, but next turn, Dragapult just goes to town. They were... So do they fight for it? No, they can't. They physically can't. They can only place down 1 card. Uh-oh. Dragapult gets a prize card off this Rowlet. Uh-oh. And if they are able to find a boss's orders, then they're in the game. Oh, no. I think Dragapult actually is gonna come back into this game, which would be so unfortunate. Yep, they're just gonna have to go ahead and... Because they can't use Trainer's Mail or anything. Excuse me, by the way. They can't use Trainer's Mail, and they can't get another Dartrix into play either. Oh, no. Yep. Is this the Hollow Hunt turn? I wonder if this is the Hollow Hunt turn. Where they just, like, say, screw it, we're going to use Hollow Hunt instead of... I think that's the correct call. Is just using Hollow Hunt GX. To get... this to hand, and this to hand. Yeah. Hey, Micro, I'm doing the gameplay. I'm doing both sides. Oh, no, I didn't want to grab that. Oops, that's not the right guy. Oh, no. No. Okay, well, that goes double. So we're using Hollow Hunt here. Wait, no, why would we use Hollow Hunt? No, because we can start chipping away at the Latias. That would be another 2 prize cards. So you even want to go after the Dracloak? Or no, do we go after the... You know what, I'll make an exception. Because we're so tired of the slop. We're putting it on the Monkey Dory. Or on the... Yeah. In that case, they start targeting the Meowth. They're going to start going after the Meowth, and they just deal 90 damage. So right now they're trying to spread. They're going for spread, even though they know that they're going to get knocked out. Okay. Then, new turn. Ultra Ball. Worthless card. Dragapult, though, is in play and doesn't intend to leave at all. This is where things start to go south. View top 2. Oh, boo. They got the boss. They got the boss's orders, and they're gonna just put up the Shaman EX, and they're gonna get 3 prize cards this turn, fellas. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, they're gonna kill the Shaman and the Rowlet, and now all of a sudden, they are in the prize lead. Oh, no. That's so unfortunate. Well, here comes the Decidueye. The Decidueye is coming back. They're gonna try and make something out of nothing. And honestly, they could still, if they don't place down anything else, Rowlet isn't right to do. Shh. Micro, we don't want Hope to win. Even though I'm playing against myself, I still have to play this to the best of my ability. I might be throwing for Bolt a little. Go Bolt! What is wrong with you? Micro, what are you talking about? We don't want Bolt to win. This is a retro tournament. We want the retro to beat the modern meta slop. What? The Decidueye did deep damage, but we're not gonna focus on that right now. Shh. So we're gonna let the Decidueye have this one. I know you play Bolt. Everyone plays Bolt right now, but I really want a retro deck. This would be the biggest upset of the entire tournament, by the way. You want a couple Bolt? Hey, congratulations. But we want the Decidueye to win for this retro tournament. Okay, just let me have this one. An hour ago, even more of a congratulations to you. All right, if that's the case, new turn for Decidueye. They're going to draw their card. Hopefully, they're looking for a way to get this back. No, a Gloom would be a viability. They can no longer use Trainer's Mail to get the Lysander. So they're kind of just stuck doing this. Shadow Rider didn't make it in. Unfortunately, Shadow Rider wasn't able to... I didn't add Shadow Rider. I really should have added Shadow Rider. But I was adding some of the best decks from the old age. I'm regretting it that I didn't add... And either Calyrex, because they were both good. Man, I should have added that. Anyways, I think that Decidueye is fighting an uphill battle here. They could put 40 damage onto the Latias. They really just needed a Gust. Why is Lily's on the bench? Yeah, Shadow Rider is one of my best legit decks when I started learning how to play. Is it just play N here? I mean, they could just play N instead of Sycamore. They can't place down Rainbow Energy anymore because that's just a viability to put damage on itself. So I think instead what they're going to do is they're going to go ahead and use Professor Sycamore, which is risky, and they're going to discard their entire hand. No, we want to discard all. And we are going to draw 7 cards. So they're really running out of opportunities. And there's another double colorless. Unfortunately, they just missed 1 card to be able to get them to another Decidueye, which actually would have basically locked Dragapult out of the entire game. So in this case, another 40 damage is coming towards, because what, 4, 80... Yeah, I think this is correct. Your first deck was Great Tusk EX. Hey, look, we all gotta start somewhere. I remember when I made my first homebrewed Lightning deck, and it was terrible. But it actually performed really well in basically our neighborhood tournaments or whatever. We started doing some, and I did well. Okay. what I'm gonna do is we have a float stone. Doesn't really matter here. This kind of doesn't. None of this really like is gonna help anymore. They needed another Lysander. Yep, they're gonna have to try and get their Lysander. Alright. They're gonna do have this go up to 130, which is nowhere near enough. Alright, turn 5. I think that's slot pulse. Yeah, that's fair. Everyone who makes with a league deck, I mean, yeah, and then anyone who doesn't know about Limitless usually makes homebrew decks, but as soon as they discover Limitless, then they kind of lose a little bit of themselves, they kind of lose a little bit of that creativity. They also ran Chi and Pao for a while. Yeah, I mean, Chi and Pao was a great deck. Dracloak, view the top 2 cards of the deck, and Risky Ruins or Boss's Orders. Boss. I mean, get another prize card, and that sets up game next turn. Guaranteed. Oh, wait, but no, this is basically game over anyways. I think it's over, guys. I don't think that... This situation was so close. They were 1 card short. They were 1 card short. Then you've been using a Charizard deck until... Hey, I mean, Charizard, I loved Charizard. Even though it was really easy to play. Okay, they're going to boss up the Vileplume because they want to use item cards. And they're going to go ahead and nuke this. They're going to put 3 on here. 1, 2, 3. And they're going to put 3 on here. 1, 2, 3. And they're going to kill the Vileplume. And they're going to go down to just 2 prize cards remaining. You miss Zard? I do too, honestly. I do. Alright, well, Decidueye is basically cooked here. There's no way for them to heal any damage. They literally just are guaranteed to die to Dragapult next turn. They should have probably been dealing the damage to Dragapult this whole time just to try and keep it from going any longer. You know what? I am willing to rectify that a little bit more. We're just gonna give him a little bit of hope. We're gonna have a little bit of hope. Alright, new turn. Turn 6. What do they get? A Dartrix. So they literally, all they need is another Revitalizer. Let me Nest Ball. Let me see what's in the deck. What's left? They do have the other Revitalizer in the deck. If they're able to get it off the Trainer's Mail, they're going to actually grab the Dartrix, by the way. They're getting very low on the deck, but they have a very high chance of getting it here. They could set up another Decidueye, and they could basically start to get themselves in a winning position, potentially, by killing this Dragapult. Because they don't have another one, and they would be tied on prize cards. Alright, this Trainer's Mail matters so much. View the top 4. They didn't get it. And how many cards are in the deck left? There are only 7 cards in the deck. If they would have gotten another Decidueye, they would have been able to do 60 damage to the Dragapult, which would have put it up to to 230 plus 90 would have been an exact knockout on the Dragapult. You know what? And that's why we get reprinted. Yeah, Tinkaton, I'm gonna miss I miss Tinkaton too. Oopsie, I guess we're gonna have to try. No, okay. Well, we already know what it is. Let's see if in another world would they have gotten it. They would have gotten it in another world, guys. Oh, that's so unfortunate. So they want to lose to Dragapult, or do they want to get as close as they can? Dude, that's so unfortunate. If they had one more end, they would have been totally fine with doing this. Yeah, and that's why being reprinted in a slot box format would be really bad. So yeah, they would have grabbed the Ultra Ball. Wait, hold on. Is there a way that they can go Rowlet, Dartrix, double colorless energy. They still could get it without drawing the rest of their deck. Yeah, sorry, my OBS does this a little bit sometimes. Oh my gosh, can OBS Studio not disconnect over and over again? Well, Holt thrives in a slower format. There, Micro. Sorry, I'm eating something real quick. Micro, the reason why people hate Holt so much is because it's so oppressive right now. And yes, Clefairy exists, but Holt can just naturally KO a Clefairy without any extra effort. And it also kind of preys on anyone who doesn't get a good setup. And right now where setups really are crucial and they matter a lot, that is a big difference. Like, there is a... Slop isn't that good as me. Yeah, I agree. But, like, it would make basic decks, like, better in general. And right now, the basic decks are kind of just almost all Slop. So I'm not exactly sure. Like, it would make Raging Bolt better, and Raging Bolt is okay. Like, it would just make certain decks a lot better, and it would make the format feel a lot, like, more than it already is. But yeah, I feel like we throw around the word slop a lot in this, but I do think that slop is the correct term here. Okay, let's see. This Shaman needs to draw... I guess they can't get rid of this. Show all. They can't use the float stone. They literally have to rely on the last card of their deck. Draw 1, 2, 3, 4. They have one card left in their deck, gentlemen, and they did get the Revitalizer, which means that they can put this into the hand. And because of this, Decidueye lives to fight another turn. They can damage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and because of this, it has 320 HP. This format, I don't actually fully agree with that. I think there's a lot more decks that can compete now, like Rocket's Mewtwo, Raging Bolt, Slopbox, or Caledon. There's like plenty of decks that can function, Alakazam, but it still just feels kind of like icky. Like your Cuphead fighter in decks, which is nice, but it still feels like the gameplay itself just feels like something's wrong with it, if that makes sense. However, let me draw your attention really quickly to the fact that Decidueye just KO'd a Dragapult. And they got the Lysander. Oh my gosh. If Pult is not able to get themselves... They're going to go for Dracloak. But even still, if they use Unfair Stamp, there's a very high chance that Decidueye is able to draw its way back in. Oh my gosh, Decidueye can still win this. Okay, here we go. Turn 6. They draw a card. They still get to draw 4 more cards. They have to go Dragapult here. They Night Stretcher for an energy. What has more in there? The fire? Yeah, okay. And they're gonna put it into the hand. If I could just put it into the hand. Here, it's a hand. Okay. Close. Attach this to the Dragapult. I'll use it. I'll use it because that's fair. 2 cards. Actually, no. You know what? Shuffle back. They didn't do it properly. They evolved before they used Dracloak. If you play Oswald, yeah, it just won due to second Meowth. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it goes. Meowth is now everywhere. All right, Fez. 1, 2, 3. Do they get the boss? They did get the Unfair Stamp, which is the first step. They did get the Unfair Stamp, and they're going to use it. Shuffle all into the deck, and shuffle all into the deck. This is literally going to come down to if Decidueye can get Lysander. Draw 5. Nope, they don't have it yet. And right now, placing down anything else would be really bad for them. So instead, they're just going to go ahead Jet Headbutt. 110. So this Decidueye is kind of in a bit of trouble. We're going to draw a card. Oh, close and shuffle. Draw. It's a Float Stone, which is not going to matter. Can they win? 60 damage to anything doesn't kill. Decidueye lost because of the unfair stamp. It also feels wrong because every deck is okay just besides Pult. I agree, yeah. There's so much that happened that almost went perfectly for Decidueye. I just think it's not gonna happen. You know what? Wait. No, there still is one more turn of stall. There is one turn left of stall for Decidueye, unless there is a top deck of a boss's orders. There is still a chance that Dragapult does not get the knockout. This is it. Can next turn, this is, if they don't top deck boss's orders, they didn't top deck boss's orders, and this list only plays one Meowth EX, if I remember correctly. It does, it only plays one Meowth, so that means Night Stretcher to go and get an energy, which will be this one to hand, which will be the Psychic Energy, close and shuffle. It literally doesn't matter. They can Petrol here. And, wait, did they? No, they can't attach 2 energy in the same turn. They could try and go for a funny... boss, I guess. There's nothing really to grab here. Close and shuffle. Alright. There is one more chance for Decidueye to win this game. But they can't use Monkey Dory. They're going to go ahead and Phantom Dive. Set damage 200. And they're going to probably just put all of it onto this right here. Damage. Set damage 60. Alright. It's a Dartrix. This Decidueye lost. Let's look at the deck. The Lysander was the second to last card. Yeah, they wouldn't have gotten it. So close. They literally needed to just get it one more time. Wait, did they even set the damage? No, they didn't even set the damage last turn, did they? No, they didn't. Set damage, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, no. That's so unfortunate. They would have won if they would have been able to get the drag or that Meowth into the active spot. Dude, they were so close. That's it, though. Pult wins. Pult wins barely. Unbelievable game, though. And it has my full respect. Decidueye has my full respect. It nearly was able to topple one of the best decks, if not the best deck in the current format. Major respect for that. Okay. We are on to the quarterfinals. And honestly, let's check on how long I've been streaming for. Nearly 4 hours. We're going to end this poll, by the way. We already know. We had 14 votes, and Giovanni only won with 71%, so interesting. Very interesting, guys. Nice to see that we had some votes in there. Okay. Yeah, we're on to the quarterfinals of the last half of the bracket. Alright, Honchkrow v Pikarom. I really hope that Pikarom can win this thing, because Pikarom is the only retro deck that still is fighting for the retro side on this half. The other half, honestly, I think the retro decks are going to stomp the meta decks. Alright, give me 1 second and I'll set up the next match. Alrighty. We need Pikarom. And we need Honchkrow. Alright, we need Pikarom and we need Honchkrow. Alright, we're almost done. Alright, play test these two. Here we go. New game, heads, tails. Pikarom gets to go first. That is huge. 0 mulligans, but it's Tapu Koko Prism Star. Oh no. And 0 mulligans, but this is a really good hand for... Oh no. Pikarom might lose easily from this. That's so bad. Alright, here we go. Draw a card. What do they get? A switch. That is not helpful at all. And does what? 120 or 130? 120. Doesn't even knock it out. Honestly, though, there is a world where Tapu Koko can just next turn. Alright, they're going to have to pass. This is so bad for Pikarom. Alright, draw the card. And it is a Proton. Yeah, they really are going to get whatever they want here. Articuno is very important in this matchup, so that way you think, well, no, it doesn't matter because everything gets one shot anyways. To bench, to, bench, and to bench. Honestly, there's no need to place down the, and there's no, there's a Porygon. Okay, well, that might have been important. Close the shuffle. Yeah, I think we'll do just, sorry, we're reaching the tail end of this, and my brain is starting to kind of slow down. Okay, we'll do this, and unfortunately, there are no energies in the hand. And honestly, there's not really much else to do, so they're gonna pass. Alright. Gonna draw a card. A Dedenne. Could be a life-saving Dedenne here. Dedenne change. This is so unfortunate. Or use the Electro Power. We'll just say I use the Electro Power. Draw 6 cards. Okay, suddenly, not too bad. They are kind of in the game a little bit here. They're going to save the Thunderbound and Prism Star, though, because that is pretty important. Fion is also pretty worthless in this situation. They're going to Quick Ball that, and they're going to go and get a Jirachi to hand. Jirachi, they're going to retreat the Tapu Koko Prism Star, discard all energy, and they're going to retreat into the Jirachi. They could put the Escape Board on, but that, I mean, it could just get knocked out next turn. They could Counter Catcher as well, but I think that might be the best use for Counter Catcher, but they could probably say that to draw more cards. Stellar Wish, to look at the top 5 cards to deck. Another Counter Catcher. Wouldn't be horrible, but I think the Electromagnetic Radar is better here. It's asleep, and that'll be the end of the turn. So next turn, actually, Pikarom can start attacking, and it's still asleep. Okay, next turn for you, you're gonna draw into a Pokepad. Well, Honchkrow, this is just gonna be a spam Honchkrow. Pokepad, and we're gonna use 2 Pokepads here. To hand and to hand. And then we're gonna close and shuffle that, and then we're gonna evolve. The problem is they don't have any Rocket's energy. They can Ariana, though, to draw 5 cards. So draw 5 cards. And if they don't get an energy, they're kind of screwed here. Okay, well, no, never mind. They got everything that they needed. So they got themselves their Ignition energy. They have their Rocket's Factory. And then they can just go ahead and draw 2 more with Rocket's Factory. And honestly, they need to just discard 2, right? So they don't even need to do much else. Yeah, they just need to discard 2, and honestly, these are 2 good ones to get rid of. So they're just going to go ahead and do this, and they're going to discard all their energy because of it, and it kills the Jirachi. This gives them a card from their prize cards, which gives them a Rocket's energy, which is way more valuable. Now, this is pre-Iron Hands, so obviously there's no assistance on that front. They're going to put it to Dedenne, and they're going to draw a card. It's a Stadium Nav, which is completely useless now that we have the one and only Thunder Mountain in hand. We're going to put the Skateboard onto the Dedenne. We're going to we can't Electromagnetic Radar unless we want to lose access to all our draw, but it doesn't really matter, actually. We're going to Thunder Mountain Prism Star. Now is the time. Discard these 2 and get Dedenne and Dedenne to hand, and they're also going to get... I guess it doesn't really matter. The problem, though, is that they only need to ever discard a couple. Yeah, Pikarom really needed to win this battle early, because now they're just going to fall behind, and they're going to lose pretty horrendously. That's unfortunate. I think they have to go and get another Pikarom. I mean, they could go for a spread. Pikarom could go for a Pikarom. Yeah, they're going to have to Dead change here. Draw 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They only have 1 in the discard. So here, then they can pop the Dance of the Ancients, which would put him into the Lost Zone. This goes to the hand close. Then they do this. Then they get the knockout already. So they go for Pikarom here. And then they can go ahead... Oh, yeah, the factory is gone. And then they can go ahead and use the full blitz for 1, for 2, and for 3 energies to hand. Close and shuffle. Yeah, this is just really bad for Pikarom. The prize trade is just not worth it in this situation. The Honchkrow is dead. They take 1 prize card, but it's just not going to cut it. They really need to be able to use Dragapult GX, which is, they still need 2 more energy, and they're not going to be able to get that because Tapu Koko Prism Star is now gone, and they've already used it. So they can't spread attack. They might have to, yeah, you know what, they're going to put down Jirachi as a stall option for later. Oh, no, not this again, bro. They're going to bench the Jirachi, because that way they can just stall with Jirachi. That's fair, I think. Alright. Draw a new card. Alright. Here. Do they really even need to do anything in this situation? Do they go for, like, a Giovanni play? Nah, I think they just go for a straight knockout, which is so unfortunate. They get Roto-Stick first. I think Roto-Stick, view the top 4... Jeez, yeah, that's 2 already, and they only need 4 to knock out the Pikarom. Shuffle back, they can Roto-Stick again, view the top 4, and they got 3 more. Oh my gosh, dude, this is so unfair. Yeah, just go 1, 2, 3, 4, because they really don't even need to do anything else. They can just do this, and that knocks out a Pikarom. That's 3 prize cards for them, and this literally looks like unstoppable. Yeah, down to 2 prizes left. They put at the Jirachi or the Dedenne. I think the Jirachi is correct. They need to get a... no, they'll get the reset scam. Actually, they could shut them down a little bit. There is a world where I think they just full send. New turn and energy. They're going to attach it to the Pikarom. So their one opportunity here is if they go for Volkner here, and they search your deck for another energy card, and if they get the reset stamp to hand as well. They need this reset stamp to stick. Reset stamp this entire hand. Shuffle all into deck, and they only get 2 cards. And it's a Fez and a Transceiver. Oh my gosh. literally exactly what was needed. Because they can just go get another Ariana. Oh, no. That's so unfortunate. If they actually would have gotten Tag Bolt off here... Is there a way that they can get Tag Bolt off? No. Dude, if they had Tapu Koko Prism Star still as an option earlier, if they would have had one more energy in discard, they actually would have shut down Honchkrow completely with Tag Bolt. Oh, man. Well, there's not a guarantee yet. It's not guaranteed that Honchkrow gets a knockout here, so they're just going to go ahead and full blitz, because it really doesn't matter if this Pikarom goes down. Honchkrow goes down. The problem for Honchkrow is they might just run out of Pokemon. Alright, they're going to start their new turn, and it's a Proton. Okay, that's a supporter. Here, they're going to draw 3 more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, they don't have it yet. They shouldn't have drawn, though, now that I think about it. Uh-oh. They go for Ariana to hand. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay, so here Ariana draws 4 more cards. Oh, I think they got it. I think they got it. They got it. Yeah, that's game. Oh, no. And just like that, Honchkrow knocks out another Pikarom, and they're heading to the semifinals. What? Funny Bird deck is making its way to the semifinals. Is this... Yeah, they're making their way to the semifinals, bro. What in the world? What? Okay, well,
It looks like the retro decks have all been eliminated from this half the bracket.
which is super unfortunate. Pikarom was a valiant fighter, definitely put up a huge fight and nearly was able to advance, but they just were unable to. They struggled with the single prizer. So yeah, we're gonna see an all modern side, and I think honestly, guys, Exeggutor is just gonna get destroyed by Pult. But we're gonna run the round as if it weren't the case. We're going back to the decks. We have 2 more matchups to go. Back to the deck, and now we're gonna go to my decks again. Dragapult Munkidori against Exeggutor Mega Zygarde. And here we go. We've got Exeggutor Mega Zygarde, and we have Dragapult Munkidori. Yeah, NASA Burb is destroying everything. I mean, partially, they did kind of get a little bit of an easier side of the bracket because half their matchups are 3 prize basics. So, we'll see. You know what? We're going to make one more poll for you guys. Probably this is the last poll of the stream. Start a poll. Will Rocket's Honchkrow make it to the finals? Alright, new poll. Will Rocket's Honchkrow make it to the finals? That is the poll for you guys. An immediate yes. I wonder who said that. But that'd be insane, honestly. If Rocket's Honchkrow makes it to the finals out of all of the powerhouse decks of old against all of them, that would be insane. Okay, let's run this matchup here. Heads or tails? Heads, tails. It is a tails. Honchkrow is going to go first. Well, does it want to go second? No, it wants to go first because it wants to set up first. Okay, new game and new game. 1 mulligan. All right, that's going to be another card for you. And you... Oh, wait, no, this is not Honchkrow yet. And it was tails, so that means Execute is going to go first, I think, because they can evolve turn 1. Yeah, that's what they want. Otherwise, they kind of get shredded. NASA Burb is looking powerful. I agree. I think that it has a very legitimate chance to win this entire tournament. So... here it is. Let's see here. Fighting Gong isn't necessarily too helpful, I think, but 2 Execute is kind of risky, not gonna lie. But this is actually the perfect matchup to go after. Well, turn 1, Obviously, you got the Mulligan card and a Tarragon. Bro, Tarragon is so garbage. Why is that even in here? Okay, so he needs that. The Crispin next turn actually means... I think they do just need to have a more legitimate setup here. They do this, and they can Ultra Ball, because it's not a guarantee that they're going to have it next turn. So Fighting Gong for an energy to hand, and probably a Zygarde to hand. And then they can save the Ultra Ball in case of no Budew. And then they can just go ahead... Or no, they probably just need an Ultra Ball here. Away this and the Tarragon, because Tarragon is garbage, man. And I put this Exeggutor into hand, because they can start chaining their Exeggutors, and then they can go ahead and use the evolution to look into their deck, and they can get another Exeggutor to hand, close and shuffle, and boom, look at that. Exeggutor charged up turn 1. Alright, next up, turn 1 for Dragapult. And, I mean, it's got to start. Does it want to use Pokepad, though? No, I don't think so. Lily's Determination. Shuffle all into the deck, and going to draw into 8 new cards. And there's a Budew, there's a Shaman. Well, Shaman prevents Zygarde from ever doing anything important. The Budew can get placed down onto the bench. But is Budew even worth it right now? This is such a slow start for them. They just have to start bagging Dreepy. Hold on. Discard all the energy. View all. We're going to put this back, because I don't think that's correct. I think they put the dark energy onto the Dreepy, and they retreat. Discard all energy. They retreat into Budew to slow them down. They'll do 10 damage. Boop. And prevent item lock, or cause item lock, while keeping 2 Dreepies alive. So this prevents Zygarde from ever being useful, but, I mean, it doesn't really matter if this is the case, because they can just Tropical Frenzy another Exeggutor, because they're only going to get 1 prize card anyways. We'll see. Okay, new turn. A boss. But that's not what we're going for this turn. I think it's Exeggutor here. They could boss the Shaman, too, honestly. They could just boss Shaman and be like, I don't want you here anymore. You are annoying. But I think the right move here is to just ignore the Zygarde part, like, for basically the entire game. Because they can just go ahead and Crispin for, I think they need grass to hand. No, they need water to hand, and they can grab a grass, I guess. We'll grab a fighting hand as well. We'll do this and this, because then we can go ahead and use Tropical Frenzy. Because this helps set up another one? No, this shouldn't be a fighting. This should be a grass to hand. Yeah, that's correct. Because then they can do this and this to help with that a little bit. I think so. Which knocks out Budew. They take a prize card, and it's an energy retrieval, which could be useful, kinda. They're gonna have to put up the Shaman, I think, just to stall, because they need their Dreepies. They're gonna... New turn. They have boss. They can just boss stall if they really, really wanted to. They're gonna Pokepad here, and they did draw into another Budew. Oh my gosh, bro. I swear if Dragapult makes it into the finals, it's gonna be the most boring finals ever. Dracloak. Recon Directive. View the top 2 cards of the deck. Bruh. Oh my gosh. They can just get the lilies. They can shuffle. You go to the bottom of the deck. So now they can actually just start doing this. They could stall. But you know what? We're gonna punish them for that. We're gonna punish it. because I honestly do not want Dragapult there. And honestly, I already played it, and this is already past that point. They could boss stall. Yeah, no, they'll boss stall still. Yeah, we'll do that. And then pass. Yeah, that misplay actually cost Dracloak a lot. Alright, Dragapult so much. Oh my gosh. Wait a second. Wait, there's no way. They top decked the switch. You should have seen the look on my face, bro. Oh my gosh. They're just going to go ahead and boss up the Dracloak. Then they're going to use energy retrieval, which is not that good right now, but whatever. And they're going to just attach another to Exeggutor. This is insane. Oh my gosh. Then they can just go ahead and use Tropical Frenzy, kill the Dracloak, and take another prize. It's a Meowth. That's going to set them so far apart. Oh boy. Alright. Buddy who goes up. New turn. And a Dragapult. They can't use it. Lily's Determination. They're going to shuffle all into the deck, and they're going to draw 8 cards. They do find an unfair stamp, but currently they only have 2 cards, and the only card that they know about is that it's unplayable. They also need to evolve, because otherwise the Swinging Fiend can just knock them out again. They're going to use Pokepad here. Oh wait, no, they grabbed a Dreepy. That was not the target. They're gonna... Do they unfair stamp? No, no. Does this build even play Rare Candy at all? You know what? I'm gonna allow myself to do this. It doesn't play a single Rare Candy? How has it gotten this far? Dude, how has it not played a single Rare Candy? So they did need to get that, which means that they're gonna have to sacrifice probably a Dawn and a Crispin for this cloak. Then they're gonna use Recon Directive, view top 2, a Night Stretcher, or a Lily's Determination. Either or which one of them are really good. I think the Night Stretcher is better, though. And this goes to the bottom of the deck. And in this case, they're just going to go ahead and use Itchy Pollen. They're going to turn 4, and it's another Crispin. They don't even really need to do much right now, right? I mean, they could Meowth for another... Meowth for another boss. Dude. Close and shuffle. Boss's orders. Another Dracloak. Literally preventing Dragapult from ever setting up. This is insane. Did you ever think that the top meta deck would be getting bullied by this rando deck? How is this rando deck made? How has it made it this far into this tournament, guys? What is going on? What is this? Oh my gosh. And they can just Tropical Frenzy again. There's no need to do anything else. Boom. That's 3 prize cards down. And Dragapult is just constantly not being able to do anything. They can draw a new card. It's turn 4. A Buddy Poffin, sure. Dreepy to bench, and then that's it. Close and shuffle. But that's it. That's all they can do. They have to now Night Stretcher to get a Dracloak to the hand. And then they close and boom. I mean, that's nice and all, but now they have to unfair stamp, and they're gonna save their Meowth, shuffle all into deck, and then shuffle all into deck, and then they're gonna draw 5 cards, and all you get is 2. But they're 2. That's an energy that the other Exeggutor needs, and this stupid worthless Exeggutor. But all right, Recon Directive. View the top 2 cards of the deck. A Monkey Dory or a Dark Energy. Oh no, they didn't even get the right energy. Well, they have Rosas, so like, I think Monkey Dory is better here, right? Well, they had Pokepad. You know what? Here, they're going to get this to hand. I'll allow that. I'll allow it. Okay. They can't place down any basics like that, though. They literally can't. They can Ultra Ball away the Latias and the Buddy Poffin to go and get a Maractus. Could be useful against Meowth, but there's no way to boss right now, so... I think they do have to get the Maractus to hand. But they can't play it yet, though. That's the problem. They're just going to have to go ahead and use Itchy Pollen, because they can't... Right now, retreat locking the Exeggutor is completely useless. And this Dreepy just entered play this past turn, so it's not possible to do that. Okay. Yeah, they're just going to have to go again and Itchy Pollen. That's it. They've literally... Dragapult has done exactly 30 damage this game. Exeggutor has done, 450. Can you believe that? So here we go. Turn 5. A Buddy Poffin. Do they even want to play Buddy Poffin? Like, what is the benefit to playing Buddy? I mean, it's just a thin, right? I mean, there's no way that they should ever grab any executes at this point in the game. They basically just kind of have a chokehold on the rest of this game. Close and shuffle. I think that they hold this energy in case of a boss stall, because they did show Maractus, and honestly, we don't want to be stuck being stalled. So instead, is it better to just Swinging Sphene? I think it's better to Tropical Frenzy. I mean, there isn't really a downside to either one. They could take out the Shaman, or the... I think, no, it's better to go for Swinging Sphene, because they can get rid of the Dreepy. And it's a head. Okay, a head's okay, so that's gone. That's another prize card down. Energy Retrieval doesn't help right now. But they have to choose one Pokemon, and it's gotta be Dreepy. But wait! Now they don't have a way to get into Maractus unless they Night Stretcher, which is exactly not what they can do. They have to go Dracloak this turn. They have to try and apply some pressure. They have to do something. Draw a card. It's a freaking Buddy Poffin that's completely useless. They have to go Dracloak to hand. Dude, this might actually legit be the end of Dragapult. They might have barely survived against its original predecessor, but it might not win against this, whatever this deck is right here. What is going on? So here, they're going to use Recon Directive number 1. They're going to view the top 2 cards of the deck. They do find a Pheasantipity, but do they want... They have to place Pheasantipity down. Do they have to place Pheasantipity down, though? They could just get a Monkey Dory, but they couldn't use the Monkey Dory in time. They have to go for Fez, and they might just have to try and go for a stall. But, whoa. I think you just evolved a Dracloak into a Pheasantipity. That's not what I want. Okay. Then we're going to shuffle that. There's no harm in playing Buddy anymore. Okay, well, here it goes. Flip the script for 3. 1, 2, 3. Rocket's Watchtower is completely useless and is actually detrimental at this point in the game. No, they need to go Maractus, and they need to Ultra Ball away the Monkey Dory and the Rocket's Watchtower to go for Meowth so they can get Boss, so they can try and Boss stall and set up. To bench with the Meowth, and they're going to go ahead and grab Boss's orders to hand, and we're about to enter into stall territory here. Oh, but they can't retreat! They did all of that just to not be able to retreat. They literally are a coin flip away from winning this next turn. They have to evolve this into a Dragapult and pray that there's no KO. They can still boss. You know what? They're still going to boss the other Exeggutor because it doesn't have the right energies. If they put up the Meowth, no, they could set up a Meowth and then next turn.
It's more like
Yeah, pass. This is legitimately, this could be just the end of the tournament here. So attach, discard energy, retreat back into the Exeggutor, energy retrieval, so that way they can't get stalled, close, and then they could just go ahead for Swinging Sphene for the game this turn. They did not get it. It fails, and they don't get any prize cards. Okay, Dragapult's still in this somehow. Alright, new turn. Oh, Lily's Determination top deck. But that's not boss, and I think they're out of boss, so they can't boss stall anymore. Alright, they have to get... Draw 2. Review the top 2 cards of the deck. It's a Fire Energy or a Night Stretcher. I think that the Fire Energy is more valuable here. We can do this, and then we can Lily's Determination, and we can draw 8 cards still. They still haven't taken a single prize card. Is any of this stuff actually even useful? There is another boss, so they could boss stall next turn, but does it even matter? No, this is like, they can Jet Headbutt for 70. Wow, amazing. They just are literally preying on 50-50s to fail over and over and over again. Alright, new turn. A useless card. Ultra Ball away 2 useless cards. Does this get them something more valuable? No! For whatever reason, they only play 1 Meowth in the deck. The 1 Meowth would have actually not done anything. Well, it would have gotten them a switch. But, I mean, this does continue to move things along. Plus, Boss Stall won't work forever. Ultra Ball for you to hand. Close and shuffle. Slophold is losing right now very badly. Alright. Again, another 50-50 for this game ends. It doesn't end yet. Oh my gosh, it failed again. Alright, new turn. Turn 7 for both squads. A Watchtower is worthless here, but I mean there's no better thing to put down. And it's just to get rid of it from the hand. They could just retreat. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, so the Exeggutor should have actually just been going for straightforward attacks instead of coin flips the entire time. Uh-oh. Hold could come back. Out of nowhere, by the way. Yeah, they're just going to go ahead, get the knockout here. And they're going to put all 6 on here. Uh-oh. They get 2 prize cards. They're on the board. Because they just attach here. An energy card. Alright, once again, 50-50 for the game. They got it! No way. What the... Oh, no! Colt has been eliminated from the tournament by Exeggutor. How is this deck working? How did it go from just being a rando deck to being in the semi-finals of this gigantic tournament with some of the best decks in the history of the Pokemon trading card game? How did it make it this far? What? Are you kidding me? Yes, Slophold is gone from a random stuff deck. Some rando deck. Okay. And all of a sudden, Rocket's Honchkrow will not... People don't think he'll make it to the finals. It lost to random of random. He's super random. Alright. One final pull. We'll make one more. Who's making it? Who's going to make it as the champion of the left half of the division? Or the left division? Is it going to be Rocket's Honchkrow? Or will it be? What is this? To Exeggutor Zygarde. Who is going to make it to the finals, fellas? Who's winning this final game while I set it up? Dragapult is gone. It's dead. The evil has been defeated by this completely random deck. What? Okay. And we are going to need Rocket's Honchkrow. Alright. Back to deck builder. My decks. Rocket's Honchkrow. Playtest. Alright, what are we thinking here, chat? 1 vote for Rocket Bird. Alright. We're about to find out. Also, congratulations, everybody. This is now officially the longest stream I've ever had on my channel. At 5 hours, 25 minutes. Just for this half of the bracket. This is only half the bracket and it's been 5 hours. This entire thing is going to be 5.5 hours, which means that this entire video, in order to get through all the games, is going to take about 11 hours to do all of the matches. That's insane. But I'm dedicated to this. I'm dedicated to finishing this half the bracket. Alright, 60 card deck. We're about to start a new game. Heads, tails, heads, and tails. It's heads. Alright. Honchkrow's gonna go first. New game. Uh-oh. Hold on, I have to reset this. Honchkrow. Playtest. Right? Okay. Playtest. Just gotta make sure. Yes, you have witness history. This is the most insane and random final I've ever seen in my entire life. I legit did not think that this was going to be the final. New game, new game. 0 mulligans from both. We're going to find out who is the champion. And right now... Wait, I just realized something. If the cards fall correctly, Honchkrow could just lose to a Zygarde sweep. I just thought about that. You were here, Red. Yeah, you've been here for most of the stream. And I'm very, grateful for that. Okay, I think they need to start with Porygon in the act. Oh, we have to hide the prizes, and we have to shuffle them. I did not see the prizes, by the way. I just saw that they were, face up. Okay. And an Execute. Yeah. So Petrol is for the, I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. All right, here we go. Turn 1. Now, what's really helpful for them is they got a Proton. If they did not get Proton, they were probably cooked. All right, Proton. They're going to go ahead and get 3 Murkrows to bench. To bench and to bench. Rocket Bird now has 3 of those set up. Do they want to attach a Rocket's Energy? I actually don't think that they should attach Rocket's Energy. Because the rest of this hand is kind of weird, and I don't know if we're going to commit to anything yet. So they're still not in the clear. This game is just beginning. But they should also place down Articuno. In that case, that's just turn 1. Because I don't exactly know how this is going to pan out. Alright. Turn 1. NASA Burb, will they win? Alright, turn 1, they drew into a Lily. Oh my gosh, dude. Lily's Determination. All they need here for Execute is an Energy. And we can Fighting Gong for a Mega Zygarde. I mean, you could just start setting up a Mega Zygarde. You know what? All or nothing. All or nothing. They're going all in. Because, yeah, Ogerpon doesn't help in this situation. Alright. They're going to commit to this Zygarde. They want this Zygarde to get in. And then... here... shuffle all into deck, and they're going to get to draw 8 cards. A Meowth? I mean, a Core Memory is not exactly that helpful, actually. Zygarde actually could do some work here. And there definitely is a decent amount of energy to start working with. Alright, in that case, Exeggutor is just gonna go ahead and... should they Ultra Ball away the memory and an energy card? I'm thinking they probably should. It would probably be a water. So they Ultra Ball away the memory and a water energy. So that way they can go and get another Exeggutor to hand in case things go wrong. In this case, this happens here. And then after that, Exeggutor evolves into Exeggutor to evolve into the Exeggutor. Okay. New turn. Rocket's Factory. Very useful, actually, for both sides. Both sides can use this because of Petrol. So Factory goes here. Is this a Giovanni situation? They just don't have the setup yet. What does the Mewtwo do? Let me see what Mewtwo does. Torment. Can't use one of its attacks, but unfortunately it cannot retreat. So in that case, it can't torment anything, and even if it did, it wouldn't matter because it could just choose the other attack, which wouldn't be bad at all either. Porygon. Discard a card from your hand. If you do, your opponent discards a card from their hand. It's not that good, though. I don't like that. It doesn't really help more than it hurts both sides. So instead, I think a Transceiver. So a Rocket's Energy, they commit this here. A Transceiver. They just need more setup. And right now, they don't have it. They could stall the Exeggutor, but like Exeggutor has multiple switch cards, so it wouldn't really be that helpful. So Ariana gets to draw 5 cards. This is the final match for now, by the way. Just to reiterate. Okay, there's a Honchkrow. So the Honchkrow is all set up, all ready to go. And now they can draw 2 more cards. 1, 2. I think that drew 2. Yeah, it did. Another Honchkrow. The only downside is they cannot switch into the active on this turn. They are stuck behind this Porygon. And unfortunately, I'm just going to have to pass. Which does give them a huge opportunity here. To start setting up for the Mega Zygarde. Let's see here. They need a Grass Energy. They will attach the Grass Energy. They will Energy Search. Wait, did they get rid of Terragon? No, that was last game. What does Terragon do? It's literally only for discard pile. Of course, bro. Oh, wait, I see how that combo works. I was wondering earlier how that works. As you use the drill burrs to discard, and then you Terragon them all back into the hand, and then you use Terragon. Yeah, Rocket KFC. It's Rocket Chicken right now. But, oh, wait. Oh, Articuno prevents Swinging Fiend, by the way. So they could have Tormented. I didn't think about that. Okay, anyways. In this case, I think they just try and start setting up. With this Energy Search here. They use the Meowth, and they search out a... They could search out a Petrol. The Petrol could get Fighting Gong. No, I don't like that very much. Well, kind of that actually works. And then they could draw more cards that way. I mean, they could do that. They could also just boss, but it doesn't really matter. If you kill one Honchkrow, it just comes back. It'll just keep coming back. But honestly, at this point, there's not really a ton. They just only need 5, and if we reduce the amount that they can have. The question is, though, do they just want to draw more cards? Because right now, they're not setting themselves up for success otherwise. I think it's just Petrol to hand... and then they Petrol for either a Pokegear or a Secret Box or Fighting Gong or something. This still means that it's a relevant threat. It can't just... So Fighting Gong to hand. Close and shuffle. Because this actually allows
for it to almost be set up, and then they can use Rocket's Factory to draw 2 more cards, which gives them a switch too. I mean, if I got a free switch 2 from a... No, obviously that's not what I'm talking about. Alright, with all of that, they are going to go ahead and use Tropical Frenzy. Boom, 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 boom. And that's going to knock out the Porygon. Oh, no, that nearly gave the wrong side of a prize card. Okay, with all of that, it is now Honchkrow's turn. And now this is where Honchkrow really can put in some work. I think actually they bag this and they use the Ignition Energy. Turn 3. Yeah, they definitely have enough for a knockout here. And honestly, I think that they Roto Stick here. They view the top 4 cards of the deck. They didn't find a single one. They shuffle all of them back. They can go ahead and... What do they grab here? What are they getting? Well, Ariana is already in hand, and they could... But they don't get any value off of it. They could place down another Murkrow. They could go ahead and use Transceiver for another supporter, I guess. To get a Petrol, I guess. Then, oh no, they misplayed that, and I don't think they really want to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Ariana to get 3 more cards. Yeah, they definitely could have gotten it. And then they draw 2 more. And because there's no hand disruption in the... Yeah, they're basically kind of just set up. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, 5. No, I think that they don't want to get rid of the Ariana. They want to get rid of Giovanni. Boom. Nuke the Exeggutor. And they get a prize card. The problem, though, is that Zygarde didn't get the last energy that it needed to be able to start using, what is it, Nullifying Zero? It just was 1 energy short. It needs 1 more. And at this point, it's not going to be able to do that. I think, honestly, I think that Mega Zygarde... Yep, 2 prizes for Crow. You're right, and I only gave it 1. I really don't think that there's a way to stop this from happening. I do discard the Ignition Energy, though. There's no way to disrupt it. The Zygarde can't stop it. Can air balloon the Meowth, I guess, and Lilies, but... And, draw 6 cards. I think they're just 1 short. Just so unfortunate. Oh, that's so unfortunate. They really got close. Is it worth it to switch into the Execute and pass? But no, otherwise then they just can Giovanni, and then that's... I think that's just game. Yeah, I think they just have to go ahead, because they're 1 short of using Nullifying Zero, which really actually could have, like, wiped out all of them. Could have won them the game in a board wipe situation. And this is the first time Zygarde gets to attack, but that's not how it's panning out here. Yeah, I think that they're just going to have to evolve. Yeah, they're going to Gaia Wave. It's not exactly what they want, but they just need to stay in the game, and I don't think they're going to be... Okay, turn 4. Yeah, Honchkrow definitely is going to get a knockout here, I think. Well, maybe they don't. There is a possibility that they don't. They can Night Stretcher for another Honchkrow back to hand. So there is a world where somehow there is no knockout taken. So 1, 2... They get Ariana. There's no other cards they can use right now that would be helpful. Oriana, and they get 3 more cards. They get a Pokepad. 2 Pokepads. Oh, no. They don't actually get a knockout right now. To hand here. Then this again, and they can go get another Honchkrow to hand here. Oh, they should have probably gotten another basic now that I think about it, because otherwise... Oh, well, that's a misplay. They can still draw into it, though. They Transceiver. And they can go ahead and get... I don't know, literally any of them. Another Oriana, or even an Archer. I think the correct one is Oriana to hand. Or Proton. Proton, because Proton is the least valuable at this point in the game. And then they literally need Rocket's Factory to do something here. Uh-oh. Could this be the faulty step here? Could Honchkrow just get wiped off the face of the earth? They got a Porygon. They got a Porygon. Alright. Well, they literally can only discard 1 without, like, completely wasting... Wow, Honchkrow is falling apart badly. They just misplayed horrendously. No, honestly, they didn't even misplay. They just didn't draw what they needed. They can only discard a Proton for... And honestly, it's not even worth it. Because right now, it's only doing 30 damage because of Mega Zygarde's Gaia Wave, which prevents reduces damage by 30. So they're not even going to bother. They're just going to go ahead and pass. Because they can't let this Honchkrow die. They have to let this Honchkrow go. Oh, no. Turn 3. It's crazy how this is only turn 3, by the way. And look at that. The Gambit has paid off. Mega Zygarde can now use Nullifying 0. Zygarde's gonna go to town and finally gets his place on the thumbnail. I didn't actually think Zygarde was gonna make an appearance in this tournament in the slightest. Here we go. Nullifying 0. Heads for the Honchkrow. Active. Tails for the other Honchkrow with energy. Tails for the Articuno, heads for the bench Honchkrow, and tail. Okay, so it was able to knock out 1 Honchkrow. Oh, that's actually really bad. Zygarde did not get exactly what it wanted here. Because it does 150 minus 30, it's at 10 HP. Wow. It's still alive. It literally would have basically... But... I mean, it's still in this situation, it's still not even that bad to only take 1 prize card here. Because they can just take the next 3 next turn. This is interesting, guys. This is interesting. Alright, new turn. Turn 5. They could probably just go for Giovanni here. Honestly, I think they just ignore the Zygarde. They just need... They Pokepad here, and they get the Porygon 2 into the hand. They close and shuffle. It doesn't save it by any means, but it just thins the deck. I think the correct move is to go Giovanni here, because that way they can save another Honchkrow, and they go after the Meowth to go for 2 more prize cards. They're just kind of relying on the fact that they don't get 3 heads. They literally just need 3 heads to win the game. And by placing out any more bench Pokemon, they cause that to happen. Okay, so now that happened, they can draw 2 more cards. 1, 2. Alright, what did they get? Anything useful? An Archer. Okay, so they have 3 times 6 is exactly enough to knock out the Meowth and put them down to 2 prize cards. But now they don't have very much of anything. Okay, well, they do have a Miracle Headset. The question is, how do they knock anything else out? Do they have another Ignition in hand? They do. Yes, everyone is gambling to win. At this point, this entire half the bracket comes down to gambling. Alright, turn 4. That's not helpful in the slightest. Is there anything that can be done to better the odds? Or is it literally just down to coin flips? It is just down to coin flips at this point. Pokegear, I mean, could help, hypothetically. To get a Crispin... Oh, wait, hold on. That's not how Pokegear works. What am I doing? View the top 7 cards of the deck. And they still got the Crispin anyways. Okay, so here, shuffle back. I mean, they're trying to set up themselves up for the best chance to succeed. To hand and to hand. And they do charge up an Exeggutor here, completely. Alright. They can also place down a Battle Cage. Not that it's really going to matter, because I'm sure, yeah, the Rockets Factory, they literally have 3 Rockets Factory in hand. But I mean, one can dream. Can they even start setting up a frickin' Excadrill EX? Like, they could actually legitimately set up an Excadrill EX. Because the rest of this game is all going to come down to... Oh my, wait a second. Guys, I know I've been dogging on Excadrill EX the entire time, but legitimately, it could come back to save the game. Going through the deck, yeah, find this energy, and they're gonna discard it. They legit could use this one Excadrill EX to help win the game off of a Porygon 2 Honchkrow play. That's so stupid. And then this gets... That's in the discard. Okay, anyways, here we go. They need 3 heads to win the game and advance to the finals. Here we go. Tails. Okay, that's not what they need. Heads. Tails. Did that last one go? Heads. Oh my gosh. Down to 1 prize card remaining. I didn't know if that other one went because it didn't fade away. So, that's fine. They take 2 of the 3 that they need. And suddenly, Honchkrow is in huge trouble. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 in the discard pile. Close. And you do how much? 30 for each one? No, 240. Not even close. They really need to find some cards in order to win here. And right now they don't have any. They are going to need to spam. This is insane. Okay, new turn. Turn 6, which, yeah, this is supposed to be turn 5, but whatever. What did they get? An Archer. Okay, that's a supporter. They literally need to just go, go, go. There's not any other opportunity here. Do they Archer? No, they can't Archer here. They need to get... They need to place down every single card that they can. They need to put the Murkrow into the hand. They need to place as many cards as they can down, and they need to get the Ariana to hand and a Giovanni to hand. Yeah, here... I hate that. I hate that. It only happens when it's half screen. We're gonna see who wins. 1, 2, 3 is not enough. Ariana is the only way. And they get to draw 3. 1, 2, 3. They found a Rocket's energy, and they found a Petrol. Oh, they can't attach both. No, hold on. Return to hand. There we go. Okay, Rocket's Factory, draw 2 more. They didn't get it! That's it. Honchkrow is eliminated from the tournament. Unless 240. Hold on. It's not over yet. It's 310. Ultra Ball away Petrol and Archer. Hold on. It might not be over. I have to do the math on the Porygon 2. Close and shuffle. Alright, this is it. This is the max that they can do. Discard all energy. Retreat. Porygon 2. What is your math? You need In order to get the knockout here, you need 2 times... Let's see here. 16. You need 16 supporter cards. Can you get it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. They were 2 supporters short. They do 280 damage to Mega Zygarde. Oh no. Oh, 280 out of the 310. They needed 2 more in order to get the knockout. And that's going to end Rocket Articuno. That's going to end the chicken's run. Or the NASA Bird, who was really an underdog. Both of these decks were such underdogs in this. So close. All right. Now, do we win with the funny little... You know what? I think for how much I've been hating on him, I think it's only fair that this tournament run ends with the frickin' Exeggutor EX. And they're gonna use Piercing Bolt, knocking out you, and I don't know, putting 60 damage on you. And that's it. NASA Bird has been defeated, and somehow the most ridiculous deck on this side of the bracket made its way into the finals. This is definitely going to be... This is definitely going to be a heavily talked about part of the video once I actually make the video. But what is this? How did we get to this point? It went from it had to play 4 games in order to get here. It had to go through the entire tournament to get here. And it's now in the finals of the tournament. The Bird did well. Rocket's Honchkrow could have won the entire tournament. Now, we had 2 votes for Rocket's Honchkrow. I'm sorry, you guys. Honchkrow is not in the finals. We now know who is going to be in the finals. It's going to be a Alolan Exeggutor box. How? This is so bizarre. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, that's the tournament for tonight. We have been streaming for nearly 6 hours now. I think I'm done playing games of Pokemon against myself. But this has been such an insane tournament run. We have seen... Let's just go a quick recap. Let's just quickly break down how we got here. First round, Mewtwo and Mew, one of the best decks in the entire game, in the history of the game, lost to Rocket's Honchkrow, which makes sense. Rocket's Honchkrow was really, really good and did a great job, obviously making it to the semifinals. Yes, I can send you guys in the Discord the lists that I have been using for this tournament. I can do that for you guys, no problem. In fact, before I forget, I'm going to do it right now, so that way we're going to share, we are going to copy as text. And you know what, since you guys are here, and let's see, oh, Jams, yeah, that's right, I forgot about those. Yeah, they had really nice special arts. Okay. Deck building. Here is the first one. And the second one is going to be... So if you're in the Discord, you can see these cards for yourself, and you should be able to import them into TCGLive. If I were to play these legitimately... I think there's a lot of changes I'd want to make to these goofy little decks, but let's break down the rest of this tournament here. The rest of this tournament. Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia considered the most dominant and oppressive deck in probably Pokemon TCG history, literally known as the deck that would have basically ruined the entire game if it weren't for COVID, lost to a random Psychic type box. Completely random, by the way. I would just like to point that out. Alright, next up is Alolan Exeggutor beat Raging Bolt, which honestly makes kind of a bit of sense because Raging Bolt is all basics, and so it's just able to kind of chew away at the basics. And then finally, we had Dragapult against Ethan's Typhlosion, and Ethan's Typhlosion was just barely short of beating Dragapult. Dragapult escaped round 1, and honestly, Dragapult was like on thin ice the entire tournament, which is really surprising. Round 2 was Zoroark Lycanroc against Honchkrow, and Zoroark nearly got set up, but it really wouldn't have mattered because Honchkrow just one-shot the only Zoroark that ever got into play, and that was the entire game. So, out of all of the decks in this tournament, the 2 decks that struggled the most were in round 2 so far. Then we had Pikachu and Zekrom, or we had Pikarom versus the Psychic Box, and Pikarom was barely able to win thanks to Raichu, Alolan Raichu. It saved Pikarom from elimination. Next up, we had the Exeggutor versus Rapid Strike, and Rapid Strike lost because it just kept bricking, and Exeggutor kind of just kept pummeling away at Rapid Strike until they had nothing left, which is surprising. The Inteleon deck lost to a deck with basically zero consistency. And then finally for round 2, we had Decidueye nearly pull off the biggest upset of the tournament against Dragapult. Basically, Dragapult's grandpa against Dragapult, and it nearly won. It was just 1 card short of being able to win. Yeah, it was 1 card short of being able to win. So, unfortunate for there. The semifinals saw Pikarom against Rocket's Honchkrow, and it saw Pult against Exeggutor. Pikarom barely lost to Rocket's Honchkrow. I think it was 1 energy short of being able to win by using Tag Bolt GX. And then Exeggutor lost, or Exeggutor was somehow able to beat Dragapult because Dragapult just literally couldn't get anything going. And then in the finals, we had Rocket's Honchkrow against Exeggutor, and Zygarde actually finally made an appearance and was able to wipe out most of their stuff. And then obviously the cheeky little Excadrill EX at the end, which is so random. So that is the left side of the tournament, everybody. That is the entire game. And now we have, for the right side of the tournament, which will be hopefully on a future stream. If not, I will play these games on my own. These will all be played, and honestly, I'm wondering what deck is going to be the one that makes it to the finals on the right half of the tournament. Currently, my money, if I were to bet, is probably going to be Lugia V-Star, and maybe I'd say potentially Mew VMAX in the finals. That's my hot take. I think Mew could make it to the end. I think it's able to turbo its way, and it should be faster than most of these other decks in the tournament. And then I think it's going to be Lugia v Exeggutor in the finals. And I think that Lugia wins the whole thing, which is kind of sad, but I think that's how it's going to go down, is that Lugia will win the whole thing. But this has been an absolutely insane run. I hope you guys have enjoyed this brand new experimental kind of tournament. This is something that I've never seen anyone do before. So if you guys did like this, then thank you all so much for sticking around. This is probably going to conclude the stream here tonight. I've been streaming for 6 hours. I'm going to stall out for a minute and a half longer, so this can be a 6-hour stream. And we're going to see if we can actually end it on exactly 6 hours. But yeah, it's been an absolutely insane run. If you want a full list of every single deck that's been part of this tournament, I can show you that real quick. We have had, these are all the retro decks that are enlisted into this tournament. And then these are all the modern decks that are enlisted into this tournament. So these are all randomly selected, and they are all, and some have succeeded way better than others. And I'm very proud of this as we continue to see how this tournament all breaks down. Yeah, this has been a really fun tournament. So with all that being said, thank you all so much for watching and sticking around, especially you, Red. Thank you for sticking around for almost the entire stream, for almost all 6 hours. But that's going to wrap it up from me. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I hope you guys do enjoy the video when it comes out in the future. Make sure to like and make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you want to see more like this. And until next time, that's all from me. And I can't wait to see your guys' reaction to the rest of the tournament when it happens. All right, take care, everybody. Thanks for watching the stream. All right, we're going to time it. We're going to time it. We're going to time it. See ya. 3, 2, 1, bye.